Don't cry, school beauty. The sexy goddess is my true love. In his past life, Chu Xuan pursued Xu Shanshan for 27 years, treating her like a daughter, cherishing and protecting her. But in the end, all he got in return was Xu Shanshan's words, "I deserve better." From that moment, his life was filled with endless wandering. On the verge of life and death, the only one by his side was his female deskmate from high school. He suddenly realized that his true love had always been by his side, but he had never paid attention to her. Back in 2008, with only a month left before the college entrance exam, he decided to stay away from the cold, distant childhood sweetheart. This time, his greatest wish was to find his true love, his female deskmate, and spend his life with her watching flowers bloom and the sea together. To be with her through the clouds and sunsets. To grow old with her, side by side. Chapter 1, Without the white moonlight filter, the childhood sweetheart is also. Chu Xuan, I don't want to talk about love right now. Can't we just be friends? In May, the weather in Saint City was warm and sunny. The gentle morning sun filtered through the gaps in the tree branches and shone into his eyes, causing Chu Xuan to instinctively squint. He gazed at the girl in front of him, a 17 or 18-year-old, with sunlight casting a glow on her profile. The soft golden light illuminated the side of her face, giving her skin a radiant, almost ethereal glow. The girl was laughing carefree, her dimples adding a touch of sweetness and playfulness to her presence. Everything about her seemed perfect. Chu Xuan was momentarily lost in thought. How could someone like him, a 40-year-old man with nothing, no house, no car, be standing next to such a beautiful girl? Chu Xuan, after we both get into college, I will definitely let you be my boyfriend. A buzzing sound filled his ears, and his head felt heavy. Chu Xuan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and as he blinked, the figure of the girl in front of him gradually became clearer. She was wearing a short skirt with an image of the other shore flower on it, her skin glowing like delicate jade. The girl noticed that Chu Xuan seemed dazed and showed a hint of impatience in her eyes. Chu Xuan, we're in our senior year, with just 1 month left before the college entrance exam. We need to focus on our studies. How many times do I have to say this before you understand? Chu Xuan frowned and looked around. In front of him was a new teaching building, and behind him was a track made of plastic. The girl in front of him was pure and tender, like a flower about to bloom, untouched by the world. The memories he had long forgotten slowly returned to his mind. It was senior year, and he was confessing to Xu Shanshan. Chu Xuan and Xu Shanshan had been neighbors, living right across from each other. They had been inseparable since kindergarten. Their parents often joked that they would be together when they grew up, and Chu Xuan believed them. So, he had always treated Xu Shanshan as his bride. From childhood to adulthood, Chu Xuan had always cherished her, holding her in the highest regard. He would bring her food when she was hungry, buy her milk tea when she was thirsty, stay by her side when she was sick, hold an umbrella for her when it rained, carry her shopping bags when they went out, prepare gifts for her birthday, and spend all his savings to buy concert tickets when she wanted to see her favorite band. Chu Xuan had devoted everything to her. He even raised her as if she were his daughter. But he had given so much that she had come to expect it all as a given. Chu Xuan had confessed to her countless times, but every time, he received the same answer. We're still young. I'll consider you after we get into college. Give me more time. Chu Xuan. I've always seen you as a brother. Chu Xuan wasn't a shameless, desperate person. After being rejected, he had tried to give up. However, as childhood friends, Xu Shanshan truly knew him well. She never truly rejected him. Instead, she kept giving him hope. Did I ever say I don't like you? You know, I'm just slow to warm up. I'm just testing you. At first, Chu Xuan really thought she was just slow to warm up. He believed that if he gave 100% of himself, he would eventually win her heart. However, 5 years after graduating from college, Chu Xuan spent half a year's savings to buy her the diamond ring she had always wanted. That day, he eagerly arrived at her company building, hoping to surprise her. But instead, he saw Xu Shanshan leaning into the arms of a middle-aged man. Chu Xuan recognized the man. He was Xu Shanshan's boss, the same person who had once helped her home after she had gotten drunk at a party, and for which Chu Xuan had thanked him. Now, right outside Xu Shanshan's company, they bumped into each other. It was the first time Chu Xuan saw such a complex expression on Xu Shanshan's face. From surprise to shock, from panic to numbness, and finally, she looked relieved. She tightly embraced the middle-aged man's arm and, with a happy smile, introduced him. "This is my neighbor's older brother, he takes good care of me. I've always seen him as a brother." The words older brother were emphasized. As if afraid the middle-aged man would misunderstand, Xu Shanshan didn't even say goodbye to Chu Xuan, nor did she take the diamond ring from his hand. She just disappeared into her world. 27 years of childhood friendship. It couldn't compare to the tenderness of a company boss for just 27 days. The so-called slow to warm up, testing, and aloof all applied only to Chu Xuan. When facing the company boss's pursuit, this aloof and proud goddess suddenly became warm and open. 27 years of genuine affection had gone to waste. From that day on, Chu Xuan saw women as ghosts. He completely closed off his heart and never pursued a relationship again. At 40, he was all alone. And now, if he remembered correctly, he had worked overtime, left the office late, and was in a car accident. He ended up lying in the intensive care unit, on the verge of death. Wanting to see his childhood sweetheart one last time, he called Xu Shanshan, but all she said was, "I hope you don't disturb my life." At that moment, Chu Xuan was completely hopeless. Just when he thought he would die alone, the door to his hospital room was pushed open, and a tearful woman rushed in. Chu Xuan, barely holding on to life, weakly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a glowing woman. She was wearing a red dress, as radiant as a rose. Like the sun, shining brightly. Even though it had been 22 years since they last met, Chu Xuan instantly recognized the woman by his side as Chu Xuan, his deskmate from high school. If Xu Shanshan, his childhood sweetheart, was a white lotus, then Chu Xuan was the sunflower in his heart. At the end of his life, the girl he had cherished, Xu Shanshan, hadn't even spared him a glance. Instead, it was the deskmate he had ignored and never truly appreciated, who stayed with him until the very end. She tightly held his hand, crying uncontrollably. "Chu Xuan, you're such a jerk. You said that if Xu Shanshan ever rejected you, you would come back to me. Chu Xuan, I've liked you since freshman year, and I've liked you for 25 years. Why didn't you ever take a proper look at me? Don't leave me alone, please Tilda. Chu Xuan, if there's an afterlife, I'll boldly confess to you. I'll dress up and stand in front of you. I want to watch movies with you, shop with you, and buy so many things that you'll carry my shopping bags. I want." His eyelids grew heavier. As he closed his eyes, Chu Xuan finally realized that he had once been someone else's white moonlight. He was the one who had been most heartless. The final thought in his heart was, if there's an afterlife, he would find his treasure of a deskmate. He would spend his life with her cooking, experiencing the ebb and flow of life, watching flowers and the sea. And in the end, growing old with her. "So, I'm back now, huh?" Chu Xuan looked at the campus before him, the memory of the past, and the girl before him, like a flower in bloom. He took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, feeling as though the very air was filled with a sweet fragrance. "Chu Xuan, do you think this is funny? I've already said I don't want to talk about love right now. Please stop bothering me, okay?" The bright young girl was visibly irritated, and her gaze toward him showed signs of disdain. Chu Xuan's expression was calm. After a deep breath, his face turned cold as he said, "I promise you, from now on, I will never bother you again." Chu Xuan lifted his face, the warm sunlight gently falling on him. In that moment, all he could see was his treasure of a girl. And as Chu Xuan spoke those cold words, Xu Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief for the first time. Chapter 2, The sun is warm, she is still here, and everything is still possible. Chu Xuan, I hope you'll be more mature and stop pestering me. On the plastic track at Magic City Experimental High School, a graceful young girl lifted her arm, fair as snow, to shield her eyes from the sun. Yet, despite this, the hot weather still made her eyes show a hint of impatience. "Okay, I promise you." Chu Xuan responded crisply and without hesitation, so quickly that Xu Shanshan was left shocked. She thought Chu Xuan had misunderstood, so she repeated haughtily, "Chu Xuan, listen carefully, I'm not agreeing to you, I'm rejecting you. Do you understand? I'm not deaf. What is there to not understand? If you don't want to date, I'll respect that," Chu Xuan said with a tone that was calm and indifferent, his face conveying complete indifference. His attitude made Xu Shanshan feel as if she had struck cotton with a punch, utterly powerless. Originally, Xu Shanshan was proud, like a princess in a castle, believing that the world should revolve around her. In her mind, Chu Xuan had confessed to her countless times, and each time she had rejected him. Then, just when he was about to give up, she would give him a little encouragement, and he would immediately treat her like a queen. But now, seeing Chu Xuan's indifferent face, Xu Shanshan knew she had to give him a little sweetness again. Chu Xuan, I'm not unwilling to date, it's just that right now, we're in our senior year, and it's a crucial time for studying. I promise that once we both get into the same university, I'll seriously consider making you my boyfriend. You see, this is the book you gave me. I know you put a lot of thought into it, and I understand your feelings. Xu Shanshan proudly held up the book in her hands, its cover reading The Little Prince. The book's content didn't matter. What mattered was their handwritten card tucked inside, marked with pencil underlines on several lines and words. When she opened the book proudly, the lines spelled out her name followed by, I love you, I will be right here waiting for you. I gave this to you? Let me see. Chu Xuan directly reached out and took the book from Xu Shanshan's hands. He took the card out, expressionless, crumpled it into a ball, and casually tossed it into the trash. Xu Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief for the first time. Chu Xuan, how could you? You can't just take back a gift you gave a girl. You said you didn't want to be bothered, right? Well, no need to waste it. I'll write a new card, change the name, and give it to someone else. Maybe they'll be touched, Chu Xuan said, his voice indifferent. Xu Shanshan felt inexplicably frustrated. She had originally thought Chu Xuan was simply going through the motions of confessing, and she was rejecting him as usual. But this time, he seemed serious. She didn't want to lose someone like him, who had been her protector, so she lowered her tone, speaking gently, Chu Xuan, actually, I do have feelings for you too. I've just been testing you all this time. Once you pass this test, we can be together. Do you really want to give up? Chu Xuan couldn't help but glance at her. At this moment, he finally understood why his past self had such a miserable end. It wasn't that he was too clingy, it was that the girl in front of him was too skilled at manipulating him. In his past life, she had kept him dangling with these little tactics, eventually throwing him into an abyss, completely ruining his life. Chu Xuan was not the type to be magnanimous. He could never forgive someone who had destroyed his life so easily. He wanted the girl in front of him to experience the same kind of pain. The first step was to make her fall completely in love with him. However, Chu Xuan knew that if he acted the same way as in his previous life, constantly chasing after her, he would never win her heart. He certainly wouldn't be able to toss her aside and break her heart. Chu Xuan had also figured out the girl's temperament. He knew Xu Shanshan would never give up on him. She enjoyed being admired from a distance, the feeling of being chased. So this time, Chu Xuan decided to use her own methods against her. Xu Shanshan, we're just not right for each other. Let us act like strangers from now on. Xu Shanshan's eyes widened in shock. She didn't understand what was happening. Clearly, it was Chu Xuan who had dragged her to the school track early in the morning. It was him who had prepared the confession carefully, and when he handed her the book with the card, Xu Shanshan had even felt a moment of warmth. But now, just like that, they were strangers. Xu Shanshan's breath quickened, and her pride made it impossible for her to lower her stance. Chu Xuan, I misjudged you. If you can't even handle a little setback like this, I'll never speak to you again. Well, that's just perfect. I hope you keep your word, Chu Xuan said, already knowing that she had taken the bait. For Xu Shanshan, pleading and chasing after her was useless. Only by being stronger than her would he succeed. Chu Xuan didn't want to waste any more time with Xu Shanshan. His mind was already focused on his precious female deskmate. In his past life, he hadn't even had the chance to say the words to her. But now, the spring breeze was perfect, and the sun was warm. His deskmate was still there, and most importantly, it was not too late to change everything. Chu Xuan, I'm telling you, we're completely over. Xu Shanshan swore that from now on, she would never talk to him again, and he would see the consequences of his actions. She raised her head, turning away like a proud penguin, about to leave. But just as Xu Shanshan was about to stride away, Chu Xuan suddenly grabbed her hand, his eyes filled with deep anxiety and unease. Xu Shanshan paused for a moment, and a victorious expression spread across her face. As expected, Chu Xuan was still the same, unable to leave her. All those little tactics before were just to attract her attention. But Xu Shanshan wasn't planning on forgiving him so easily. At that moment, she slightly raised her head, looking down at him like a swan, quietly waiting for him to speak first before crushing him beneath her. Do you know where my deskmate, Xu Xuan, is? Chu Xuan looked at her carefully, as if afraid that the girl might disappear. Xu Shanshan? Isn't she at the office? Xu Shanshan answered instinctively, her smug expression still lingering. Great. She is still there. Everything is still possible. At that moment, Chu Xuan broke into a brilliant smile. He could clearly feel his heart, once frozen, starting to beat again. Not willing to waste another second, Chu Xuan immediately turned and ran towards the classroom. Behind him, Xu Shanshan watched the figure gradually disappear, feeling a rush of irritation. Just because she rejected him, he pretended not to care? Did he think this would really capture her attention? Xu Shanshan sneered. She had long played the game of chasing and withdrawing and was bored of it. This time, she decided she wouldn't talk to him for a whole week. When the time comes, even if you cry in front of me, it will be useless. Xu Shanshan gritted her teeth, not realizing that deep down, her heart was already beginning to hold a place for Chu Xuan. Chapter 3. At this moment, I want to hold your hand tightly. 40-year-old Chu Xuan often dreams. In my dream, I return to that sunny high school days. When I was in my third year of high school, my deskmate was Xu Shanshan. She had long, thick braids and her smile was innocent and cute. At that time, Xu Shanshan always wore a pair of black-framed glasses. She was timid and cowardly, and had no sense of presence in the class at all. To this day, Chu Xuan still clearly remembers that warm spring afternoon when the girl took off her glasses and the sunlight shone on her face through the gap in the window. In the mottled light and shadow, the girl's smile was blurry yet brilliant. It was just because it had been so long that Chu Xuan couldn't even remember her face. And now, he is back in high school again. However, all I hear are the youthful and bright faces of boys and girls. The morning sun above my head makes me feel warm, and even the air I breathe is filled with sweetness. So, this time it's not a dream, I'm really back. Chu Xuan ran from the playground to the teaching building in one breath. There's not even any ventilation in between. The 18-year-old's body is strong and powerful. In his previous life, Chu Xuan was hurt by love and stayed at home every day. He lost the motivation and passion for life, and his body was in a mess. Beard, potbelly, bald head, he is the perfect example of a greasy middle-aged man. Now, he is 1.82 meters tall and has 8 thin abdominal muscles specially trained to pursue Xu Shanshan. A sunny and handsome face, and a refreshing look. And there is endless energy. All of this made Chu Xuan feel unprecedented satisfaction. Senior Year 3 Class 5, that was a place that often appeared in his dreams, and Chu Xuan could find it even with his eyes closed. When he arrived at the classroom door, Chu Xuan suddenly felt a little timid. He was afraid that the girl was not there, he was afraid that she would not remember him, he was afraid. Chu Xuan, how did you confess your love? Were you rejected by Xu Shanshan again? I've said it before, you and Xu Shanshan are not suitable, just hang yourself on a tree. Suddenly, a pair of big hands patted my back hard. The sudden voice in his ear pulled Chu Xuan back from his anxiety. He turned his head and saw a tall, dark and fat boy putting his arm around his shoulders. It was Shoubo, his former best friend. In the previous life, he was the only person who was willing to drink with me when I was down and out, and the only person who was willing to help me when I was in a low point. However, Shoubo himself did not live a happy life in his previous life. He got married at the age of 30. 2 years later, his girlfriend cried and begged him, saying, she is not pregnant, and he did not move. After the divorce, Shoubo was disheartened and left this sad place. Since then, the two never met again. Chu Xuan patted Shoubo's shoulder gently. Skinny, if you meet a woman named Xu Xuan in the future, stay away from her. After he finished speaking, Chu Xuan took a deep breath and then took a step forward. He seemed to be going to a date with the cycle of life and death, and he exuded an aura of being ready to kill any god that stood in his way and slaughter any Buddha that stood in his way. Behind him, his best friend Shoubo opened his mouth. He originally wanted to ask who Xu Xuan was, but after seeing Chu Xuan's unstoppable background, he ended up saying nothing. The moment he walked into the classroom, Chu Xuan's gaze swept across the young and energetic faces in front of him and went straight to the window. At first glance, I saw the bright and dazzling girl. Her long, dense hair covered half of her face, and she wore a pair of old-fashioned black-framed glasses on her delicate nose. She always wore an old-fashioned school uniform. Such a timid and cowardly girl has no sense of presence in the class. Even Chu Xuan, who had been her deskmate for 3 years, had never really understood her. Chu Xuan stopped gently in front of the girl. Then, he stared straight at the girl who often appeared in his dreams. As if she had noticed Chu Xuan's gaze, the girl who was originally reading a book raised her head subconsciously. Chu Xuan, with gentle and calm eyes, smiled brightly. Xiao Shuang. I'm back, come on, smile. The girl was slightly stunned. She didn't understand the meaning of Chu Xuan's words, but she felt that her deskmate seemed a little different today. As the girl's eyes widened, Chu Xuan gently reached out and took off the glasses on her nose. Just at this moment, a ray of morning sunlight outside the window shone through the gaps in the leaves onto the girl's face, making one side of her cheek glow slightly. It was that golden, dazzling light. The girl was stunned for just a moment, and then a smile gradually appeared on her beautiful face. This smile soon spread across her beautiful face. Suddenly, the girl smiled shyly. In the sunshine, the girl in front of me looked like a fairy walking out of a painting. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower, as warm and bright as the sunshine outside the window. At this moment, Chu Xuan suddenly couldn't tell whether he was in a dream or reality. He gently reached out and tugged at the girl's long braid. Yer Tilder. The girl blushed. She snatched her glasses from Chu Xuan, put them back on, looked at him curiously, then lowered her head, deciding not to pay any more attention to this bad guy. It wasn't a dream after all. Chu Xuan sat back in his seat. He breathed gently, and a faint minty scent wafted to his nose. It's the smell of the girl next to me. It is not strong, but light and subtle, just like the fragrance of an endless sea of flowers in spring, which makes people's hearts sway. Chu Xuan took a deep breath subconsciously, and the faint fragrance from the tip of his nose was inhaled into his heart and lungs through his mouth and nose, and his whole person became infinitely better. He placed the book of The Little Prince in front of him and tore off the title page because Xu Shanshan's name was written on it and it could not be used anymore. Chu Xuan picked up another card, then opened the book and continued writing and drawing. 5 minutes later, Chu Xuan, who had finally completed the task, clipped the card in the book and gently pushed it in front of the lesbian's desk. What's this? Although Zhao Xuan was concentrating on reading, her peripheral vision was always paying attention to Chu Xuan's every move. Seeing the book pushed to her, the girl who had just sworn in her heart that she would never pay attention to Chu Xuan again immediately put the book in front of her. She opened it gently and took out the card inside. You can see that all the numbers above are strings. The clever girl quickly discovered the secret on the card. She turned the pages of the book one by one according to the numbers on the card, then found the corresponding rows and columns and circled the letters one by one. 2 minutes later, Zhao Xuan looked at the string of letters in front of her, and her little face turned hot and red. Zhao Xuan, at this moment I want to hold your hand. Zhao Xuan, at this moment I want to hold your hand tightly. Chapter 4. He just uses this method to attract your attention. Did you write it wrong? This should be for Xu Shanshan. The girl beside him had flushed cheeks, and her jewel-like eyes seemed to be full of spirit. Zhao Xuan naturally knew that the person Chu Xuan liked was Xu Shanshan. It should be said that everyone in the whole class, even the whole school, knew about this. In the past, Chu Xuan would confess his love to Xu Shanshan every now and then. It can be said that his heart and eyes were filled with Xu Shanshan. Therefore, when the girl sitting next to me looked at the little prince in front of her, her face was full of disbelief. Chu Xuan didn't care about the girl's surprised look. He leaned closer to the other person with a smile in his eyes. You're not mistaken, this is for you. By the way, I'm curious about something Tilder. Under Chu Xuan's gentle gaze, the girl's bright eyes curved into crescents, and then she stared at him in a daze. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xuan said calmly, I'm a little curious. In our class, besides me, has anyone seen you take off your glasses? The girl beside him immediately lowered her head, but dared not look at him again. Chu Xuan, in a good mood, picked up the textbook in front of him. When he opened the Chinese textbook and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar words on it, the expression on his face slowly froze. In his previous life, although Chu Xuan's grades were not outstanding, he was also in the upper middle class in the class. He performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination and was admitted to a bottom-tier university together with Xu Shanshan. As for Zhao Xuan beside him, Chu Xuan clearly remembered that she was admitted to Shuemu University. When receiving the admission letter, Zhao Xuan took off her glasses and looked glowing white and heart-throbbingly beautiful. It was not until that moment that the whole school knew that Zhao Xuan was the treasure girl. Countless boys were hammering their heads and stamping their feet, regretting that they had missed a wonderful love. Chu Xuan stayed in the Magic City and Zhao Xuan went to the capital, and the two had no contact since then. And now, Chu Xuan already knows that it is May 3rd. In other words, there are only 30 days left until the college entrance examination. Chu Xuan had just come into this world, and he finally met his treasured girl. How could he accept the fate of being separated from her in 30 days? So, no matter what, I have to get into the same university as her. 30 days, Mizuki University. This is the goal Chu Xuan set for himself. A goal that must be accomplished. However, when he picked up the textbook in front of him and looked at the completely unfamiliar words on it, Chu Xuan panicked for the first time. Yuzhang is the old county, Hongju is the new capital. The stars are divided into Yi and Jin, and the land is connected to Hanganlu. It is surrounded by 3 rivers and 5 lakes, and controls the barbarians and attracts OU and U. A preface to the Pavilion of Prince Teng, an article that I could recite easily in my previous life, but now, even reading it is difficult for me. From the age of 18 to 40, Chu Xuan experienced 22 years of lows in his life. His brain had long been rigid and dull. Even though he tried hard to recite in an attempt to awaken memories that had been dormant for 22 years, it was all in vain. Just when he was filled with despair, he suddenly remembered that as a time traveler, he might have a golden finger like the system. Chu Xuan has 2 major hobbies in his top 10, reading novels and anime. Naturally, he was familiar with the system. System. Is there a system? Come out quickly. As if grabbing a life-saving straw, Chu Xuan called out in his heart over and over again. However, no matter how she shouted, no virtual panel appeared before her eyes. There was no magical voice responding in my mind. Yes. God has already been very kind to me by allowing me to go back to the past and make up for my regrets. How can I expect the system to change everything? Chu Xuan slowly accepted the fact that he didn't have a golden finger. After all, I am just an ordinary person. Instead of expecting God's gift, I might as well work hard on the ground. He collected his thoughts, then concentrated his attention, focusing again on the text in front of him. Chu Xuan was racing against time. When he encountered questions he didn't understand, he would ask the guy with the big braid beside him. Just as the bell was about to ring, Xu Shanshan finally walked into the classroom on time. She glanced fiercely at the seat near the classroom window and sat down in the back row of the classroom angrily. What's wrong? Did Chu Xuan confess to you again? Xu Shanshan's deskmate is Guoziyan. They are best friends and can talk about anything and everything whenever they want. The bell for class hasn't rung yet, the teacher hasn't arrived yet, and most of the students in the class are reading books conscientiously. Xu Shanshan glanced coldly at Chu Xuan's back and said in a cold tone. Don't mention him. I get angry when you mention him. Guoziyan is 2 months older than Xu Shanshan. She is thoughtful and her family is in business. She is also smart. She usually helps to come up with ideas when encountering problems. Seeing Xu Shanshan like this, Guoziyan couldn't help but be curious. Didn't Chu Xuan give you a pair of earrings yesterday? He hurriedly pulled you away this morning. Wasn't he confessing his love to you? He did confess his love to me and gave me the original Little Prince book, saying that he only loved me. I rejected him, but I don't know what was wrong with him. He actually took away my gift. Xu Shanshan's eyes were filled with resentment. I've rejected him countless times before, but never like this. He actually said that we are really not suitable for each other and we should just be strangers from now on. I'm so angry. Guoziyan also showed a look of disbelief. As Xu Shanshan's best friend, she knows Chu Xuan's madness better than anyone else. Chu Xuan simply can't live without Xu Shanshan. In the past, Xu Shanshan deliberately ignored him, and Chu Xuan seemed to have lost his soul. He tried every means to make Xu Shanshan happy. As for taking the initiative to break up, he had never done that before. After thinking for a moment, Guoziyan immediately said confidently. I know, this must be Chu Xuan's new trick. Think about it, Chu Xuan used to be around you every day, wanting to hold you in his hands, but what happened? You didn't ignore him at all. This guy must have seen that pestering him didn't work, so he used this trick to attract your attention. You see, he just used this trick and you panicked. Xu Shanshan immediately shook her head. I'm not panicking, Ziyang, what do you think I should do next? Guo Ziyan showed a confident expression. Based on my understanding of Chu Xuan, if you ignore him, he will definitely not last a week, or even 3 days. By then, he will definitely beg for mercy from you. Xu Shanshan recalled the time when Chu Xuan took the initiative to apologize to her, and couldn't help but sneer. I don't think he can hold out for 2 days. He will apologize to me tomorrow. But this time, I will never forgive her easily. Xu Shanshan secretly swore in her heart that this time, she must subdue Chu Xuan and make him never dare to disobey her again. Chapter 5 I'm just testing you, why don't you chase me? In a whole day, Chu Xuan only memoized 2 paragraphs of the 773-word Tinwang Pavilion preface. He memoized it well at first, but forgot it completely the moment he turned around. In the end, Chu Xuan simply gave up reciting. Glancing at the ponytailed girl beside him, Chu Xuan put down the book in his hand and planned to take a break and change his mind. At this time, the sunset outside the window was about to set. The last ray of sunset light was reflected into the classroom through the glass of the opposite building, just falling on half of Chen Yu's body, allowing her to bathe in the sunset. The girl wore a pair of black framed glasses on her straight nose, which did not destroy her beauty, but made her eyes clearer and brighter. She held a book called Full Marks Composition for College Entrance Examination in her hand, and her slender fingers gently turned the pages, making a slight rustling sound. The girl seemed to have read something interesting. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and her fair and delicate fingertips gently stroked the passage that interested her. Even the spirit in her eyes overflowed. After a moment, she seemed a little tired to maintain the same posture, so she stretched slightly, and as the waves on her chest surged, the girl changed to a more comfortable posture. Chu Xuan suddenly fell into deep thought. Why was I so blinded by my love in the past that I pursued my childhood sweetheart Xu Shanshan wholeheartedly? Obviously, there is a treasure girl by his side. In Chu Xuan's memory, Zhao Xuan always looked cautious. She seemed afraid of being noticed and never did anything out of line. She was completely like an invisible person. In his previous life, when he was dying, Zhao Xuan, whom he had not seen for 22 years, appeared before him again. Only then did Chu Xuan truly realize how beautiful she was. 22 years later, Zhao Xuan, wearing a red dress, looked as beautiful as a rose. Her eyebrows were like willows, her eyes were like autumn waves, her lips were like cherries, and her face was like peach blossoms. She was so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. At this time, the 18-year-old Zhao Xuan was quiet, well-behaved, youthful and brilliant. Why is there such a big difference between wearing glasses and not wearing glasses? There was doubt in Chu Xuan's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl beside him suddenly tilted her head slightly. Her voice was soft and sticky, as sweet as cotton candy. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zhao Xuan's ethereal voice woke Chu Xuan up. When he looked up, he found that the sunset in the sky had completely set. On the first day, the light above his head illuminated the entire classroom. Glancing at the majestic mountains of the girl beside him, Chu Xuan asked curiously. What cup size is yours? Go to hell, Tilder. The blushing girl never looked at Chu Xuan again. At this time, Chu Xuan picked up the textbook again and started studying again. I don't know how long it was before the school bell finally rang. Just as he was hesitatingly packing his school bag, his deskmate Zhao Xuan suddenly picked up a pen and drew a big D on the notebook in front of Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan was a little dazed at first, but after a moment, he suddenly smiled. So it's D. No wonder it can't fit in one hand. After saying these words softly, he quickly packed his school bag and chased after the girl in front of him. High school students have no human rights. When Chu Xuan walked out of the classroom door, it was already very late. He immediately saw the figure walking with his head down, quickened his pace, and soon walked side by side with the other person. Ha! Why aren't you with Xu Shanshan? You always pestered her after school. There was a flash of surprise in Zhao Xuan's eyes. She felt that Chu Xuan was a little different today, but she couldn't tell exactly what was different. Chu Xuan had a smile on his face, his eyes focused and warm. Because I was rejected, I gave up. By the way, how about I treat you to spicy hot pot? Zhao Xuan's eyes lit up slightly, but she soon lowered her head. My mother left some food for me. There's a hot and sour noodle shop in front, the taste is very special, I'll treat you. Chu Xuan did not give up, but said to himself. There are also lean meatballs, grilled cold noodles, and crayfish. I definitely want a cup of milk tea at this time. Zhao Xuan sniffed her pretty little nose. She felt like she was about to drool, but she still said stubbornly. What else out there isn't tea healthy? Chu Xuan knew that Zhao Xuan was a foodie and she had no resistance to delicious food. Seeing that the other party's eyes had softened, he continued to increase the offer. Then let's order mutton skewers, the kind with fat and lean, sizzling and juicy, how about it? This time the girl could no longer resist the temptation. After swallowing hard, she nodded with shining eyes. Chu Xuan smiled. Little foodie. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the snack street near the school. Chu Xuan was holding a bunch of delicious food in his hands. Beside him, Zhao Xuan was holding grilled cold noodles in one hand and lamb skewers in the other, her face full of happiness. Woo 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 tilde. After eating what's in your mouth, you're talking. Zhao Xuan ate voraciously with her little mouth full. After she finished the delicious food in her mouth, Chu Xuan picked up a tissue and helped her wipe the grease from the corners of her mouth. Chu Xuan told her, why don't you eat? There are so many, I can't finish them all by myself. The girl's face flushed slightly. She felt as if she were in a dream. It feels like my heart is melting. When you're full, I'll eat all the rest. Chu Xuan's eyes were full of doting. He was afraid that the girl would choke, so he handed the milk tea in his hand to her mouth. At this moment, Chu Xuan suddenly discovered that there was a flash of panic in the eyes of the girl next to him. Just like a child caught stealing food by an adult, Zhao Xuan subconsciously hid behind herself at this moment. Chu Xuan raised his head slightly and saw two familiar figures standing in front of him. One is the childhood sweetheart, the school beauty Xu Shanshan, and the other is Xu Shanshan's best friend Guoziyan. Two girls walked out of a rice noodle shop hand in hand, each holding a grilled sausage in her hand. Because they had just eaten hot rice noodles, the two girls' faces were slightly flushed and their hair on their foreheads was wet with sweat. The 18-year-old girl has developed perfectly, and her plump chest is extremely dazzling. As one of the three most beautiful girls in the class, Guoziyan has a beauty mole at the corner of her eye, which makes her look youthful and charming, especially when she smiles. She wears a light blue dress and has long hair hanging down her shoulders, looking youthful and brilliant. If she was walking alone on the street, she would definitely get a lot of attention, but when she walked with Xu Shanshan, she instantly became a foil. As the school belle of Shanghai Experimental High School, Xu Shanshan is like an exquisite doll. She has clear and bright pupils, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes that tremble slightly, and fair and flawless skin with a pink tint. However, Xu Shanshan, who had a beautiful face, looked extremely ugly at this moment. She stared straight at Chu Xuan, her eyes full of frost as she said, Chu Xuan, you'd better give me a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 6. No one in this world can test me. Chu Xuan, why are you so childish? Do you think you can attract my attention by ignoring me like this? You haven't given me a reasonable explanation for what happened this morning. If you continue like this, we're really done. The food street near the school is very lively every night. Xu Shanshan is a school beauty herself, with good looks and a graceful figure, which naturally attracts the attention of people around her. Under the gaze of a large group of people, Xu Shanshan raised her head slightly, and her watery eyes showed arrogance as if she could see through everything. Chu Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Explain. Didn't we make it clear this morning? From now on, we won't bother each other. Also, when did I attract your attention? Are you imagining too much? Xu Shanshan sneered. Chu Xuan, I know what kind of person you are better than you. Isn't it because I rejected your confession this morning and you couldn't save face, so you deliberately acted with Zhao Xuan to irritate me? Do you think this is interesting? Xu Shanshan thought about it for a whole day and she thought she had seen through everything. Chu Xuan liked me, this was something everyone knew. He had confessed his love to me dozens of times, if not 100 times, since the 3rd grade of elementary school, but I rejected him every time. As for now, Chu Xuan just wanted to use other girls to anger me and then make me agree to be his girlfriend. Zhao Xuan and Chu Xuan are desk mates. She has no sense of presence in the class, her grades are average to below average, and she is cowardly and timid. During class, Xu Shanshan saw Chu Xuan and Zhao Xuan flirting with each other. They must be discussing how to act and make their presence felt in front of her. At this moment Xu Shanshan looked at Zhao Xuan gently. She wore a pair of big glasses on her nose and had long hair covering her cheeks. She was always around her. If it weren't for her pity, Xu Shanshan would not have cared about this girl at all. Whether in terms of appearance or temperament, whether in terms of figure or looks, Xu Shanshan beats the girl on the opposite side. As long as Chu Xuan is not blind, he will not give up on himself as the school belle and chase after a Cinderella. There was pride in Xu Shanshan's eyes, and the look she gave Chu Xuan opposite her was slightly condescending. At this moment, Chu Xuan looked at the girl beside him with tenderness. This girl has always liked me since her freshman year of high school. Until the end, when I was lying in the intensive care unit, she was the only one holding my hand tightly. It was at that moment that Chu Xuan swore in his heart that if there was an afterlife, he would do his best to protect her. Chu Xuan glanced at Xu Shanshan opposite him and said in a cold voice, "I have said before that we will not interfere with each other from now on. As for Zhao Xuan, you have no right to say anything about her." In his previous life, Xu Shanshan in front of him made him suffer a lot and experience the warmth and coldness of life. It is no exaggeration to say that because of her, his life was completely ruined. She has been treated like a princess since kindergarten. From elementary school, junior high school, college, and even 2 years after graduation, Chu Xuan had always raised her like a daughter. In the end, all I got was a reply like, "This is my neighbor's brother, and you will bless us, right?" Her light words took away her own life. Even at the end, when she was about to die, she was unwilling to look at herself even more. Therefore, Chu Xuan wanted her to endure 10 or 100 times the pain he endured. Chu Xuan knew that if he continued to lick Xu Shanshan's as before, she would not even look at him. You may even feel that you are useless and that she can manipulate you at will or even step on you. But now, he no longer licked her and even took the initiative to distance himself from her. Xu Shanshan really became impatient and even started to move closer to him to make her presence felt. Seeing that Xu Shanshan had fallen into the trap, Chu Xuan didn't give her any chance at all. He gently pulled Zhao Xuan's hand and turned away. Zhao Xuan was holding grilled cold noodles in one hand and lamb skewers in the other, and Chu Xuan was holding her little hand. She had no idea what was going on, but at this moment, she did not resist at all, but followed Chu Xuan's pace obediently. Seeing the two people passing by her, Xu Shanshan's eyes widened instantly. Everything that happened before her eyes was completely different from what she had imagined. Xu Shanshan thought that when Chu Xuan saw that she was angry, he would panic and immediately apologize to her. In fact, Xu Shanshan had already made up her mind that she would never forgive Chu Xuan easily this time. I must torture him until he never dares to break up with me again. However, reality did not develop as she expected. Chu Xuan didn't look back. He pulled the ugly duckling Zhao Xuan, and the two gradually disappeared from his sight. Xu Shanshan suddenly felt that her heart became empty in an instant. Her eyes quickly turned red and she bit her red lips slightly. She immediately strode forward and blocked the two of them, and said stubbornly, "Chu Xuan, I've told you before, I'm just testing you. When you go to college, I'll consider you first. If you give up so easily, how can I trust you with the rest of my life?" This time, Chu Xuan didn't even want to look at her anymore. Instead, he held Xu Shanshan's hand and walked right past her. "In this world, only Guojia and the people can test me. Who do you think you are? Just you? Why should you test me?" There was no emotion in Chu Xuan's eyes. He held Zhao Xuan's little hand and passed by her again. "I won't let you leave Tilda. You are not allowed to leave without my permission. Chu Xuan, Tilda, you bastard, coward." Xu Shanshan's voice was stubborn but with a hint of crying. This was the first time in her life that she cried because of Chu Xuan. You know, in the past, it was always Chu Xuan who begged her on his knees. She was the one who turned away with a cold face. But this time, there were unexpected turns and Chu Xuan and her positions were switched. When the two figures completely disappeared, Xu Shanshan, whose tears finally fell from the corners of her eyes, turned her gaze to her best friend beside her. She was puzzled. "Ziyang, didn't you say Chu Xuan was deliberately trying to anger me? Didn't you say he would change his mind soon? How could this happen? He was never like this before." On the side, Guoziyan witnessed everything. She didn't understand why Chu Xuan, who used to be humble to the core, suddenly seemed like a different person this time. However, seeing her best friend in tears, she could only bite the bullet and comfort her. Shanshan told her, I think Chu Xuan must be acting. Think about it, Zhao Xuanshuang is so ordinary and you are so beautiful. Chu Xuan would have to be blind to choose Zhao Xuanshuang. Wait a little longer, he will definitely come to you. At this moment, Xu Shanshan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes fiercely. She stared straight at the direction where the two people disappeared, her heart full of confusion. Xu Shanshan didn't know what was wrong. Clearly in the morning, Chu Xuan dragged me to the playground to confess his love to me and said that he would love me forever. She was just refusing as usual. Why did he suddenly take back the gift given to her? Why should I buy food for other girls? I was just testing you, not asking you to give up. Why should you stop pursuing me? Xu Shanshan bit her red lips with a sad face. She realized belatedly, Ziyang, do you think Chu Xuan has become more handsome than before? This time, even Guoziyan noticed the change in her best friend. Chapter 7 The Most Beautiful Old Photos in Memory. Chu Xuan held Zhao Xuanshuang's hand, and the two walked out of the food street. Only after they had completely gotten rid of Xu Shanshan's figure did the girl beside him gently break free from his palm. Zhao Xuanshuang, who was slightly out of breath, raised her cheeks, and her beautiful eyes stared at Chu Xuan's profile in a daze. Chu Xuan touched his cheek and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just feel that you seem to be different today, Chu Xuan. In the past, your heart and eyes were full of Xu Shanshan. She told you to go east and never dared to go west." Chu Xuan naturally knew how stupid he was in the past. He didn't want to talk about the past, so he changed the subject. "I was so stupid before. There were obviously girls who were more worthy of my cherishment, but I chose to chase after someone I could never have. But fortunately, I'm back, and everything is in time." Chu Xuan smiled. The girl beside him widened her eyes as if she understood something, and there was a hint of intelligence in her eyes. "Eat the food in your hand quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. By the way, let me take you home." The girl originally wanted to refute, but she hesitated for a moment and finally chose to remain silent. The two walked side by side. The city is lit up with thousands of lights at night. A bright moon hangs above my head. The silver moonlight sprinkled on the young boy and girl, and everything seemed so quiet and beautiful. There was tenderness in Chu Xuan's eyes. This scene often appeared in his dreams, so he tried hard to open his eyes wide, wanting to remember this moment firmly in his heart. What if there was a camera? What's wrong? In this way, all the beautiful things can be recorded and preserved forever. Isn't it the same if you keep it in mind? No, after a long time, it's easy to forget. For example, I can't remember your face. Don't we see each other every day? Really? Yes, from now on, we will see each other every day. Chu Xuan sent Zhao Xuanshuang to a residential building. Originally, Chu Xuan wanted to send her upstairs, but the girl firmly refused. So Chu Xuan stood there and watched her figure disappear in the elevator. When he turned around, the smile in Chu Xuan's eyes became more gentle. According to the memory in his mind, Chu Xuan returned to his home. My parents were not seen at home. The vague memory slowly becomes clear. When I was in junior high school, my parents went out to work and opened a barber shop in another place. In order to make a living, our family was forced to separate. I remember that I cried and made a fuss when I was a child, but later I slowly accepted the fact that I lived alone. Come to think of it, my failure in the college entrance examination was due to the lack of supervision from my family. Looking at everything that was familiar yet unfamiliar in front of him, Chu Xuan suddenly felt tired and then fell into a deep sleep. Ding 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 tilde. Early the next morning, the alarm rang in his ears, and Chu Xuan felt his head was dizzy. Since graduating from college and becoming a freelance writer, Chu Xuan's life routine has been completely turned upside down. He can't remember how long it has been since he heard the alarm. He sat up dazedly. The moment he opened his eyes, Chu Xuan felt that he might still not wake up. What appeared before his eyes was not his own dirty and messy doghouse, but a boy's bedroom full of vitality. There are bookshelves filled with books, desks with textbooks, and most importantly, the childish face in the bedside mirror. Sure enough, everything that happened yesterday was not a dream, I was really reborn. After sitting on the bed in a daze for a minute, Chu Xuan found that he was not as shocked or excited as he had imagined. At the age of 40, the heart that had been tortured by life has long become as hard as a rock. He calmly picked up the t-shirt with the letters printed on it on the bedside table and put it on his head. When he put on the jeans, he was impressed again that his greasy and fat belly had disappeared, and in its place was a healthy 18-year-old body. Chu Xuan glanced at the calendar on the desk. May 4, 2008. There are 29 days left until the college entrance examination. I glanced at the rising sun outside the window, and my mind couldn't help but think of the girl from last night. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a brilliant arc. He stuffed all the books on the desk into his school bag and slung it over his shoulder. When he was about to turn around and leave, he accidentally saw the camera on the desk out of the corner of his eye. He thought of his regret last night, hesitated for a moment, and then stuffed the camera into his school bag. The school is not far from home. Walking along the street, everything in front of me seems so familiar and friendly. The moment Chu Xuan stepped into the school gate, his heart began to beat unconsciously as he looked at the youthful faces around him. He walked briskly to the classroom door. Because he didn't take his time to get up and didn't have breakfast, when Chu Xuan arrived at the class, it was still very early and there were only a few people in the whole class. My eyes subconsciously turned to the window near the classroom. There, the figure with a thick and long whip was lying quietly on the desk. At this moment, the rising sun was shining on her side face, and the gentle breeze blew up the naughty hair on her forehead. Everything seemed so beautiful. With a slight movement in his heart, Chu Xuan did not rush into the classroom. Standing at the door of the classroom, he opened his school bag and took out a camera. He adjusted the focus skillfully and then pointed the lens at her standing by the window. By the window, the girl took out her textbook, opened it, and seemed to feel uncomfortable with her glasses. So she gently took off the black-framed glasses on her nose. When she was picking up a tissue to wipe the lenses, she suddenly felt a gaze. She looked up subconsciously and saw a figure at the door of the classroom. A hint of joy instantly flashed in her eyes. Chu Xuan raised the corner of his mouth and said loudly to the girl, "Xu Shanshan, smile." Hearing this, the girl by the window suddenly remembered that last night, under the moonlight, Chu Xuan once said that he wanted to use a camera to capture all the beautiful scenes. Then, the cleverness in the girl's eyes was slowly replaced by a smile. A bright smile slowly spread across her face. Puff! The girl with the flawless face smiled heartlessly. Crack! Chu Xuan, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately pressed the shutter. The picture is frozen in the camera. The sunlight outside the window shines on one side of the girl's cheek, and the girl's cheek glows slightly. It is a warm, faint light, which makes the lens look a little white, and the photo looks a bit yellowish and hazy. Under the lens, there are even spots caused by light and shadow, and the whole photo looks like an old photo. But among all the tones, one can clearly see the girl turning her head and looking back. The spring sunshine is bright and warm, and the girl's smile is bright and brilliant. She was like a fairy walking out of a painting. Everything looks so beautiful and romantic. At this moment, Chu Xuan, holding the camera in his hand, was in a daze, his eyes fixed on the photo that he had been thinking about for many years. At this moment, he just wanted to keep this photo well. In this way, no matter how much time passes, I can always see her beautiful smile. Chapter 8. Your treasure girl is just my little follower. You said you wanted to take pictures last night, and now your wish has finally come true. Zhao Xuan and Chu Xuan were deskmates. Chu Xuan sat near the window, so every time Chu Xuan returned to his seat, he had to pass by her. At this time, the girl leaned forward slightly, leaving a narrow passage behind her for Chu Xuan. If it was Chu Xuan from the previous life, he would definitely turn sideways and pass through quickly. But this time, Chu Xuan, holding a camera in one hand and a school bag in the other, was not in a hurry. He gently walked to Zhao Xuan's side and slowly passed behind her. When he returned to his seat, the girl next to him opened her big, gem-like eyes. She glanced at the camera in Chu Xuan's hand and asked knowingly, "Chu Xuan, what did you just take a picture of?" Zhao Xuan's voice is gentle, sweet and soft, just like marshmallows, which makes people feel at ease. Chu Xuan didn't answer, but pushed the camera in his hand in front of her. The girl took the camera, and when she saw the pictures in the camera that looked like old photos, she covered her mouth with her hands, looking incredulous. "Oh my God, is this really me?" Obviously, Zhao Xuan herself did not expect that she would be so amazing after taking off her glasses. Chu Xuan's mouth curled up slightly. He took the initiative to cross the 38th line, approached the girl, and said very seriously, "Do you want to change? Do you want everyone to look at you with new eyes? Do you want to be as radiant as in the photos?" At this moment, the two were very close, and Xu Shanshan could even clearly smell the youthful and sunny scent on Chu Xuan. The breath from his mouth and nose blew gently on her cheek, which made Xu Shanshan's heart start to beat wildly. She subconsciously turned to the side, trying to get away from Chu Xuan, and her face flushed. "I don't know what you're talking about." Xu Shanshan's face was very red, even her crystal earlobes turned red. The 18-year-old girl was youthful and shy, so Chu Xuan did not push her any further. He took a deep breath of the girl's sweet scent, then sat up straight again. However, Chu Xuan's good mood only lasted for a moment. When his gaze returned to the textbook in front of him, he felt extremely lost. Yesterday was his first day in this world, and he spent a day facing reality. He knew that he had no system and no golden fingers. The worst thing is that my 40-year-old soul has become very dull. Even if I tried hard to read a book all day yesterday, when I look back now, I can't remember even a single sentence. As soon as I open a book, my brain becomes a mess. He fixed his eyes on Xu Shanshan beside him. This girl is a real treasure girl. Chu Xuan clearly remembered that in his previous life, before the college entrance examination, Xu Shanshan's grades had always been ordinary. But until the end of the college entrance examination, when the results were announced, Xu Shanshan was admitted to the Imperial University with the first place in the school, or even the first place in the city. On the day she received the notice, Xu Shanshan took off her black-framed glasses and lifted her long hair that had been covering her cheeks to her ears. She changed from the school uniform she always wore to a black pleated skirt and a pair of small leather shoes. Their whole person looks like a fairy walking out of a painting. That day, countless boys in the whole school had their hearts captured by her. I don't even know how many boys are beating their chests and stamping their feet, regretting not discovering this treasure girl earlier. As Xu Shanshan's deskmate, Chu Xuan was ridiculed by countless boys. It was funny that he and Xu Shanshan had been sitting at the same table for 3 years, but he had never discovered this treasure girl. The only chance in his life to get the upper hand was wasted. Chu Xuan gently opened the book in front of him. In his previous life, although his grades were not outstanding, he worked hard and tried his best to be admitted to the same university as his childhood sweetheart Xu Shanshan, and barely got admitted into a third-rate university. But now, after 20 years of decadence, he had long forgotten the knowledge in the textbooks. The Analects of Confucius, preface to the Pavilion of Princeton, or the math books in front of him, all the formulas and laws that looked like scribbles, completely dumbfounded him. In the past, although I was thinking about how to confess my love to Xu Shanshan all day long, I did not fall behind in my studies. I could always score above 85 out of 100 on the test. But now, if I were given a test paper with a perfect score, even if I had to guess and make up the answers, I would be lucky if I could get 30 points. Chu Xuan clenched his fists lightly. He finally escaped from despair and returned to high school. God let him come back to make up for his regrets. He wanted to be admitted to the same university as Xu Shanshan, and then the two of them would never be separated again. How could I give up because of this little setback? So, even though his mind was empty and he had no way to concentrate, Chu Xuan still forced himself to read seriously. Soon, the class bell rang, and Chu Xuan devoted himself to studying. Chu Xuan gritted his teeth and persisted for a whole morning, but still gained nothing and couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. It was already lunchtime and most of the students in the class had already left the classroom. Of course, there are also some people who choose to stay. Chu Xuan's parents worked in other places, so there was no hot meals even when he went home. In addition, the schedule was tight and the tasks were heavy in his senior year of high school, so Chu Xuan usually had a quick lunch in the school cafeteria or the canteen. He rubbed his dizzy head and was thinking about what to eat for lunch when he suddenly heard a girl's clear voice. "Xu Shanshan, buy me some fried rice cakes. Oh, and don't add too much chili or onions or ginger tilder. Xu Xuan, please bring me a portion of fried noodles, and also buy me a bottle of water." Beside him, two girls, Xu Shanshan and Guoziyan, threw change in front of Xu Shanshan. A morning of intense study made the two girls a little tired. Xu Shanshan, with her long flowing hair, raised her head slightly, looking as if it was a matter of course. "Xu Shanshan, you'd better hurry up. I didn't eat anything this morning, and now I'm starving." At this moment, Xu Shanshan raised her chin slightly, with pride and condescension in her eyes, and at the same time glanced at Chu Xuan by the window. Beside him, Zhao Xuan lowered her head slightly. The long hair on her forehead covered her cheeks, making it impossible to see the expression on her face. However, the girl did not refute. She silently collected the change on the table, then stood up and walked out the door. Until this moment, Xu Shanshan's slightly mocking words rang in Chu Xuan's ears again. Chu Xuan, do you see clearly? This is the shield you are looking for. In front of me, Zhao Xuan is just my little follower. She is nothing. You are really blind to choose a girl like this. At this moment, Chu Xuan suddenly clenched his fists, and his eyes turned cold. Chapter 9, She has paid so much for me. Chu Xuan clenched and unclenched his fists, then clenched them again. If it was Chu Xuan from 20 years ago, when he saw someone trying to hurt Zhao Xuan, he would definitely rush forward without hesitation and then wrestle with the other person. As for the consequences, he would not care at all. But now, 20 years of life experience have made Chu Xuan's character more mature. He knew that impulse would not solve any problems. Xu Shanshan was just using little girls' tricks to deliberately get close to me. If he couldn't even control his temper, Chu Xuan's 40 years of life would have been lived in vain. At this moment, Chu Xuan was not angry. He just glanced at Xu Shanshan and Guo Ziyan in front of him with a calm look. In his eyes, the two girls were just ordinary strangers, not even worth a second glance. Then, Chu Xuan stood up gently and passed by the two girls again. When Chu Xuan arrived at the classroom door, he was surprised that Zhao Xuan had not left. She was leaning quietly on the corridor railing, as if waiting for him. Gently approaching the other party, Chu Xuan sighed. You don't know how to resist at all. If you keep doing this, they will always treat you as an errand boy. Zhao Xuan in the corridor raised her cheeks slightly, with her hands behind her back, her expression gentle. Before, I was the invisible one in the class. No one wanted to play with me. Xu Shanshan and Guo Ziyan were like princesses who were high above everyone else, so I always wanted to fit in with them, even if I had to run errands occasionally. At this moment, Zhao Xuan suddenly turned around, and her dark eyes seemed to be full of spirit. Besides, you were always around Xu Shanshan at that time. If I ran errands for Xu Shanshan, I could stay with you for a while longer. But now, since you don't want to pay attention to them, there is no need for me to continue to tangle with them. As for their lunch, let them starve today. Har har har, am I really bad? In the past, Zhao Xuan was a nobody. She always kept her head down, curled up in a corner alone, and never did anything to attract other people's attention. But now, Chu Xuan discovered that there was a spirit in Zhao Xuan's eyes, and their whole person seemed to be reborn. Chu Xuan didn't realize until now that the reason why Zhao Xuan was willing to be Xu Shanshan's follower was just to get a look at him more. In the previous life, he always stayed around Xu Shanshan, never cared about Zhao Xuan, and never cared about how gentle the look in her eyes was when she looked at him. At this moment, Chu Xuan really wanted to slap himself. How could he have been so obsessed as to lose such a good girl? He took a deep breath, then his face was full of tenderness. I'll treat you to a big meal to celebrate our new life. Zhao Xuan raised her head slightly. She looked into Chu Xuan's clear and gentle eyes, which were full of her own reflection, so she nodded heavily. There are several small restaurants near the school. They serve good food at low prices and are very popular among students. But today Chu Xuan didn't want to eat fried noodles or rice noodles. He wanted to treat Zhao Xuan to a good meal. The two continued forward and soon arrived at an elegantly decorated Western restaurant. I don't know if the food here tastes good, but it is definitely expensive. Chu Xuan's parents were not at home, so they would always give him 2 months' living expenses in advance. Chu Xuan always has several $100s in his wallet, enough to cover all his expenses. At this moment, Zhao Xuan beside him walked in with ease. Zhao Xuan was obviously a regular customer here. She walked to the ordering counter very skillfully and ordered 2 set meals. Soon, the waiter brought the food, and Zhao Xuan said mysteriously, Guo Ziyan's family is very rich. She often brings us here for a big meal. Otherwise, if there is no benefit, do you think I would be willing to run errands for them? As he spoke, a bright light flashed in Zhao Xuan's eyes. Chu Xuan, who was eating voraciously, suddenly remembered that Guo Ziyan seemed to have gone abroad for college and had no news since then. She should have settled abroad. Obviously, her family background was very good. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Xuan said softly. You really don't bring them lunch? I'm afraid they'll give you trouble. Then let's wait until the class is almost starting and go back to the classroom on time. Zhao Xuanxuan's eyes were bright. When she was with Chu Xuan, she seemed like a different person. She was no longer the self-abased and introverted girl in school. She became youthful and lively. I suddenly realized that you look really good when you smile. By the way, since we have to get back to the classroom on time, let's eat slowly. Chu Xuan, who had been eating voraciously, slowed down his eating speed. He raised his head and said, Xiao Shuang, if you have made up your mind to separate from Xu Shanshan and the others, then take this opportunity to stay away from them. There is still a month left before the college entrance examination. Put all your energy into studying. Even if you fail in the future, you can say with a clear conscience that you have tried your best. I won't fail. Zhao Xuanxuan had confidence in his eyes. Chu Xuan suddenly remembered that his homeroom teacher liked to put a student with good grades and a student with poor grades in the same class. Chu Xuan's grades have always been around 20th in the class. Zhao Xuanxuan has always kept her grades at 40th in the class, which just complements Chu Xuan. It is precisely because of this that the two of them were able to sit at the same table from the first to the third year of high school. However, during the college entrance examination, Zhao Xuanxuan will lift the seal, so there is no need to worry about her results. Chu Xuan relaxed his mind and enjoyed the food. The two of them ordered another glass of juice, and the lunch rush quickly passed. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, Chu Xuan suddenly noticed that several figures were pushing the door open at the restaurant. A bitter smile flashed across Chu Xuan's lips. Zhao Xuanxuan, who also noticed something strange, turned her head and just happened to see Guoziyan's gaze. I was wondering why I couldn't get my fried noodles. It turns out you two are on a date. I'm so envious. Wow, the food is delicious. It's the set meal I often treat everyone to. How about this, Xiaoshuang, if you treat each of us to a set meal, I'll forgive you for what happened today. Guoziyan is actually very beautiful. She comes from a wealthy family, leads a refined life, and has good genes, which gives her a beautiful face. A height of 1.7 meters is the most perfect for a girl, especially a pair of long legs, which are really straight and long. In addition to Guoziyan, her best friend Xu Shanshan was always by her side, and there were 4 other boys and girls from the same class. Several people sat at the adjacent table. After Guoziyan waved, she said loudly, Waiter, I want 6 of the same set meals as theirs. Oh, and the lady over there needs to help us with the bill. Hurry up, class is about to start. After Guoziyan finished speaking, she blinked gently at Chu Xuan, her eyes full of teasing. Chapter 10, Transformation from Boy to God. Chu Xuan didn't want to pay any attention to him. He just wanted to finish his meal quickly, pay for the 2 sets of meals in front of him, and then leave. However, there was a glimmer of stubbornness in the eyes of Zhao Shuang opposite him. She gently approached Chu Xuan and whispered, The set meal here is 90 yuan each, and we ordered 2 more juices, so the total is 200 yuan. There are 6 people in Guoziyan's group, so the total is 540 yuan. Together with ours, the total is 740 yuan. I have 300 yuan here, how about you? Chu Xuan frowned slightly. Although he had money in his hand, that was his living expenses for the next 2 months. Chu Xuan was willing to treat Zhao Xuanxuan to a meal, but he was extremely reluctant to treat Xu Shanshan and Guoziyan. So he said softly, Why bother with them? Let's just eat and leave. After Chu Xuan finished speaking, Zhao Xuanxuan on the opposite side gritted her teeth and said, Guoziyan invited me to eat here 6 times in total. I want to pay them back. From now on, I owe them nothing. There was a hint of stubbornness in Zhao Xuan's eyes. Although she is slowly changing, she is still an 18-year-old girl at heart. At this time, there are only 2 ways. Either you pay Guoziyan the bill honestly and neither of you owe each other anything from now on. Either he had a complete falling out with Guoziyan, paid his bill and left immediately. However, Zhao Xuanxuan currently does not have the courage to completely break up with Guoziyan. She followed Guoziyan and Xu Shanshan, running errands for 3 years, and was used to obeying their orders. In fact, deep down in her heart, Zhao Xuanxuan was a little afraid of Guoziyan. Of course, this fear was gradually formed after being ordered around in Guoziyan's small circle for a long time. Zhao Xuan has been trying very hard to stay away and resist. And these 6 set meals are the last shackles on Zhao Xuan's heart. After all, Zhao Xuan did eat the set meal that Xu Ziyan treated her to. Only by paying off this debt can she truly be herself. With a soft sigh, Chu Xuan said tenderly. You always think about others. It's true that you ate their meal, but they made you run errands for 3 years. Who should you hold responsible for this? Zhao Xuan in front of him lowered her head, the spirit in her eyes slowly dissipated, and she said in an extremely gloomy tone. I'm also trying to change. I've already decided not to bring them food today, and to distance myself from them tomorrow, and then to stay away from them little by little. But with so many things happening at once, I don't know what to do. Chu Xuan stared at the girl in front of him and said to himself. It is indeed changing. In this case, let's say goodbye to the past completely. Chu Xuan had 1,500 yuan in his pocket, which was his living expenses for the next 2 months. I spent 704 today, half of it. But if this money can make Zhao Xuan change, then everything will be worth it. So, without saying anything, he waved his hand gently, and soon, a young waiter came to him. Is there anything else you need? The people at Xu Shanshan's table also turned their eyes to Xu Xian. Xu Shanshan naturally knew that for ordinary high school students in 2008, few would carry hundreds of dollars in cash with them. She didn't believe that Zhao Xuan would pay the bill for their table, and she was ready to make fun of him later. However, at this moment, Chu Xuan gently pointed at Xu Shanshan's table opposite and said in a calm voice. Please help me settle the bill for that table of guests. This is $800, and the rest is your tip. Chu Xuan handed a stack of banknotes to the waiter opposite. Amid the other person's surprise, he took Zhao Xuan's little hand and strode out of the restaurant. Until the 2 figures disappeared, Xu Ziyan suddenly asked curiously. Strange, how could Chu Xuan carry so much money with him? Is he a rich second generation? Xu Shanshan's face was full of indifference. What? It's just a pretense. As the gentle words fell, Xu Shanshan suddenly felt a pain in her heart. Xu Shanshan didn't know what was wrong with her, she just felt that something that originally belonged to her was suddenly lost by her. What's more important is that when Xu Shanshan owned this item, she didn't feel anything, but when she slowly lost it, she truly realized the importance of this thing. Chu Xuan has always been around him since kindergarten. He held her in the palm of his hand and tried every means to fulfill her every wish. Many times, even things that Xu Shanshan herself had not thought of, Chu Xuan had already done for her in advance. As long as he is a little unhappy, he will try every means to make himself happy. At home, her parents and relatives always pamper her. At school, no matter classmates, best friends, or Chu Xuan, all of them revolve around her. From childhood to adulthood, Xu Shanshan has never suffered such injustice. Especially just now, the way Chu Xuan looked at him was as if he saw something extremely disgusting. He didn't even finish the food on the table, and it seemed that he didn't want to stay with him for even a second longer. Xu Shanshan had never seen Chu Xuan like this before. She just felt her heart was blocked and her eyes were slightly red. The next moment, tears as big as beans kept dripping. This was the first time in Xu Shanshan's life that she cried for a boy. Next to Xu Shanshan, Xu Ziyan, her best friend, immediately hurriedly picked up a tissue to help her wipe it. Xu Ziyan witnessed everything and naturally understood her friend's feelings, so she gently advised. Shanshan, why are you so stupid? Chu Xuan did it on purpose, how could you not see it? Xu Shanshan, whose shoulders kept twitching, tried to calm herself down. She looked up at her best friend and said in a tearful voice. Ziyang, Chu Xuan has changed. He was never like this before. Just for a little Zhao Xuan, he actually took the initiative to go against me. Does Chu Xuan really not like me anymore? Xu Ziyan's face was full of confidence. Shanshan, you are just confused by the situation. Don't you want to think about what kind of person Chu Xuan is? Can he really leave you? Unless the sun rises from the west. But Chu Xuan didn't even look at me. Haven't you figured it out yet? How did Chu Xuan treat you before? He really held you in his mouth, but were you ever moved? Every time he carefully planned to confess his love to you, you even felt annoyed, so he changed his method and used Zhao Xuan as a shield to deliberately attract your attention. Xu Shanshan was in tears, she said weakly. But. Don't say buts. Shanshan, think carefully. Ever since Chu Xuan ignored you yesterday, have you been thinking about him? During the past 2 days in class, I noticed that your eyes hardly left Chu Xuan. When have you ever been like this before? He only used a small trick, and you completely lost your composure. Look, you even shed tears for him for the first time. This is how smart Chu Xuan is. Xu Shanshan gently wiped away her tears. She was so worried about gains and losses just now that she didn't pay attention to these details. Now, after a little thought, I realize that what my best friend said is true. In the past, Chu Xuan was like a mangy dog, sticking to her all day long. Although he was very attentive, sometimes Xu Shanshan would really feel annoyed from the bottom of her heart. However, the two have been together since they were very young, and Xu Shanshan has gradually become accustomed to having Chu Xuan around. And now, Chu Xuan has really left, and the familiar figure is no longer by her side. Xu Shanshan then realizes that she can no longer live without her. It's true. Chu Xuan used to think about how to confess his feelings to me all day long. I had to reject him every day, which was so annoying. Now he's suddenly being nice to another girl, and I can't help but think about her. I couldn't sleep all night last night. Chu Xuan is really abominable. It's hard to understand what Chu Xuan is doing. Shanshan, if you step out and look at it from the perspective of an outsider, you will naturally understand Chu Xuan's tactics. Chu Xuan knows that it's useless to pester you blindly, so he uses this kind of playing hard to get tactic to stimulate you. As for why he found Xu Shanshan, that girl is a nobody and will never refuse anyone. Besides, she is Chu Xuan's deskmate, so Chu Xuan can only use her as a shield. When Xu Shanshan was mentioned, a hint of pride immediately appeared in Xu Shanshan's eyes. Whether it's study, face, figure, or dressing, Xu Shanshan can always put the other person under her feet. Xu Shanshan, who didn't take the other person seriously at all, raised her head slightly, and she resumed her proud attitude like a white swan. Xu Shanshan is just a nobody. If I didn't feel sorry for her, I would ignore her. That's right. Chu Xuan's taste is not that good. Even if he wants to find a shield, he should at least find a pretty girl like Xu Shanshan. She is not even worthy of carrying shoes for you, Shanshan. At this time, Xu Shanshan has regained her confidence. She had to admit that although Chu Xuan's methods were crude, they were indeed effective. Compared to the previous Chu Xuan who was always clinging to her, Xu Shanshan is more interested in the current Chu Xuan who is so elusive towards her. She took a deep breath, her eyes full of confidence. Chu Xuan's biggest failure was to use Xu Shanshan as a shield. I can beat that bespectacled girl with just one finger. Chu Xuan's vision is really too poor. Guoziyan was relieved to see that her bestie had adjusted her mood. It's not that Chu Xuan has low standards, but apart from Xu Shanshan, no other girl is willing to pay attention to Chu Xuan. Tomorrow is the weekend, Shanshan, you should ignore him all day. The day after tomorrow is Monday. He knows that this trick has no effect, and he will definitely cry and beg for your forgiveness. Xu Shanshan nodded very seriously. This time, she must completely control Chu Xuan. Outside the restaurant, the warm sunlight shone on his body, and Chu Xuan found that Xu Shanshan beside him was wearing her black-framed glasses again, and her big eyes were staring at him in a daze. Chu Xuan, you seem to be different. Chu Xuan knew what she was talking about, so he smiled brightly and said, "After all, we have grown up and we have to try to change something. You are the same." There was a flash of confusion in Zhao Shuang's eyes, but after a moment, she nodded heavily. The two returned to the classroom together. When the bell was about to ring, Xu Shanshan and Guoziyan returned to the classroom. For the next afternoon's classes, Chu Xuan began to devote himself to studying. During the break, Chu Xuan originally thought that Xu Shanshan and Guoziyan would continue to come over to cause trouble, but in fact everything was calm. After school in the evening, Zhao Shuang packed her school bag. When she left, she suddenly turned around and said softly to herself, "Chu Xuan, can you give me a copy of the photo you took this morning when it's developed?" How could Chu Xuan refuse such a small matter? He nodded slightly. The girl's eyes immediately curved into crescents, and then she swung her long braids and left without looking back. Chu Xuan packed up his things and walked away with the camera in his hand. Tomorrow is the weekend, a rare opportunity for rest, and school ends early today. When he got home, Chu Xuan lazily threw himself on the sofa. A lot of things happened today. I finally fulfilled my wish in my previous life. I took a photo of Zhao Xuan's smile and persuaded her to start changing. Of course, the wallet in your pocket has also become half as thin. As expected, if I don't find a way to make money, I may have to tighten my belt in the next month. Chu Xuan had been adapting to school life, this new body, and the rhythm of this world for 2 days since he came to this world. Now that he has fully integrated into it, it's time to put making money on the agenda. Only. In 2008, what is the fastest way to make money? Chu Xuan now only has a few hundred yuan left in his pocket and no startup capital. Even if he has 100 ideas, he can't do anything without the right ingredients. After just thinking for a moment, Chu Xuan felt a headache. So he cleared his mind. In my mind, I began to review my past life like a kaleidoscope. After the college entrance examination, Chu Xuan and Xu Shanshan were admitted to the same university. During the 4 years of university, Chu Xuan did not have a romantic relationship and did not do anything meaningful. All his thoughts were spent on pleasing Xu Shanshan. After graduation, I didn't have any special skills and ended up becoming a corporate slave, with every last bit of value squeezed out of me. When Xu Shanshan got together with that rich second-generation guy and left him completely, Chu Xuan lost his goal in life, and he completely gave up, and his life became a mess. But fortunately, God gave me a chance to start over. 2008. 18 years old. Start all over again. Chu Xuan's eyes flickered. He got up and went to the kitchen, cooked himself a bowl of instant noodles, and ate it with relish. After eating and drinking, he picked up a notebook and started writing and drawing on it. And what is planned in the notebook is his life. There was silence all night. Early the next morning, when Chu Xuan got up, the sun was shining on him. I thought until late last night, but even though I was only 18 years old, I still felt refreshed after getting up. Chu Xuan stretched hard, he could clearly feel the vigor and vitality in himself. After brushing his teeth and washing up, Chu Xuan got up and went to a breakfast shop near the community. The prices are still very cheap at this time, and you can eat a lot for only 5 yuan. After coming out of the breakfast shop, Chu Xuan did not go home. He looked at the barber shop in front of him, then touched his bowl cut and had already made a decision in his heart. Chu Xuan has been persuading Zhao Xuanxuang to change, but has neglected himself. It's not just about the mentality. Chu Xuan feels that since he has been reborn, he should make everything new, from his hairstyle to his clothes, from inside to outside. With this in mind, Chu Xuan took a step forward and walked towards the barber shop in front of him. Half an hour later, Chu Xuan walked out of the barber shop. On the street, the two little girls saw Chu Xuan's tall and handsome figure and their eyes widened unconsciously. If Chu Xuan with the bowl cut before was just a little boy, so now, Chu Xuan, with his deep eyes and majestic bearing, has completely transformed into a male god. Chapter 11: The Girl's Wish. Chu Xuan, born in 2008, was just a little boy who had never grown up. His hairstyle is a standard bowl cut, which looks like an upside-down bowl on top of his head. She always wears little boys' clothes. If we look at it from the perspective of 20 years later, this hairstyle is really too ordinary. Not to mention it has no highlights, it can even be said to be very ugly. Chu Xuan had been in school for the past 2 days and had no time to fix his hairstyle. It was a rare day off today, so Chu Xuan asked the barber to give him a middle-parted haircut. Even the barber had never seen this hairstyle, so Chu Xuan taught it himself and the barber designed it according to Chu Xuan's gestures. The slightly longer bangs are combed to both sides with the bridge of the nose as the center line, creating a fluffy and messy feeling, which looks lazy and casual without appearing sloppy. Chu Xuan is very handsome, and this hairstyle adds a touch of artistic temperament to him. In addition, Chu Xuan also changed out of the jeans and white shirt that he always wore. A black shirt and a wide belt with a silver chain hanging on it. Then she paired it with black tight trousers to make her tall figure look even more slender, and wore simple sneakers on her feet. Chu Xuan, who had a bowl cut before, was just an ordinary high school student. No one would even look at him twice if he was thrown into a crowd. Now, after the transformation, Chu Xuan has become a sunny, handsome, refreshing and literary guy. It was as if he had transformed from a naive high school student into an abstinent male god in an instant. Coupled with his 1.82-meter height, strong body, and strong and handsome face. All of this made Chu Xuan feel unprecedented satisfaction. When he walked out of the house, he felt that many pairs of eyes on the street were secretly looking at him. If it were the Chu Xuan from before, he would definitely think this was an illusion. But now, the little girls on the street looked at him, and the cheers and excitement in their eyes were absolutely real. Chu Xuan strolled to the library. He looked around but didn't see the graceful figure of the girl. In his previous life, during the last stage of his life, Xu Shanshan, who was by his bedside, talked to him tirelessly. She would tell him about every little detail of their time together in high school and fantasize about their happy life together. What Chu Xuan remembers most vividly is what Xu Shanshan once said. Throughout high school, every weekend, Xu Shanshan would go to the library near her home alone, hoping to meet me by chance. It's a pity that her little wish has never been fulfilled. Naturally, the reason why Chu Xuan appeared here was to fulfill the girl's wish. But it was obvious that he had arrived too early, as Xu Shanshan had not arrived yet. But since he was already here, Chu Xuan planned to wait here. He looked at the rows of bookshelves in front of him, hoping to find the legendary secret to getting rich overnight. National Rich Women's Directory. It's a pity that even though Chu Xuan searched the entire library, he still couldn't find it. There was no other way. Chu Xuan could only settle for the next best thing and find a few books to pass the time. How to quickly win the heart of a rich woman, 100 ways to successfully impress a rich woman, the secret garden in the heart of a rich woman. Chu Xuan found an empty seat with his book in his arms, and then he fell into deep thought with empty eyes. Today is the third day since Chu Xuan came to this world. He tried hundreds of different ways to summon the system. But unfortunately, he is not the chosen one. The system didn't come, and the golden finger didn't come either. Therefore, the opportunity to reverse your life with a ding, as you imagined, is no longer there. He can only keep his feet on the ground and move forward step by step through his own efforts. But, making the first pot of gold is really difficult. Chu Xuan had countless ambitious plans in his mind, and even thought of ways to become a billionaire in the future, but the only thing that hadn't happened was his first pot of gold. As the saying goes, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Even if Chu Xuan has countless lofty ideals and ambitions, without funds, everything is empty talk. Why don't you remember the winning numbers of the lottery? Chu Xuan was somewhat annoyed at his own incompetence. In his previous life, he was a typical loser. Ever since he failed in his pursuit of Xu Shanshan, he has been living a completely miserable life. Doesn't he know what's going on in the world? Doesn't he care about stock market turmoil? Doesn't he watch the World Cup, and is even too lazy to buy lottery tickets? As a typical fat guy, where can I make my first pot of gold? Chu Xuan was flipping through the book in his hand with boredom. I looked up and glanced aimlessly at the library, and was instantly attracted by the quiet figure in the corner. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up slightly. He stuffed the books in front of him into the bookshelf, then adjusted his hairstyle a little and walked towards the girl. The girl was reading a book called Cat Encyclopedia with so much interest that she didn't even notice her arrival. Chu Xuan sat quietly opposite, looking at the girl in front of him with tenderness on his face. She was wearing a dark purple shirt with a dark floral pattern of light pink roses. The stand-up collar, neckline and cuffs are all decorated with thin lavender lace. The soft lace is wrapped around the shirt like a layer of thin marshmallow. It was obvious that the girl in the library on Sunday was slightly different from the timid and introverted girl in school. In order to meet herself, she changed into more youthful and energetic clothes, and her pink-red lips seemed to be painted with a little rouge, which made people want to taste it. There was tenderness in Chu Xuan's eyes, and he just looked at the girl in front of him quietly. The girl seems to like cats very much. What she was holding in her hand was a copy of Cat Encyclopedia. In front of him are a book called How to Make Your Cat Happier, and A Brief History of Cats, and even a hand-painted graffiti picture book, Cat Slave Contract. The girl seemed to have read something interesting and subconsciously held her breath. Her slender fingers tapped on the book, making a soft, tapping sound. However, the sound was extremely faint, and even if you were very close, you had to concentrate to hear it. After a moment, the girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. She stretched out her snow-white arms and gently held her cheeks, with a peaceful and beautiful breath in her pure eyes. Chu Xuan just looked at her quietly. A sigh inevitably arose in my heart. In my previous life, I was really blind. You already have such a treasure girl by your side, why do you have to chase after your childhood sweetheart? You've really been blinded by greed. In Chu Xuan's memory, Xu Shanshan was a nobody with no sense of existence. Even though he had been her deskmate for 3 years, he had never cared about her at all. However, in his previous life, when his life was about to come to an end, Xu Shanshan, wearing a red dress and looking like a burning flame, reappeared in front of him. Only then did Chu Xuan truly realize how beautiful and charming Xu Shanshan was. I just took off my glasses, why is there such a big change? Chu Xuan whispered to himself. The girl opposite raised her head subconsciously. Then, in just a moment, the girl's eyes revealed surprise and joy at the fulfillment of her wish. For Xu Shanshan, being able to meet Chu Xuan in the library on weekends is her biggest wish. Chapter 12. He is very close to me, but he seems to be lost at any time. Chu Xuan, what a coincidence, you are here too. The excitement in the 18-year-old girl's eyes seemed to be overflowing. I have liked Chu Xuan since I was in the first year of high school, and 3 years have passed today. Every weekend for 3 years, Xu Shanshan would come to the library near Chu Xuan's home. Just to be able to greet the other person with a look of surprise on the face like I am now. Have you been here for a long time? I was so engrossed in reading that I didn't see you. Chu Xuan didn't tell her that the reason he appeared here was to fulfill her wish of meeting him. Do you remember what you promised me? The girl's eyes widened. Chu Xuan's face was full of tenderness. You said you would change from now on. Come with me. I will take you to a place. Zhao Shuang's eyes were filled with joy. She did not ask where to go, but quickly put away the books in front of her, and then said with anticipation, I'll put the book back. After she finished speaking, as if she was afraid that Chu Xuan might get anxious, the girl immediately ran to the bookshelf with the books in her arms. Several books were put back on the bookshelf smoothly, but the last one, Cat Diary, was a bit difficult to put back. Because this book is on the top shelf. Even though the girl tried hard to stand on tiptoe, she still failed several times. Chu Xuan originally wanted to help, but when he saw the girl's perfect curves when she stood on tiptoe, he subconsciously stopped. The girl in front of him stretched out her arms as far as she could. Under her slender neck, a mountain range like white jade was half hidden. Her waist was so thin that it could be held in one hand. Her long and well-proportioned legs were exposed, and even her beautiful lotus feet were visible. Chu Xuan admired it quietly. After a while, the girl with a slightly flushed face finally put the book back. She stood gently in front of him, with her hands behind her back, and her big eyes would glance at him from time to time. Let's go. Chu Xuan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Then he walked out of the library shoulder to shoulder with the girl. At noon, the sun above our heads was a little hot. When the sun shines on your body, you will feel warm all over. Zhao Shanshan subconsciously stretched out her hand to block the glaring sunlight. As I was taking a step forward, I discovered that the boy next to me suddenly stopped. He tried to open his eyes wide, his deep pupils staring blankly at the direction of the sun. Zhao Shanshan, who also stopped, turned around and looked back. She saw that the boy was staring at the sun and didn't notice her, so the girl's bright big eyes stared at him for the first time. Chu Xuan today has changed a lot from before. He changed his hairstyle, making it trendy and handsome, and even his clothes became well-fitting and decent. When Zhao Shanshan looked at Chu Xuan's handsome face, her heartbeat quickened instantly. At this moment, Chu Xuan was looking up, staring at the sun with his eyes wide open. The curiosity in her heart made Zhao Shanshan raise her head as well. Then, in just 2 seconds, the dazzling sunlight made Zhao Shanshan feel like she was blind. She lowered her head in a hurry, tears already welling up in the corners of her eyes. Gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, when Zhao Shanshan looked at the boy beside her again, she happened to see his deep and lonely look. He seemed to be sad about something, and it seemed as if there was someone living in his heart that he could never forget. At this moment, the boy was clearly standing in front of her, but Zhao Shanshan felt that he was very far away from her. It seemed that his soul was struggling and lonely in another space. There was a sudden moment of heartache. Zhao Shanshan didn't know what was wrong with her, she just felt that the boy in front of her seemed like he would disappear at any time. She gritted her teeth slightly, then stretched out her white and tender little hand, grabbed his big hand, and was never willing to let go. I'm hungry, let's go eat something, I'll treat you. Zhao Shanshan was not hungry, she was just afraid that the boy next to her would suddenly disappear, and she just wanted to wake him up. Because she always felt that although the boy next to her was right next to her, he was very far away from her. Chu Xuan took a deep breath, and when he lowered his head, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes. Just now, when he looked directly at the sun, he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he lived in darkness all day long. In my previous life, it seemed like I hadn't been out in the sun for a very long time. For a moment, his soul seemed to be hooked away by the sun. Fortunately, the girl next to him pulled him back. He gently held the girl's slightly cold hand, and when his blurry eyes became clear again, looking at the flower-like girl beside him and the crowds of people in front of him, Chu Xuan seemed to be resurrected again. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and his smile was warm and bright. "What do you want to eat? I'll treat you to a feast, okay?" The two of them took a step forward and quickly left the library. Chu Xuan wanted to treat Zhao Xuanxuan to steak and red wine. Take her to taste the best food in the world. Unfortunately, he was short of money and the most he could do was treat the other party to a meal at KFC. A family bucket for 59 yuan. 2 burgers, 2 cups of Coke, a chicken roll, a portion of French fries, a portion of fried chicken nuggets, and 2 egg tarts. It was quite a feast. The 18-year-old's appetite was like a bottomless pit, and most of the food was swept into Chu Xuan's stomach. Chu Xuan originally planned to treat everyone to this meal, but the girl paid the bill first. The two walked out of KFC. The girl was full of excitement. "Where are we going next?" Looking at the girl's eyes full of expectation, Chu Xuan suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he was lying on a hospital bed. The stunningly charming woman beside me told me in a tone full of longing. She said that if there was an afterlife, she would definitely not hide her feelings anymore. She would dress herself up beautifully, confess her feelings to herself, and then she would hold her own hand and they would go shopping together, buy lots of clothes, and she would ask me to carry them for her. I also want to go to the movies and the amusement park. The wish from the previous life was not fulfilled. In this life, let me help her fulfill all her wishes. Gently holding the girl's cold little hand, Chu Xuan strode forward and said in a brisk and firm tone, "Follow me." Zhao Xuanxuan didn't say anything, nor did she ask where they were going. She just followed Chu Xuan closely. Even just walking on the street like this is an extremely happy thing for a girl. However, Zhao Xuanxuan's happiness did not last long, and the two soon came to a barber shop. "Welcome, who would like a haircut?" The barber with the afro was all smiles. On the side, Chu Xuan pointed in his direction. Zhao Xuanxuan immediately felt a sense of fear. She has had the same hairstyle since elementary school and has never thought of changing it. Just when Zhao Xuanxuan was about to back out and rush out, the boy in front of her said softly, "Help my girlfriend cut her hair shorter, to shoulder level. Her hair is too long, covering her eyes, which makes her look too gloomy. Please help her design a sunny and confident hairstyle, preferably one that looks more ladylike tilde." The boy in front of me was talking freely. However, at this moment, Zhao Xuanxuan's heart was beating like a deer. She stopped trying to escape and looked at the boy in front of her with an incredible look on her face. "Girlfriend. He just said that I was his girlfriend. I must have heard it right." Chapter 13 Zhao Xuanxuan's happy moment. "Miss, let me wash your hair first. Come this way, please." The barber with a big afro made an inviting gesture. Zhao Xuanxuan hesitated for 2 seconds, then followed him to their hair washing area next door. A few minutes later, Zhao Xuanxuan, with wet hair, came to the front hall. She had taken off the black framed glasses on her cheeks. Without the long hair covering her face, her hidden beauty is fully revealed. Although Chu Xuan had expected this, his heartbeat quickened for a moment when he saw Zhao Xuanxuan's graceful appearance. The barber at the side also widened his eyes. Obviously, the other party did not expect that the little girl who had no sense of existence just now would be so stunning after taking off her glasses. Chu Xuan sat on the sofa in the lounge area with his arms and legs spread wide, trying to pout at the barber. "This is the first time she's changed her hairstyle, so you have to cut it carefully." The young barber had long been attracted by Zhao Xuanxuan's enchanting appearance. He nodded seriously. "Don't worry, little brother. I will definitely help your girlfriend cut a hairstyle that suits her and I guarantee you will be satisfied." After he finished speaking, the barber carefully looked at Zhao Xuanxuan's hairstyle, hair quality, face shape and other factors. After thinking seriously for a minute, he started to work. Although Chu Xuan wanted to offer suggestions, professional matters should be left to professionals. He took out his cell phone and started playing with it in a bored manner. The mobile phones in 2008 did not have as many complex functions as those in later generations. Mobile data was extremely expensive at that time, so you couldn't even think of using it to watch movies or watch videos. Chu Xuan was just reading a novel on his phone. Thinking of the short video, Chu Xuan immediately thought of the giant D sound in later generations. Chu Xuan thought about it carefully. He vaguely remembered that he had read a report before that D-Music was launched on September 20, 2016. It is a music creative short video social software incubated by ByteDance. It is a short video community platform for all ages. Users can use this software to select songs, shoot music works and create their own works. In its previous life, D-Music's market value exceeded $500 billion, making it one of the most valuable startups in the world. Of course, when talking about Douyin, we have to mention another short video software, Kuaishou. The predecessor of Kuaishou, called GIF, was born in March 2011. It was originally a mobile application used to create and share GIF images. In November 2012, Kuaishou transformed from a pure tool application into a short video community, a platform for users to record and share their production and life. Later, with the popularization of smartphones and the decline in mobile traffic costs, Kuaishou entered the market after 2015. Chu Xuan is clearly aware of the development of short videos. If I start planning now and enter the short video industry, I may be able to cultivate a unicorn company with a market value of trillions of dollars in the future. Just when Chu Xuan was seriously thinking about the feasibility of short videos, a noise suddenly came from his ears. I raised my head slightly and saw a beautiful woman in a blue dress walking towards me. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at the deep V neckline, with the white collarbone barely visible. As if she had noticed Chu Xuan's gaze, the woman in blue turned her head and glanced at Chu Xuan. When she saw Chu Xuan's sunny and handsome face, a light flashed in the girl's eyes. But that's all. The other party did not strike up a conversation with him. He just glanced at him and then followed the barber to the hair washing area. At this time, another guest came. Chu Xuan made room to the side and then looked away. 20 minutes later, I finally heard the barber's voice. "Brother, are you satisfied?" Chu Xuan looked up and saw that Zhao Xuanshuang had changed. Zhao Xuanshuang, who originally always had long hair covering her cheeks, now has hair bangs that are full of lightness. The thin bangs with a sparse effect reveal her delicate eyebrows and eyes, which adds a touch of elegant and fresh temperament of a celebrity. The bangs can be transformed into middle-parted and side-parted hairstyles at will, with a distinct sense of sparseness. Depending on the setting of the bangs, they can show a charming charm that is either pure or sexy. The girl, who already had an enchanting face, looked like an exquisite doll. After seeing Chu Xuan's gaze, Zhao Xuanshuang's cheeks turned slightly red, and even her crystal earlobes were stained with red. Chu Xuan nodded with satisfaction and walked directly to the cashier to pay. Including washing and cutting, the total cost is 88. After paying the money, Chu Xuan, who was already short of money, became even more embarrassed. But he didn't care about these things, and walked out of the barber shop lightly. The sun is shining brightly at this time, and the warm sunshine shines on the body, making people feel warm. Chu Xuan stopped a taxi on the side of the road. After he got in, he found that Zhao Xuanshuang was still standing at the door of the barber shop, looking at a loss. Chu Xuan waved at her. It was only at this moment that Zhao Xuanshuang immediately showed a happy smile. She quickly got into the back seat of the taxi, her eyes full of sweetness. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a large shopping mall. Chu Xuan got out of the car. Zhao Xuanshuang also followed closely behind. When the two of them walked into the mall together, looking at the dazzling array of goods in front of them, Chu Xuan felt a little headache for a moment. However, Zhao Xuanshuang's eyes were bright at this time. When the two of them came to a shoe store together, Zhao Xuanshuang's eyes were full of stars. "Chu Xuan, you treated me to a meal last time and gave me a haircut this time. Let me buy you a pair of shoes." Chu Xuan waved his hand immediately. Originally, Chu Xuan had 2 months' living expenses, a total of more than 1,000 yuan. However, he spent several hundred yuan on his last meal. Adding to the expenses of the past few days and the money for the haircut, Chu Xuan only had 600 yuan left. Here, any pair of shoes costs hundreds of dollars, and the better ones even cost thousands. Chu Xuan simply can't afford it. And most importantly, Chu Xuan came here to make up for Zhao Xuanshuang's regrets in her previous life. Chu Xuan wanted to use the remaining money to buy Zhao Xuanshuang a pair of contact lenses, replace the big black framed glasses on her nose, and then buy her a beautiful dress. In this way, the girl's wish will be fulfilled. Therefore, Chu Xuan did not plan to buy anything for himself. He shook his head slightly and said, "I have so many shoes that my shoe closet is full. Really, no need." The shoes I have on my feet are fine. Really, I don't like any of the shoes here. Chu Xuan thought he could convince Zhao Xuan, but he obviously underestimated the other party's determination. The girl didn't listen to his nonsense at all. She directly grabbed Chu Xuan's hand and ran into the shoe store happily. 10 minutes, in the Nike shoe store. Chu Xuan finally put on a pair of Nike CJ9179 200 casual shoes, brown. The price of this pair of shoes is $859. Chu Xuan treated her to a meal last time, and plus the money for her haircut, it was probably about this amount. This girl really doesn't like to owe favors to others. Zhao Xuan squatted in front of her. She gently reached out and stroked the brown shoe's surface, like a happy little bird. Chapter 14, She has changed on the outside, but her heart is still soft. Despite having lived 2 lives, Chu Xuan had never worn such expensive shoes. $859, this is already my living expenses for 1 month. Chu Xuan felt a little distressed, but when he saw the bright smile on the girl's face, he felt that as long as she was happy, everything was worth it. Are you satisfied now? From now on, you must listen to me and stop making trouble. After Chu Xuan finished speaking, he took Zhao Xuan's soft little hand and they walked out of the shoe store together. Soon, when they arrived at an eyewear store, Chu Xuan sighed slightly in his heart. There are many kinds of contact lenses. The most expensive ones cost several thousand yuan, while the cheapest ones cost a few hundred yuan. Chu Xuan only had 600 yuan left in his pocket, and he couldn't use all of it to buy glasses because he was planning to buy Zhao Xuan a set of clothes next. So I had to settle for the second best and bought her a pair of average quality contact lenses. After Zhao Xuan put it on, she felt a little uncomfortable for a while. However, when she came to the mirror and looked at her own stunning appearance in the mirror, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Zhao Xuan's beauty fully blossoms after taking off her glasses. Her enchanting face is so attractive that people can't take their eyes off her. Even in the mall, when Chu Xuan and Zhao Xuan walked together, there were still many people around looking at them. Of course, most of these glances were secretly looking at Zhao Xuan. If Chu Xuan, the flower-guarding messenger, was not there, many boys would have taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with her at this time. According to the previous plan, Chu Xuan took Zhao Xuan's hand and came to a clothing store. The colorful clothes in front of him made Chu Xuan feel overwhelmed. In his past and present lives, Chu Xuan seldom went shopping, and he had no taste in choosing clothes. Chu Xuan knew his own limitations, so he did not choose randomly. Instead, based on his experience in his previous life, he directly chose a one-shoulder halter dress. When Zhao Xuan saw the dress, she hesitated for a moment. But Chu Xuan didn't give her any chance to object and pushed her directly into the fitting room. While the girls were changing clothes, Chu Xuan was standing guard at the door, but his brain had traveled to another time and space. In the previous life, Chu Xuan was lying in the intensive care unit. Zhao Xuan, wearing an off-shoulder long dress, was standing by his side. In Chu Xuan's memory, Zhao Xuan at that time had a slender neck, soft skin like white jade, and was half covered and half exposed. Her waist was so thin that it could be held in one hand. Her pair of slender and well-proportioned legs were exposed. Even her beautiful lotus feet were silently charming, giving out an alluring invitation. And it was because of the picture in his mind that Chu Xuan chose the same clothes for Zhao Xuan without hesitation. This time Chu Xuan waited for a long time. 20 minutes later, the door of the fitting room was gently pushed open. Then, when Zhao Xuan, with a blush on her cheeks, walked out of the fitting room, Chu Xuan's attention was instantly attracted by the mountains in front of him. Chu Xuan remembered that Zhao Xuan herself said that her mountain was D. An 18-year-old girl already has such attractive assets, I wonder if she will become even more enchanting in the future. Chu Xuan narrowed his eyes, staring at the beautiful scenery in front of him. At this time, Zhao Xuan was wearing a one-shoulder long dress. The pure white color was both fresh and generous, and also had infinite charm. However, Chu Xuan obviously underestimated Zhao Xuan's devilish figure. The 18-year-old girl had developed perfectly, with a slender waist and straight, slender legs. In particular, the girl had no guard against Chu Xuan at all, and her big eyes were smiling, coquettish and charming, looking at him mistily. The corners of her small mouth were slightly raised, and her red lips were slightly parted. When she shed her youthfulness, she seemed to emanate charm from the very core. Chu Xuan couldn't take his eyes away at all. Zhao Xuan lowered her head and glanced at her chest. She changed from being shy before and instead looked calm and confident. Does it look good? Chu Xuan was caught red-handed. If he really was an 18-year-old boy, he would definitely be panicked at this moment. But Chu Xuan has 40 years of life experience after all. Not only did he not show any abnormality, but his face did not blush or his heart beat. It's human nature to appreciate beautiful things. Look at breasts, too. Chu Xuan calmly looked away. I am a gentleman and I never look at anything wrong. If you accuse someone wrongly, I will sue you for defamation. Zhao Xuan tilted her head slightly. Since you don't like to watch it, then I will change it back. Chu Xuan immediately waved his hand. You know what? Confidence is a girl's greatest charm. Zhao Xuan bit her red lips lightly. This was the first time she wore such sexy clothes. If Chu Xuan hadn't been with her, she wouldn't even have the courage to try it. But after seeing Chu Xuan glancing at her from time to time, Zhao Xuan tried hard to suppress the shyness in her heart. Chu Xuan came to the front desk to pay the bill. When he walked out of the store holding Zhao Xuan's hand, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. In the previous life, Zhao Xuan's biggest wish was to dress herself up beautifully and go shopping with me. She wanted to buy lots of beautiful clothes, and then I would help her carry them, and the two of them would walk hand in hand on the street tilde. Now, her wish has come true. Chu Xuan glanced at the girl beside him. Her bright eyes curved into crescents, and her whole body looked like a dancing butterfly, flying with joy. There is very little money left in my pocket. In the next 2 months, I may not even be able to afford instant noodles and may have to eat steamed buns for 2 months. But what does that matter? As long as Zhao Xuan is happy, Chu Xuan feels that everything is worth it. Chu Xuan originally wanted to buy a pair of high heels for Zhao Xuan. But the money in her pocket was not enough. Besides, Zhao Xuan was only 1.71 meters tall and tall enough. She was not used to wearing high heels, so she had to give up in the end. Just when Chu Xuan was feeling very satisfied, the girl who was jumping around beside him suddenly stopped. Chu Xuan could clearly feel her stiff body. I was slightly stunned and followed the girl's gaze. I saw 2 girls walking towards me hand in hand across the mall. It was Xu Shanshan and her best friend Guoziyan. The 2 girls were obviously also shopping, holding rich loot in their hands. However, when they saw Chu Xuan and Zhao Xuan walking together hand in hand, the 2 girls stopped at the same time. At this moment, Xu Shanshan, whose face turned pale, stretched out her white and tender little hand and pointed at the 2 people opposite her. Her face was full of disbelief. Chu Xuan, how come you are with such a beautiful girl? Who is she? Following Xu Shanshan's words. Beside Chu Xuan, Zhao Xuan, who was wearing a sexy one-shoulder-long dress, lowered her head slightly. She took a half step back and hid herself beside Chu Xuan. Obviously, the current Zhao Xuan, although her appearance has changed. But her timid and cowardly character cannot be changed overnight. Chu Xuan held the girl's hand tightly and said tenderly, "It doesn't matter. I'll take care of everything." Chapter 15. It was not until the moment of loss that she realized. The holy city is sunny in early March. With 1 month left before the college entrance examination, the overwhelming pressure makes many senior high school students breathless. Today is the weekend, a rare day off in a week. Xu Shanshan, who was in a really bad mood, asked her best friend to go shopping together. Loving beauty is a girl's nature. After walking down a street and collecting a lot of trophies, Xu Shanshan, who was originally in a depressed mood, finally became much more cheerful. She and Guoziyan walked out of a lingerie store together. The 2 were discussing whose bear was bigger. As they joked with each other, their bell-like laughter and their chests rising and falling were extremely eye-catching. Guoziyan is one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the class. She comes from a wealthy family and knows how to dress herself up. Today she wore a lavender-pleated skirt, the hem of which barely covered her thighs. Her fair and delicate calves seemed to reflect a bright light under the lights of the shopping mall. Guoziyan has a pair of dimples on her cheeks, and she looks cute and charming when she smiles. Throughout the school, Guoziyan's suitors line up. However, if compared with Xu Shanshan next to her, she instantly became much less impressive. Xu Shanshan, who was standing aside, was wearing a white embroidered long skirt with a flowery belt around her waist, which showed off her slender and charming neck. Her skin was as smooth as warm jade, her cherry lips were rosy without any lipstick, and she looked delicate and charming. The two strands of hair on her cheeks gently brushed against her face in the wind, adding a touch of allure to her charm. Her eyes moved cleverly, with a hint of mischief and playfulness. As one of the three campus beauties of Shanghai Experimental High School, Xu Shanshan is flawlessly beautiful and otherworldly. And on such a sunny weekend, the four people bumped into each other unexpectedly. The moment she saw Chu Xuan, the smile on Xu Shanshan's face slowly froze. She widened her crystal-like eyes and looked straight at Chu Xuan opposite her, her voice trembling. Chu Xuan? How did you become so? Xu Shanshan originally wanted to say, how did you become so handsome, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. The Chu Xuan in front of him is completely different from before. If the previous Chu Xuan was a big boy who had not grown up, with a head full of childish and ridiculous ideas, then the current Chu Xuan has lost his bowl cut and replaced it with a sunny and handsome hairstyle. The old-fashioned clothes on her body disappeared, replaced by fashionable and elegant outfit. The hairstyle of Chu Xuan in front of him is dynamic, fluffy and flowing. This kind of perm makes their hair fluffy with the curling arc, which is between straight and curly. Just this little change has turned him from a little boy into a mature male god. He was wearing a pure white t-shirt and dark green skinny jeans. The tightened trouser legs made his leg lines look more extended, making him look taller. He was wearing brown sneakers, which made Chu Xuan, who was 1.82 meters tall, look even taller. At this moment, Chu Xuan was full of sunshine and gentleness. When he looked at the girl beside him, the tenderness in his eyes seemed to melt. Xu Shanshan was very familiar with this kind of look. Because Chu Xuan used to look at me like this with all his heart and eyes. However, the current Chu Xuan has left this tenderness to others. At this moment, Xu Shanshan suddenly felt aggrieved. It was obvious that Chu Xuan's heart and eyes were full of himself in the past, and he was never false to other girls. Just because I rejected his confession that day, he never looked at me again. Xu Shanshan had a strong premonition in her heart that she seemed to have lost him. The big boy who was always around me and confessed his love to me every day, suddenly became mature and steady one day, as dazzling as the Prince Charming in the fairy tale, but I lost him. Chu Xuan. I already know your feelings. Can we go back to the way we were before? Xu Shanshan is arrogant. She has never taken Chu Xuan seriously in the past. Even now, she only wants to return to the previous state, the state where Chu Xuan knelt down and licked her every day. But once some things happen, they can never be changed. There was a hint of impatience in Chu Xuan's eyes. Originally, today was the day he and Chu Xuan were going to date. Chu Xuan only wanted to fulfill Chu Xuan's wish, to go shopping with her, to watch movies with her, and to go to the amusement park with her. Now that his wish was just half fulfilled, he was interrupted by Xu Shanshan. How could Chu Xuan be in a good mood? He wanted to pretend that he didn't see the other person, then turned around and left with Chu Xuan. But how could Xu Shanshan on the opposite side let go so easily? Chu Xuan, you said that you only love me, and you swore to that. Chu Xuan only felt that the memory of the dead was attacking him. In my previous life, I was so stupid that it was outrageous. The things I did back then make my scalp tingle just thinking about them now. Whenever Chu Xuan sees Xu Shanshan, he can recall the stupid things he has done. So, now he just wants to stay away from. You said it yourself. You'll never talk to me. I'm just doing what you said. Xu Shanshan was unwilling to bow her head due to her pride. She always thought Chu Xuan liked her. Even though Chu Xuan looked indifferent, she still bit her red lips tightly. Chu Xuan, I just said that we are not suitable to be together now. I will consider you when we are admitted to university together. Consider it. Are you going to dump me immediately if you meet a better boy? There was a hint of self-mockery in Chu Xuan's eyes. No one knew Xu Shanshan's character better than him. The reason why she stuck with him was just because she enjoyed the feeling of being pursued and held in someone's hands. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xuan said coldly, I'll say this one last time. There is no possibility for the two of us. From now on, you go your way and I go mine. No one should bother each other. Chu Xuan's gentle words were like a sharp knife, stabbing directly into Xu Shanshan's heart. She felt a sharp pain in her heart and her face turned pale. Why? You weren't like this before, it's her. It's all because of that girl, right? With red eyes, Xu Shanshan stared at the girl beside Chu Xuan. She was wearing a creamy white one-shoulder slim dress and standing gracefully under the light. The design of this dress perfectly outlines the girl's shoulders, arms and waist lines, making her look more graceful. The girl has a small and delicate face, like a fine carving of jade, sparkling with brilliant brilliance, with clearly visible delicate facial features, clear eyebrows, a straight nose, delicate lips, and blue pupils, like a fairy traveling through time and space. Even without any makeup, she is already stunningly beautiful. As one of the 3 beauties in experimental high school, Xu Shanshan is proud. She is extremely conceited about her beauty. Even if the other 2 beauties stand in front of her, Xu Shanshan does not think she is any worse than them. But at this moment, facing the girl in front of her, even though Xu Shanshan was conceited, she understood that the other party was 3 points more beautiful than herself. At this moment, Xu Shanshan clenched her teeth. Although she couldn't compete with the other party in terms of face, it didn't mean she would lose to the other party in other aspects. Xu Shanshan, who was holding back her anger, looked at the other party from top to bottom. Her eyes moved slightly downwards, and when she saw the other person's D cup, Xu Shanshan lowered her head to look at her own C cup, and a hint of inferiority flashed in her eyes. Still unwilling to give up, Xu Shanshan set her eyes on the other person's thigh. Those were a pair of slender and beautiful legs that perfectly matched the golden ratio. Even though Xu Shanshan was also a girl, she still couldn't help swallowing her saliva. At this moment, Xu Shanshan's last bit of pride was trampled underfoot. She stared straight at Chu Xuan opposite her with her beautiful eyes, wanting him to give her a satisfactory explanation. Then, as Xu Shanshan's eyes widened, Chu Xuan's mouth suddenly curled up. He gently took a half step back, pushed the girl next to him to the front, and said gently, "Xiao Shuang, tell them who you are." When Xu Shanshan heard the name Xiao Shuang, she felt a palpitation in her heart. Sure enough, the next moment, the enchanting girl in the one-shoulder dress raised her head slightly, and her voice was crisp and gentle. "Shanshan, Ziyang, I am Zhao Xuan, don't you recognize me?" The moment the girl's voice rang in her ears, Xu Shanshan felt as if the whole world was spinning. She didn't know what was wrong. The enchanting girl in front of him turned out to be his former follower. "Are you Zhao Xuan?" Xu Shanshan covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. In the past, Zhao Xuan always wore a pair of black-framed glasses on her nose, with her long hair covering her face, and she looked timid and cowardly. She always followed her around, serving her like a maid. At that time, Xu Shanshan didn't even have the interest to pay attention to her. But why did Zhao Xuan suddenly turn from Cinderella into Snow White in just the blink of an eye? Even the 3 beauties of the experimental high school would pale in comparison to her. At this moment, Xu Shanshan felt her brain was dizzy. She didn't know why it turned out like this. Clearly a few days ago, Chu Xuan was still surrounding her all day long, desperately expressing his feelings for her. It was clear that a few days ago, Zhao Xuan was still her little maid. Why in just a short period of time, Chu Xuan no longer liked herself, and Zhao Xuan also became radiant. Obviously, everyone used to be around me, and I was the center of everyone. The gap between before and after was too great. At this moment, Xu Shanshan finally couldn't bear it anymore, and big tears kept dripping from her eyes. On the side, Chu Xuan did not show any sympathy for the woman. On the contrary, he sneered in his heart. In his previous life, he had been with Xu Shanshan for 27 years, but ended up being alone and miserable. Even at the end, Xu Shanshan did not take any feelings into consideration and came to see him for the last time. In her mind, she was just a scabby boy who could be kicked away at any time. As for now, the reason why Xu Shanshan shed tears was not because she regretted it, nor because she changed her mind. It's just because no one licks her and no one holds her in the palm of their hands anymore. At this moment Chu Xuan gently took Zhao Xuan's gentle little hand. Compared to the white lotus opposite, this treasure girl is the most correct choice for him. Chu Xuan's eyes were gentle, and he smiled brightly. "Come on, we haven't watched a movie together yet, how about I take you to the amusement park?" The girl, who had been so cautious, immediately smiled. Chu Xuan was holding a shopping bag in his hand. He held Zhao Xuan's delicate hand and the 2 of them strode away. When the 2 of them passed by Xu Shanshan, who finally reacted, suddenly grabbed Chu Xuan's sleeve and said with tears in her eyes, "Chu Xuan, don't go. Chu Xuan, I won't let you leave. You are not allowed to leave. Did you achieve your plan? Has Xu Shanshan begun to fall in love with herself now?" Chu Xuan knew that Xu Shanshan had begun to fall. But that's not enough. Chu Xuan's goal is to make her fall deeply and hopelessly in love with him. So, he did not pause, his voice was extremely cold. Let go. The next moment, without waiting for the other party to react, Chu Xuan waved his hand to break the other party's pull and strode forward. Soon, the two left the mall. At the door, the warm sunshine dispelled the restlessness in his heart. Chu Xuan, who had calmed down again, turned around and looked back. He looked at the cautious girl beside him and smiled. Where do you want to go next? Today, my time is entirely yours to decide. Wherever you want to go, I will accompany you to the ends of the earth. Zhao Xuanxuan opened her gem-like eyes wide, she raised her head and looked at Chu Xuan, then said weakly. Well. Actually, I'm very happy that you accompany me shopping for clothes. Today is the happiest day since high school. You don't have to accompany me any longer. Well. Xu Shanshan seems really angry. You should go and comfort her. I'm already satisfied. In Zhao Xuanxuan's mind, Chu Xuan's favorite girl is not her, but Xu Shanshan behind her. After all, if it was in the previous life, Chu Xuan's heart was all Xu Shanshan. If encountered this situation, Chu Xuan in the previous life would really abandon Zhao Xuanxuan and try every means to make Xu Shanshan happy. Only. That was all because of my stupid self in the past. Now Chu Xuan's heart and eyes are filled with only his precious girl. So, Chu Xuan held the girl's soft little hand tightly and smiled brightly. Right now, I just want to be with my precious girl. Chapter 16. This is your choice, from now on we are strangers. Shanshan, why are you crying? In the mall, Guoziyan looked at her best friend crying and was in a panic for a moment. She helped her wipe her tears and handed her tissues. Chu Xuan has changed. He really doesn't like me anymore. If it were in the past, he would never leave me if I didn't let him go. But now, he doesn't even look at me. Xu Shanshan stood there, watching Chu Xuan gradually go away. She felt extremely aggrieved, and tears from the corners of her eyes kept dripping like pearls. Xu Shanshan could tell that Chu Xuan was not deliberately playing hard to get. He looked at himself as if he were garbage, full of disgust and even avoidance. On the side, Guoziyan saw her best friend gritting her teeth, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and gently comforted her. Shanshan, in fact, you said before that you don't like Chu Xuan very much. Every time he confessed to you, you were very annoyed. Now that it's like this, isn't it a good opportunity to get rid of him? Xu Shanshan immediately shook her head. It's different. In the past, it was Chu Xuan who took the initiative to pursue me. I was just kind-hearted and couldn't bear to reject him, so I didn't say anything final. I gave him opportunities every time and encouraged him. It was me who gave him warmth and hope. Shouldn't he be grateful to me? But just now, you saw it. He actually dared to ignore me. It was really too much. Guoziyan said cautiously, Shanshan, we are best friends. Tell me the truth, do you really like Chu Xuan? This time, Xu Shanshan immediately became firm. How is it possible? I just have a little affection for him. After all, we are childhood sweethearts and have been together for so long. Even dogs and cats would have feelings for each other, but I can't say that I like him that much. At least, he should have pursued me for a little longer. This time, Guoziyan was completely confused. Shanshan, since you don't like Chu Xuan, why do you care about him so much? Why do you shed tears for him? I don't know either. I just feel sad that something that originally belonged to me was suddenly taken away by someone else. Then, if Chu Xuan changes his mind and pursues you again like before, will you consider him? Xu Shanshan raised her head proudly. That depends on his sincerity. If he can keep pursuing me, stay by my side every day, and not flirt with any other girls, maybe I will be moved. Maybe? Shanshan, how long will your maybe last? In other words, during the time Chu Xuan is pursuing you, if a better boy appears and he is also pursuing you, what will you choose? Xu Shanshan said as a matter of course, I will definitely choose a better boy to be with, right? Otherwise, what? I can't give up the better choice and choose a worse one. I will be unhappy if I do that. Guoziyan stared at her best friend in a daze. In the past, Guoziyan always considered things from Xu Shanshan's perspective. She always gave Xu Shanshan advice, but never considered Chu Xuan's feelings. But now, she suddenly felt a little sympathy for Chu Xuan, and even understood Chu Xuan's choice just now, so she sighed. If you choose a better boy, you will be happy. But what about Chu Xuan? Have you ever thought about it? Chu Xuan has been pursuing you since kindergarten. If he is still pursuing you in college, or even a few years after graduation, you suddenly choose another boy. At that time, he has liked you for more than 20 years. If he is suddenly dumped, will he be heartbroken? Will he never recover from it? This time, Xu Shanshan did not give an immediate answer. She thought carefully for a while before speaking very seriously. Ziyang, I noticed that you were a little strange today. Why did you help that bad guy Chu Xuan when you didn't help me? Also, if we can't be together, it only means that he hasn't tried hard enough and his sincerity didn't impress me. I can only blame him. I gave him a chance, but he was useless. Hearing Xu Shanshan's words, Guoziyan suddenly shuddered. This was the first time Guoziyan discussed this kind of thing with her best friend, and it was also the first time she understood her best friend's true thoughts. Shanshan, don't you think Chu Xuan would be really pitiful if that happened? He persisted for more than 20 years, and in the end he watched you being with another boy. If it were me, I would go crazy. That can only mean that we are not destined to be together. I can't give up the person I like and choose someone I don't like. Xu Shanshan took it for granted, she even felt that her best friend was meddling in her affairs. However, after hearing Xu Shanshan's words, Guoziyan suddenly realized that she had been aiding and abetting the evil by helping Xu Shanshan to come up with ideas and constantly teasing Chu Xuan. She turned around and looked at the backs of Chu Xuan and Zhao Xuanshuang as they left. For the first time, she hoped that Chu Xuan would not look back. She hopes that Chu Xuan and Zhao Xuanshuang can stay together and live happily ever after. Of course, at this moment, Guoziyan knew clearly that she could not continue to speak for Chu Xuan, otherwise, she would break up with her best friend, so she once again stood firmly on Xu Shanshan's side. Shanshan, I think Chu Xuan is still pretending. Don't worry, he will definitely come back to you in the end. Really? But I think Chu Xuan is serious this time. He just feels embarrassed after being rejected by you so many times. Don't worry, based on my understanding of Chu Xuan, he will definitely be around you when you go to school on Monday. Xu Shanshan tilted her head. She seemed to think of the scene of Chu Xuan surrounding her and showing his courtesy to her. So she wiped away the tears in her eyes and became proud again. Humph, he actually made me so sad. Even if he kneels down to me this time, I will not forgive him. Guoziyan nodded immediately. Shanshan, this is the right thing to do. Remember, no matter how he apologizes, don't forgive him. In the mall, two girls gathered together and chattered. However, they didn't know that Guoziyan's assumption would be Chu Xuan's final outcome. He had loved a person for more than 20 years, obeyed her in everything, was sincere to her, and they had never even kissed each other. But one day, a person suddenly appeared out of nowhere, said a few sweet words to her, and then she devoted everything to the other person. That's what love is. Chu Xuan had personally experienced the helplessness and despair after being dumped. That's why he was so resentful towards Xu Shanshan at this time and wanted her to experience the pain he suffered back then. After Xu Shanshan dumped her, she told herself that there is no logic in love. So he ended up depressed all his life. So in this life, Chu Xuan wants to let Xu Shanshan experience the same pain he experienced back then, and then respond to her despair with her words. That's what love is, there's no logic to it, isn't that what you said? At the same time, Chu Xuan took Zhao Xuanshuang to the cinema. After the two came out of the cinema, Chu Xuan bought a few pairs of stockings for Zhao Xuanshuang. Zhao Xuanshuang, who was surrounded by happiness all day, held the black silk stockings in her hands. She looked at Chu Xuan with clear eyes. You want me to wear stockings for you to see? Gulp. Chu Xuan swallowed. The girl tilted her head slightly, her body filled with infinite beauty. Well, today is a special reward for you, Tilder. Chapter 17, The First Black Stockings Show of the Treasured Female Classmate. I watched a movie and walked on the street for half a day. When the two arrived at the gate of the community, the sun had already set. Zhao Xuanshuang suddenly stopped. Chu Xuan followed her gaze and saw an old man buying colorful marshmallows at the entrance of the community. Chu Xuan looked at her sparkling eyes and couldn't help but smile. Do you want to eat? Zhao Xuanshuang immediately widened her eyes and nodded continuously. At this moment, even though he was short of money, Chu Xuan would definitely fulfill the girl's wish. He walked over and bought two colorful marshmallows, then handed them all to the girl. Looking at the girl opening her red lips and sticking out her pink tongue to lick gently, Chu Xuan just felt a little dry in his mouth. When Chu Xuan returned home with the girl, he found dirty clothes and smelly socks on the sofa, as well as toilet paper scattered everywhere, and immediately locked Zhao Xuanshuang outside the door. After he quickly tied it up, he invited the other person into the living room. When his parents are not at home, it is impossible for an 18-year-old boy to keep the house tidy without any restraint. Fortunately, Xu Shanshan didn't mind. She looked around. What comes into view is a cozy 3-bedroom apartment. The decoration of the living room is very simple, with a sofa, a color TV opposite it, 2 pots of green ivy on both sides of the TV, and several landscape paintings hanging on the snow-white walls. The kitchen was a bit messy, and it looked like someone used it frequently. There are 2 bedrooms, one with a closed door and the other is Chu Xuan's doghouse filled with masculine atmosphere. The last one is the study, which houses an old computer. After Chu Xuan cleaned up the dirty clothes and smelly socks, their whole room looked simple and warm. Seeing that Xu Shanshan was looking at it seriously, Chu Xuan took the initiative to introduce, "This master bedroom belongs to my parents. They work outside all year round, so no one has lived here. This bathroom can be used for taking a shower. This is the study, and finally this is my room." When Chu Xuan introduced them, Xu Shanshan had already arrived at her bedroom. She looked around, and besides curiosity, there was a hint of excitement and satisfaction in her eyes. But after a moment, Xu Shanshan's eyes were on the desk. She looked at the test paper that hadn't been touched, and her eyes widened. "You still have so much homework to do." The corner of Chu Xuan's mouth twitched. "I was busy walking the whole day today and had no time to do my homework. Moreover, he has no idea how to answer these tests." Just as Chu Xuan was grinning, Xu Shanshan suddenly took out her cell phone and made a call. Chu Xuan looked at her curiously. The phone was answered. Xu Shanshan's voice was clear. "Mom, I'm taking extra classes at my classmate's house. Well, the teacher gave me a lot of homework today, so I may have to finish it until very late. It's at my female classmate's house. Mom, what are you thinking? Yes, you don't have to leave me dinner tonight. If it's too late, I'll stay overnight at my classmate's house. Bye." Xu Shanshan hung up the phone. She looked straight at Chu Xuan with a pair of clear and cold eyes, and then said very seriously, "Be prepared to shed a layer of skin tonight." "No way, didn't we come back to see the stockings?" Chu Xuan wailed, still thinking about the short skirt and stockings. Xu Shanshan's face flushed slightly. She glanced in the direction of the bathroom and then said softly, "I've been running all day today and I'm all sweaty. I'll go take a shower. You should sort out all the test papers and books first. You are not allowed to go to bed until you finish your homework tonight." Xu Shanshan walked into the bathroom with the shopping bags. When she heard the sound of running water, Chu Xuan was excited for a moment, then helpless. He naturally likes to see stockings. Just thinking about studying instantly made him discouraged. Chu Xuan had been in this world for 3 days and had tried various methods, but he still could not concentrate on studying. However, Chu Xuan was unwilling to give up just like that. He hesitated for a moment, then found all the books from his first to 3rd year of high school and moved them to the living room. Then he went to the kitchen. "If I want to improve my grades, I will probably have to study until very late tonight, and I will have to do that without replenishing my energy." After searching for a while, there was nothing in the kitchen except instant noodles. Chu Xuan sighed softly. He could only make do with instant noodles. Crack 2 eggs into each person's bowl. When Chu Xuan came to the living room with the steaming instant noodles, the bathroom door had just opened. Chu Xuan's hands shook and the instant noodles in the bowl almost fell out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and put the bowl on the coffee table. It was not until this time that Chu Xuan was in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him. At this time, Xu Shanshan had finished bathing, and the ends of her hair were still a little wet. Xu Shanshan, who is 1.71 meters tall, has a devilish figure, snow-white skin and a flawless face. Chu Xuan subconsciously looked towards the other person's collar. It really deserves to be called 36D. The towering mountains are breathtakingly beautiful. Xu Shanshan, wearing a short skirt and stockings, had just come out of the bathroom. Her pretty face was flushed red by the steam. Chu Xuan swallowed hard, looking at the mountains opposite, feeling extremely happy. The short skirt and stockings that Xu Shanshan was wearing were bought by Chu Xuan after they walked out of the cinema. The hem of the miniskirt is very short, barely covering the thighs. If you wear it normally, the beautiful view under the skirt may be barely visible when you take a light step. Not only that, the most important thing is that Chu Xuan was wearing black stockings on her smooth and beautiful legs. That pair of slender legs is whiter than snow, and wrapped in stockings, it seems to emit a seductive sheen. Coupled with the slender waist and fair and delicate abdominal lines, it is simply fatal. Chu Xuan liked Chu Xian herself, and Chu Xian accompanied her shopping for the whole day today. While Chu Xuan felt extremely satisfied in her heart, she did not blame Chu Xian for his passionate eyes at this moment. She was not on guard at all, but showed her most perfect side. Especially when she gently stretched her perfect body, the sexiness and charm blended together made Chu Xian unable to take his eyes away. It's time for dinner. Use all your perseverance. Chu Xian finally took his eyes off the beautiful scenery. At this time, Chu Xuan was sitting on the sofa while combing her wet long hair. She first took a look at the instant noodles cooked by Chu Xian. Although it was just the most ordinary food, she did not feel disgusted at all. Instead, she was eager to try it. But after a moment, Chu Xuan's attention was focused on the pile of books in front of her. From the first to the third year of high school, the number of Chinese, mathematics, English, and other minor subjects added together is definitely considerable. Chu Xuan was casually flipping through a book, but found that Chu Xian beside her was staring at her chest in a daze. Her expression remained unchanged. Didn't you say you wanted to see the stockings? Why are you staring at my breasts? Chapter 18 Chu Xian's Golden Finger and Knee Pillow. Chu Xuan wore a white V-neck shirt and a black pleated skirt. The white and tender toes stepped on Chu Xian's sandals, and the originally pure high school girl instantly turned into a sexy urban beauty. Of course, the most amazing thing is her pair of long legs that perfectly match the golden ratio and are worn in a pair of black stockings. She wears black stockings. Chu Xuan is 1.71 meters tall, which is absolutely the most perfect height for a girl. Her legs were naturally long and well proportioned. Usually at school, Chu Xuan only wore school uniform trousers to hide her long and beautiful legs. And now that pair of deadly long legs is matched with thin and cool black stockings. The black stockings are very thin, the kind that are translucent and barely visible. That scene is definitely an extremely fatal test for anyone. People with weaker willpower may face legal sanctions. When Chu Xuan sat on the sofa, she was holding a math book for the first year of high school in her hand, and her body was leaning forward slightly. Because she was sitting down, the hem of her pleated skirt, which could only barely cover her thighs, rose up, and the sacred area seemed to be visible. Chu Xian just took a look and almost couldn't control himself. He muttered to himself. 3 years as a minimum, up to life imprisonment. 3 years as a minimum, up to life imprisonment. Chu Xian used his greatest willpower to move his eyes away from Chu Xuan's beautiful legs. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his eyes were once again attracted by the magnificent scenery between the mountains and forests. Chu Xuan was wearing a V-neck shirt. Because she had just washed it, she had no lining to change into, so she had nothing to wear underneath. The V-neck design fully revealed her pure white inner beauty. Chu Xian just took a glance, and this time, no matter how much willpower he used, he couldn't take his eyes away. So, 36D is really the most perfect state. So white and big. At first Chu Xuan didn't pay attention. Her mind was focused on the book in front of her. So I casually replied, "What's so white and big? Also, I just asked you to bring the test papers assigned by the teacher. Why did you bring so many books?" Chu Xian stared at me. "Do you know that I can't understand what's written on the test paper? Do you know that I can't even read the textbooks for the first year of high school? Do you know that I can't even read a piece of classical Chinese? Do you know that white and big are attractive?" "No, you don't." "Are?" Chu Xuan opened her mouth wide. Then she followed Chu Xian's gaze, looked down, and saw her chest at a glance. "Do my chest look good?" Chu Xian was not panicked at all after being exposed. His 40-year-old soul made him thick-skinned and not embarrassed. "Don't accuse me, I am a gentleman, I won't even look at black stockings, let alone 36D. Chu Xuan tilted her head slightly, and she quickly grasped the key point. "You just said that you don't know anything about this test paper. Are you kidding? There are still 28 days before the college entrance examination. Do you think I need to make such a joke? Since you are not allowed to see her breasts, then just touch her legs. Black stockings are not something you see often." Chu Xian calmly pulled Chu Xuan's white and tender little feet to his side, kneading them while enjoying the beautiful scenery of the mountains. Don't touch me, I haven't eaten the noodles yet. Chu Xuan pretended not to hear. Xu Shanshan put down the book in her hand, picked up the instant noodles in front of her and started eating in small bites. Girls look good when they eat. When Xu Shanshan was eating, she held the chopsticks in her right hand and used her left hand to hold down the hair hanging in front of her chest, as if she was covering her chest. She sat very straight, and when she gently opened her mouth, there was a strange beauty in her. Chu Xuan couldn't see the beautiful scenery, so he withdrew his gaze, brought his instant noodles in front of him, and began to wolf them down. The weather was very hot and the instant noodles were very hot. After Xu Shanshan had only eaten for a while, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Chu Xuan saw that her face was flushed, and even the little feet held in his left hand became hot. I finally finished the instant noodles. Chu Xuan also stood up, cleaned up the dishes and the kitchen, and then went to the bathroom. He turned on the shower and instead of using warm water, he directly rinsed his whole body with cold water until the heat in his body was extinguished by the cold water. Only then did Chu Xuan breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Chu Xuan suddenly felt a little contempt for himself. Not to mention that my 40-year-old soul can't even resist this temptation. It was Xu Shanshan, an 18-year-old young and invincible beauty, who came to his house without any precautions and took a bath in his house without any vigilance. It is no exaggeration to say that Xu Shanshan had absolute 100% trust in him, but he was greedy for the body of this young and beautiful girl. He really didn't deserve this trust. In the bathroom, Chu Xuan slowly suppressed the desire in his heart with cold water. Outside the bathroom, Xu Shanshan went to the kitchen to rinse her mouth. She had just eaten instant noodles and her mouth tasted bad. After rinsing her mouth, she took out a piece of chewing gum from her pocket and put it in her mouth. Then the girl sat in the living room, looking down at the large roundness exposed under her V-neck while chewing gum. Sure enough, as long as he is a boy, there is no one who doesn't like to look at breasts. After rinsing, Chu Xuan came out of the bathroom. He dried his wet hair with a bath towel and then sat next to Xu Shanshan. He was about to reach out and take Xu Shanshan's little feet in his hand to play with them, but Xu Shanshan suddenly put a test paper in front of him. Do you like playing with your feet? Before Chu Xuan could speak, she said to herself, finish this test paper. If you can pass it, I'll let you play. Chu Xuan suddenly felt a terrible headache. Looking at the test paper in front of him, he knew every word in the question, but when they were put together, he had no idea what they meant. How can you do it if you can't even understand the question? Chu Xuan had a bitter face, looking at the test paper in front of him, at a loss. Across from her, Xu Shanshan's expression also became serious. The first one is freshman knowledge, you really don't know it. Chu Xuan lowered his head in shame. This time, Xu Shanshan was silent for a while, then she picked up the high school math book and said very seriously, it doesn't matter, let's start from the first volume of high school. Not counting today, there are still 27 days before the college entrance examination. As long as you make full use of every minute and every second, you will be able to make up for the missed courses. Xu Shanshan was very serious and didn't seem to be joking at all. She moved her whole body towards Chu Xuan, then opened the first lesson and began to explain. Chu Xuan frowned. This approach simply doesn't work. He had tried it in the previous 2 days, and Chu Xuan even used countless methods to force himself to study. But his 40-year-old brain was really slow. In the past, he could memorize a classical Chinese article of several hundred words in half a day, but now, after 2 days, he couldn't even memorize a single classical Chinese article. But Xu Shanshan beside him was very serious, and Chu Xuan felt that if he let her efforts down, he would be guilty of death. Because Xu Shanshan was going to explain the problem to her, she slightly tilted her upper body and moved in front of him. She really had no defenses against herself. So much so that the originally V-neck neckline opened even wider. Chu Xuan didn't even need to stretch his head to peek. He only needed to glance slightly to see the most charming scenery hidden in the mountains and forests. At this moment, Xu Shanshan's white and tender little feet gently came to his hand. Chu Xuan subconsciously reached out and touched it. A soft touch came into the palm of my hand. Chu Xuan's heart was slightly moved. At this moment, Chu Xuan suddenly discovered that he had instantly understood the laws and formulas that Xu Shanshan had just explained. At this moment Chu Xuan widened his eyes. The stunning scenery at the neckline could no longer attract his attention. At this time, Chu Xuan focused all his attention on the books. He could memorize every formula and lore in the book with just one glance. Chu Xuan swallowed hard, feeling a little confused. He immediately picked up the high school Chinese textbook in front of him. Just open a piece of classical Chinese text. After just a quick glance, the words in the book seemed to automatically pop into my mind. In just the blink of an eye, Chu Xuan memorized a 200-word classical Chinese article in his mind. He closed the book and began to recite. A few minutes later, he had memorized the classical Chinese text word for word. Chu Xuan lowered his head. His left hand was still holding Xu Shanshan's white, tender and delicate little feet. Chu Xuan, who didn't believe it, let go of Xu Shanshan's feet and opened a new text. However, this time the text once again became obscure and difficult to understand. No matter how hard he read it, he couldn't even recite the first sentence. Unwilling to give up, Chu Xuan once again held Xu Shanshan's little feet, and his clever brain once again occupied the high ground. The classical Chinese text that I couldn't understand just now, after reading it silently twice, is now clearly remembered in my mind. Chu Xuan turned his head and looked at the beautiful girl beside him with a look of surprise on her face. After taking a deep breath, he finally smiled. It seems that the old man hasn't forgotten me. I also have a golden finger. Chu Xuan had tried several times before to summon his golden finger. I have tried all kinds of incantations and summons, but I still haven't seen the so-called system. And now, as he gently held Xu Shanshan's little feet, his originally slow brain immediately became sharp. It was not until this moment that Chu Xuan realized that he had always possessed a golden finger, but his golden finger was very special and required him to be with Xu Shanshan. Sure enough, Xu Shanshan is his treasure girl. After a moment, Chu Xuan's eyes lit up. This time, he put down Xu Shanshan's little feet, and gently took Xu Shanshan's slender hand. I glanced at the notes below the classical Chinese text, and it only took 2 minutes for me to memorize them all. Unwilling to give up, Chu Xuan tried again. After he let go of Xu Shanshan's hand, he couldn't read a single word. What's wrong? Xu Shanshan looked at Chu Xuan, who was excited and depressed at the same time, and she was a little worried. Chu Xuan shook his head. So you are my golden finger. I have decided that from today on, I will study hard and get admitted to the same university as you. Xu Shanshan's eyes were clear and she nodded vigorously. She picked up the first-year Chinese textbook in front of her and placed it in front of Chu Xuan. It's not enough to just shout slogans. Let's start from the beginning. Today's task is to finish reading this book and digest it. Chu Xuan, who had just mastered the golden finger, was in high spirits. He found that although it was comfortable to hold Xu Shanshan's little hand, it was very inconvenient when turning the pages of the book. So Chu Xuan gently played with Xu Shanshan's little feet. Anyway, as long as the two of them come into contact, Chu Xuan's brain will become brighter, and he opened his high school textbook. At first, Xu Shanshan only asked him to recite classical Chinese. However, after a while, when he discovered Chu Xuan's terrifying memory, Xu Shanshan changed his strategy and asked him to memorize all the words in a book except punctuation marks. Chu Xuan wanted to resist at first. But Xu Shanshan's iron fist was extremely ruthless. When her white and tender little hands pinched him and did a 360-degree Thomas spin, Chu Xuan had no choice but to surrender. The two returned home at 6:30 in the evening. Excluding the time for washing, eating, I start studying at 7:20. At 11:40, Chu Xuan had already completely mastered the Chinese language textbook for the first semester of the first year of high school. No matter what questions Xu Shanshan asked, he could answer them fluently. Chu Xuan originally thought that today's task was completed and he could rest next. However, when Xu Shanshan took out the Chinese textbook for the second semester of high school, Chu Xuan immediately showed an expression of despair. I don't know if it's because I'm over-concentrating, but I'm also very exhausted. When the time passed 12 o'clock, Chu Xuan began to yawn frequently. He had spent the whole day walking on the road with Xu Shanshan and was already a little tired. Their high-intensity study was very effective, but it was really exhausting, and his originally clear brain gradually became dull. Chu Xuan really wanted to give up. He was really sleepy and could definitely fall asleep right away. But he had vowed before that he must be admitted to the same university as Xu Shanshan. Xu Shanshan's grades are very good, even amazing. Her grades are good enough for her to get into Shuemu or Imperial University, two of the best universities in China. Chu Xuan wanted to keep up with Xu Shanshan, but ordinary results would definitely not be enough. This is only possible if you give 200% effort. So, even though he was very sleepy and his eyelids were drooping, Chu Xuan persisted. Your foundation is really too poor. Not only in high school, but even in junior high school, you can't do the basic questions. This will take more time. If you want to catch up in the remaining 27 days, you can only work hard. But don't worry, I will accompany you. Zhao Xuanxuan's eyes were firm. If she hadn't been cheering Chu Xuan up, Chu Xuan would have collapsed long ago. If he could barely hold on from 12 to 2, then from 2 to 4, even if Zhao Xuanxuan pinched his thigh hard, Chu Xuan wouldn't even feel much. 4:30. It wasn't just Chu Xuan. Zhao Xuanxuan finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell on the coffee table. Chu Xuan, his brain dizzy, fell down in a daze and never opened his eyes again. Vaguely, I seem to have had a dream. Chu Xuan no longer remembered what he dreamed about, but it was definitely a beautiful dream because the smile on his face never stopped. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was a pair of long, white and delicate legs. After being stunned for 5 seconds, Chu Xuan turned his head and saw a flawless face at a glance. It was not until this moment that Chu Xuan realized that he had rested his head on Zhao Xuanxuan's legs without knowing it. Zhao Xuanxuan's legs are white, long and straight. Especially now, she was wearing a short skirt, sitting on the sofa with her skirt curled up, and Chu Xuan was resting his head between her white and tender thighs. Chu Xuan could clearly feel the soft and smooth texture on his cheek, and he swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Is this the legendary knee pillow? Chapter 19: The hidden fair and rich beauty in our class. Generally speaking, tall and slim girls usually have flat breasts and their figures are not very outstanding. Zhao Xuanxuan is different. Although she is only 1.71 meters tall, she has a devilish figure with a protruding chest and a curvy bottom. Especially the 36D breasts on her chest are majestic and magnificent. Her legs are white and delicate, very well proportioned, very delicate and voluptuous. So, when Chu Xuan pressed his cheek against the fleshy, soft thigh, the cool and smooth texture made his heart flutter. Chu Xuan turned his face slightly, but before he could savor the beauty of the lap pillow, he heard the girl's cold warning, "Don't move." Chu Xuan's movements instantly became stiff. In this life, even in the past and present lives, this was the first time Chu Xuan enjoyed the lap pillow, so naturally he didn't want it to end so soon. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye and could see the girl's slightly red face. At this moment, the girl stood up and walked towards the bathroom, saying softly, "Since you worked so hard last night, I'll give you a special reward. Hurry up and get up, you'll be late soon." Chu Xuan sighed softly. I don't know if it's because of the knee pillow, but even though I only slept for 2 hours last night, I don't feel too tired after getting up. Instead, I feel refreshed all over. Zhao Xuanxuan occupied the bathroom. It would definitely take a long time for a girl to wash up in the morning, so Chu Xuan simply washed her face in the kitchen. The hairstyle that I spent a lot of money on yesterday is a little messy. Chu Xuan combed his hair carefully, then changed into a decent set of clothes. He looked refreshed. After Zhao Xuanxuan finished washing up, she changed into her original clothes and put on black framed glasses. Seeing that she subconsciously covered her stunning face, Chu Xuan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why don't you wear contact lenses?" Zhao Xuanxuan bit her red lips lightly, and the whole person was a little evasive. "I am used to dressing like this. If I change suddenly, I will be a little uncomfortable. Besides, there are more than 20 days before graduation. When I go to college, I will change myself." Chu Xuan knew that in the previous life, Zhao Xuanxuan unsealed herself and revealed her stunning beauty on the day after the college entrance examination when everyone went to get their admission letters, which amazed everyone. Since she was not ready yet, Chu Xuan did not force her. The two walked on their way to school together. Zhao Xuanxuan, who was so radiant yesterday, has turned back into the little girl with no sense of existence. I bought some food on the way. When he entered the classroom, Chu Xuan found that 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him. Without looking, Chu Xuan knew that it was Xu Shanshan and her deskmate Guoziyan. Chu Xuan remained calm on the surface, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. In the past, Xu Shanshan would never even look at me. And now, from the resentful look on Xu Shanshan's face, Chu Xuan knew that his plan had taken effect. That childhood sweetheart who was so high and mighty, like a white swan, has now begun to fall slowly. Chu Xuan was not in a hurry. He wanted to peel off Xu Shanshan's shell little by little and completely expose the softness hidden deep inside her. When I returned to my seat, the warm morning sun shone through the window onto my face. Chu Xuan raised his cheeks and looked out the window in a daze. After studying all night last night, Chu Xuan already understood what his golden finger was. As long as he had physical contact with Xu Shanshan, whether it was holding her hand, stroking her little feet, or even if our shoulders were just touching, his brain would become many times smarter. In just one night, Chu Xuan had thoroughly read the 2 volumes of the Chinese textbook for the first year of high school. With this ability, he believes that he doesn't have to worry about the college entrance examination at all. But now, there is a more urgent matter at hand. The living expenses in my pocket have run out. After paying for Zhao Xuanxuan's meal, giving her a haircut, and buying her contact lenses and a black silk skirt, Chu Xuan still had a few $dozen left in his pocket, and he still had to live on for 2 months with this money. If I don't find a way to make money, I might starve to death. Chu Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He began to think about ways to make money quickly and at zero cost. In his previous life, Chu Xuan was trapped in love and locked himself in his own world all day long, completely unconcerned about what was happening outside. He doesn't know anything about world affairs, stock market fluctuations, the World Cup, or winning lottery numbers. It is no exaggeration to say that I was a complete failure in my previous life. At this time, Chu Xuan frowned slightly. He began to think about what was happening around him, trying to find some key information. After a moment, a beautiful melody suddenly flashed in my mind. In the past, Chu Xuan liked 2 things the most. One is reading novels, the other is listening to music. His mind is filled with a large number of classic novel plots and songs. Chu Xuan is confident in his writing skills because he has published many short articles before. But writing a novel takes time, and it will take at least 1 or 2 months to get the first payment. By that time, the daylilies were cold. Since writing novels is not an option, the only thing left is songs. The melody in his mind made Chu Xuan eager to try. He picked up a brand new notebook, held the pen tightly in his hand, and then his elegant and neat handwriting continued to appear on the paper. Chu Xuan had practiced calligraphy before in order to write love letters to Xu Shanshan. His handwriting was vigorous and powerful, not as good as that of a calligraphy master, but definitely at the level of a lone warrior among his peers. 10 minutes later, the melody in Chu Xuan's mind had been recorded in his notebook. However, he did not stop writing, but continued writing as if possessed by God. While Chu Xuan was concentrating on writing, many eyes in the class were on him. In the past, Chu Xuan was Xu Shanshan's flatterer. Whenever he had time, he would always be around Xu Shanshan and show his courtesy to her, so he was not outstanding in the class. And now, when Chu Xuan is no longer around Xu Shanshan, especially after he changed his hairstyle, his dress and temperament have changed, the whole person suddenly became dazzling. Chu Xuan, who is 1.82 meters tall, looks particularly tall under the sunlight shining through the window. He did not lie on the desk with sleepy eyes or hunch over reading like ordinary little boys. Instead, he stood straight with a firm and focused look. When the bowl cut turned into a flowing middle-parted hairstyle, Chu Xuan's handsome face was fully revealed. Coupled with his gentle and elegant temperament, Chu Xuan is definitely the most eye-catching person in the senior year class 5, not to mention in the entire experimental high school. Just as Chu Xuan was concentrating and writing the lyrics seriously, several lively girls from class 5 couldn't help whispering. Strange, why didn't I realize before that Chu Xuan is so handsome? Yeah, he used to be around Xu Shanshan all day long, like a funny guy, always out of tune. I didn't expect him to be so charming when he was quiet. I think he is pretending, isn't it, just to attract Xu Shanshan's attention? He has been secretly in love with Xu Shanshan for more than 10 years. Who in the whole school doesn't know it? That's right. If Chu Xuan wasn't a love-brained person, he actually has the potential to be a male god. With his height, figure, and face, only Wang Tuor, the school idol in class 14, can compare to him. There really is no one as handsome as him in other classes. Yu Xiao, you are not having a love affair, are you falling in love with Chu Xuan? No, I just suddenly found Chu Xuan handsome and wanted to tease her. There are 14 classes in the experimental high school, and class 5 is the class with the highest quality of beautiful girls. Class 5 not only has Xu Shanshan, one of the 3 school beauties, but also 3 other class beauties with very good looks. Xu Shanshan's best friend Guoziyan is one of them. The other 2 are Xu Shui, who has a cold personality, and Yu Xiao, who has a childlike face and towering mountains. Yu Xiao, who has a hot body, is obviously a love-brained person. She knows exactly which class has the most handsome boys and which class has the most tall boys in the entire school. However, Chu Xuan, who was in the same class as her, was automatically ignored by Xu Shanshan because he used to be a lapdog around her all day long. And now, when she saw Chu Xuan's handsome face in the sun, Yu Xiao's love brain attacked again. She couldn't control her curiosity at all. While the head teacher hadn't arrived yet, she directly took the hand of her deskmate Xu Shui and walked towards Chu Xuan by the window. At this time, most of the students in the class were studying seriously. The classmate in front of Chu Xuan had not arrived yet. Xu Shui and Yu Xiao, 2 beautiful girls in the class, surrounded Chu Xuan. Especially Yu Xiao, she sprayed perfume on her body, and the faint fragrance made some little boys nearby couldn't help but peek over here. Chu Xuan, I heard that you confessed to Xu Shanshan last week and were rejected again. Chu Xuan, who was originally writing lyrics, did not even raise his head and said in a flat voice, indeed. Chu Xuan likes Xu Shanshan, and this is known to everyone not only in class 5 but even in the entire experimental high school. As for the number of times he had been rejected when he confessed his feelings, he himself couldn't even remember them all. This was not news at all. Chu Xuan, how many times have you confessed to Xu Shanshan? Don't you feel annoyed? As a face control, Yu Xiao rarely sees a boy who meets his requirements, but the other party turns out to be a die-hard bootlicker who stares at Xu Shanshan's confession all day long, which makes Yu Xiao feel a little unbalanced. It would be great if there was such a handsome boy to touch her. Chu Xuan is still worrying about tomorrow's meals. He just wanted to make money now, so he didn't even look up at the other person. It's really annoying, so I won't confess. Can't you see that I have turned over a new leaf now? This time, Yu Xiao's tangle disappeared. She looked incredulous. You mean, you don't pursue Xu Shanshan anymore? How is that possible? Aren't you childhood sweethearts? You've liked her for so long and confessed to her so many times. Are you really willing to give up now? What is there to be reluctant about? It's useless to give up. Chu Xuan said lightly. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the 2 beautiful girls in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh, there are so many beauties in our class 5. I was really blinded by lard before. I lost a tree, but I still have a forest. Chu Xuan was just sighing lightly, but he didn't expect Yu Xiao to sneer. Chu Xuan, do you think we are your forest? Let me tell you, Xie Shui and I are not just any girls. You want to chase us? It's beautiful. Chu Xuan was a little confused. His forest is clearly the treasure female classmate beside him. In front of Zhao Xuanshuang, the 2 girls in front of her were really nothing. Seeing the girl in front of him being arrogant, he didn't bother to pay attention to her and focused his attention on the lyrics book again. At this moment, Xie Shui, who was known as the aloof goddess and had been silent all this time, suddenly said softly, Chu Xuan, what are you writing? Chu Xuan stopped writing. He raised his head and looked at Xie Shui in front of him. As one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the class, Xie Shui's appearance is slightly inferior to Zhao Xuanshuang and Xu Shanshan, but she is also beautiful. The reason why Chu Xuan looked at her more was because Chu Xuan remembered that after graduating from high school, Xie Shui went to study abroad. It was not until then that the classmates in the class realized that Xie Shui was actually a rich and beautiful girl. Her family is very rich, and seems to be in real estate business. The family car seems to be a Cullinan. It's just that she was too low-key. During her 3 years of high school, no one knew her identity. If Chu Xuan had not been reborn, he might have been like other classmates and would not care about this top white, rich and beautiful girl at all. The boys at Shanghai Experimental High School have 2 major regrets. One is that he didn't know how stunning Zhao Xuanshuan looked when she took off her glasses. The second is that I didn't know that Xie Shui was actually a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman. After the college entrance examination, I don't know how many boys were upset. Especially the boys in class 5, they all regretted it so much. Chu Xuan looked at the rich woman in front of him, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. So he handed his notebook to Xie Shui and said calmly, nothing, I'm writing a song. First of all, Chu Xuan's handwriting is very beautiful. It is elegant and vigorous. Although it does not have the style of a master, it does have a hint of spirituality. This is also the reason why Xu Shui was interested. When Xu Shui got the notebook, she was immediately attracted by the neat and tidy handwriting. After hearing Chu Xuan say that these were the lyrics, she couldn't help but look at him and then read them carefully. At this time, Yu Xiao on the side sneered, You can write songs. Aren't you just copying lyrics? This time, before Chu Xuan could explain, Xu Shui suddenly spoke up, It's not a plagiarism. I haven't heard the lyrics above. This should be a new song you wrote yourself, Chu Xuan. The lyrics are beautiful, can you sing it for me? If someone else made such a request, Chu Xuan definitely wouldn't bother to pay attention. But Xu Shui was different. Chu Xuan knew clearly that she was a small wealthy woman, and her family assets were conservatively estimated to be over 100 million. If she likes the songs I write, I might be able to make a lot of money. It was because of this idea that Chu Xuan did not refuse. He closed his eyes gently and adjusted his mood. When he opened his eyes again, Chu Xuan became gentle and focused. At this moment, Yu Xiao, who was obsessed with looks, bit her red lips. Even the aloof rich lady Xu Shui looked surprised. As Chu Xuan sang passionately, his slightly hoarse yet magnetic voice spread throughout the class. Can the spring wind bring the summer rain? Can the autumn moon illuminate the winter snow? Can the stars in the night sky fall into the sea of dawn? Can the spring in the mountains meet the geese flying south? The morning of senior year was originally filled with the sound of reading aloud. However, as Chu Xuan started singing, the sounds of reading around him slowly stopped. Soon, everyone's attention was focused on Chu Xuan. In the back row of the classroom, Xu Shanshan stared at Chu Xuan in a daze with her big watery eyes. And for the first time, a hint of regret appeared in her eyes. Chapter 20 It turns out I lost him. The song sung by Chu Xuan is It Possible, a Mandarin folk song written, composed and sung by Xie. This song was released on May 30, 2018 and is included in the album Is It Possible New Version. The song Is It Possible was inspired by the poem In the Mirror by the poet Zhang Zhao. Through this song, Xie expresses her attitude towards regret and choice. Xie touched the softest parts of countless people's hearts with her sincere emotional performance and her ethereal and healing singing voice. On January 20, 2019, Is It Possible won the top 10 Songs of the Year and Most Popular Single of the Year awards at the Original Music Festival. The future world where Chu Xuan lives. There was a time when Is It Possible was all the rage on the internet. As long as you turned on the D music, you could hear the beautiful melody of Is It Possible. Even someone like Chu Xuan who is tone deaf can hum along with the melody of the song. At this time, the first song Chu Xuan wrote in his notebook was Is It Possible. In fact, Chu Xuan doesn't he have any musical talent, and he is a little tone deaf when singing. So before he only liked to listen to songs, but rarely sang them himself. However, the song Is It Possible has a different meaning to Chu Xuan. Especially the sentence, maybe I will turn back only when I hit the wall, maybe I will give up only when I see the yellow river, is more like a summary of Chu Xuan's previous life. In his previous life, Chu Xuan didn't he turn back even when he hit the wall, and he didn't he give up even when he saw the yellow river. Until the last moment of her life, when Xu Shanshan was even unwilling to see him for the last time, Chu Xuan truly understood the meaning of, maybe I haven't met her yet. Can you see through the foreshadowing of fate earlier? Can you not get so deeply involved so easily? Can you waste your limited time more slowly? Can you promise me forever? The tune of the song Is It Possible is not complicated and the melody is very simple. Even people without professional training can hum it softly. For this song, Chu Xuan used his own personal emotions as the background, a soothing and distant melody as the magnetic field, and a lonely voice as the atmosphere, singing out a different flavor. At this moment, it was not just the two class beauties in front of him, but also Zhao Xuanshuan beside him who turned her head slightly. Under her big glasses, a strange look flashed in her pair of star-like eyes. Can you see through the foreshadowing of fate earlier, and not fall so easily? These two lines of lyrics seem to be talking about Chu Xuan himself. In the past, Chu Xuan was trapped in love. He stayed around Xu Shanshan every day, wasting his time, his studies, and his youth. And now, he just wanted to tell himself that this time, he must not fall easily into the whirlpool of emotions. Maybe I'll turn back when I hit a wall. Maybe I will give up only when I see the yellow river. It was clearly a clean and elegant male voice, but within its gentleness there was stubbornness and determination. Because of his past and present life experiences, Chu Xuan invested deep emotions in this song. His singing voice is gentle yet contains moving power, like the breeze on a midsummer night, clean, refreshing, and comfortable. The lyrics entered the climax, and 4 consecutive sentences probably represented Chu Xuan's inner voice. On the opposite side, the wealthy young lady Xu Shanshan had been infected by Chu Xuan's lyrics and clean singing voice. The sentence, "Can you slow down a little, waste the limited time," is Chu Xuan's regret. "You will turn back only when you hit the wall. Maybe I just want to go down this path till the end," was the choice he made in his previous life. Chu Xuan's voice is not very pleasant, but having lived 2 lives, he has extremely rich life experience. In his previous life, he wasted 40 years of his life. No one understands better than him what it means to waste limited time slowly. If this song is possible, Xiaoya sang it with tenderness and determination. So Chu Xuan is expressing the emotions of loneliness and solitude. At this moment, in front of Chu Xuan, Yu Xiao, who had just laughed at him, had his eyes wide open. Yu Xiao, who has a 30-60 chest, is a beauty lover and has no resistance to handsome boys. In the past, Chu Xuan had always been around Xu Shanshan, and she had no chance. But now, when she saw Chu Xuan's strong and handsome face, thin abdominal muscles, tall figure, and especially his affectionate singing at this moment, her heart was pounding. At this moment Yu Xiao swallowed hard. She felt that Xu Shanshan was really ungrateful. Chu Xuan was so handsome and so affectionate, but she didn't agree. She was really blind. Most of the students in the class have already arrived. At this time of year, everyone would be busy doing their homework or reading aloud. After all, the college entrance examination is approaching, and everyone has to seize every minute and every second. But now, all the students in the class stopped what they were doing, held their breath, and looked straight towards the window. It's not just because the 2 class beauties, Yu Xiao and Xu Shanshan, gathered there, but more importantly, the handsome Chu Xuan sang really well in the sunshine. In the back row of the classroom, Xu Shanshan was holding a book with complete solutions to real college entrance examination questions. Originally, Xu Shanshan's English was her weak point, so at this time she should concentrate on memorizing words and increasing her vocabulary. If it were in the past, Chu Xuan would probably be around me, constantly making me happy and saying some cheesy words. In the past, Xu Shanshan would feel annoyed, thinking that Chu Xuan was disturbing her studies, and would even scold him and tell him to get out. But now, Chu Xuan did not come to him as usual. He sat quietly in his window seat, singing soulfully. Can the calamity of the previous life bring about the fate of this life? Can you believe the vows made in youth sooner? Can we not say goodbye so easily? Can you slow down a little and feel the tenderness of time? Chu Xuan's singing voice is really nice, with a hint of hoarseness in its depth, and coupled with the gentle and lonely lyrics, it feels like a story being told. Xu Shanshan had heard Chu Xuan sing before. At that time, his voice was just hoarse, just like the quacking of a drake, which was very disturbing. I remember when he was in the first year of high school, he celebrated his birthday. He prepared for a week and specially learned a love song to express his love to himself. At that time, Xu Shanshan was not moved at all. She just coldly told him to shut up and punished him by never singing in front of her again. On that birthday, the atmosphere was awkward because of a small incident. In the end, Chu Xuan shamelessly tried to make her happy and swore and cursed that he would never sing in front of her again. Only then did Xu Shanshan forgive him. But now, since when did his singing become so beautiful? Maybe I just want to go down this path to the end. Maybe I haven't met her yet. Perhaps I haven't forgotten it. That one, her. The singing in my ears slowly faded away. Chu Xuan is still the same Chu Xuan. But he never stood in front of me again, and never sang a song for me again. Xu Shanshan suddenly felt a blockage in her heart. She turned her gaze to her best friend beside her and said weakly, "Ziyang, did Chu Xuan often sing for me in the past?" There was still a hint of fascination in Guo Ziyan's eyes. She did not expect that Chu Xuan's singing was so beautiful. As Xu Shanshan's best friend, Guo Ziyan naturally knew what she was thinking, so she sighed softly. Chu Xuan did like to sing for you in the past. I remember that every time it was your birthday, he would sing birthday songs for you. He would also carefully prepare a song for you a week in advance. But, you just didn't like it at all. You either disliked the songs Chu Xuan chose for you, or disliked that his voice sounded like a duck. Even if Chu Xuan was around you and singing for you alone, you would definitely turn your head away with disgust, and then yell at him to shut up and get out of here. You would definitely not listen as carefully as you are now. Xu Shanshan opened her mouth. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know how to start. Because, that's exactly how she was before. Putting down the book in her hand, Xu Shanshan looked straight at the tall figure by the window with a gloomy look in her eyes. What else? Have I done anything excessive? Guo Ziyan seemed a little hesitant. As the best friend, Guo Ziyan used to often help Xu Shanshan with advice. It is precisely because of this that, as a bystander, she can see Chu Xian's affection and humility more clearly. For Xu Shanshan, Chu Xian really threw away all his self-esteem and pride. Many times, even Guo Ziyan felt a little distressed. And now, Chu Xian chose to give up. Guo Ziyan did not think that Chu Xian had fallen in love with someone else. Instead, she felt happy for him. Taking a deep breath, Guo Ziyan sighed. I have advised you many times before to be nice to Chu Xian, otherwise he will definitely leave you one day, but you never listened to me. You believed in your own judgment and believed that Chu Xian would never leave you. Apart from anything else, last week, Chu Xian and Zhao Xuan went to a snack stand near the school to buy things. Chu Xian bought Zhao Xuan fried fish balls, barbecue, grilled gluten and a bunch of delicious food. If Chu Xian fed these foods to you, what would you do? Xu Shanshan frowned, and she responded without thinking, those barbecues are unhygienic, there are a lot of carcinogenic substances, they are all junk food, anyway, I won't eat them. Before she finished her words, Xu Shanshan suddenly realized something and covered her mouth. On the side, Guo Ziyan sighed softly. Look, you know the answer yourself. Last time Chu Xian fed Zhao Xuan barbecue, Zhao Xuan ate it happily. If it were you, you would curse it with disgust and say it was junk food. This is the difference between you and others. It's just a barbecue, and you won't die from eating it, but you can curse others to death. Xu Shanshan reflected on herself for the first time and realized how excessive she had been in the past. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails had dug into her flesh. Anything else? Now that she had spoken out, Guo Ziyan no longer held back and told him everything. This is just one of the very small things. Think about it carefully. How many things did Chu Xian buy for you in the past? Ornaments, lipsticks, dolls, teddy bears, most of these things were thrown on the ground by you, and you still scolded him for having no taste. I remember that on your birthday last year, Chu Xian used his savings for half a year to buy you a white pleated skirt. But you disliked the skirt because it was too plain, so you threw it in the closet and didn't even want to try it on. But last time at the mall, Zhao Xuan was wearing the same pleated skirt. That must be the one Chu Xian gave her. Zhao Xuan was willing to eat the junk food Chu Xian fed her, was willing to wear a short pleated skirt, and was willing to listen carefully to Chu Xian singing. These were all things you once had, but you gave them up yourself. Guo Ziyan turned her head and saw that her best friend's eyes were red. She originally had a lot to say in her heart. After all, Chu Xian had done much more than that. But now, she sighed softly and said no more. At this moment, Xu Shanshan took a deep breath and became extremely serious. Ziyang, I already know how much I went too far in the past. I also know Chu Xian's feelings for me. Chu Xian likes me, and everyone knows his feelings for me. But now, he has been bewitched by that little devil Zhao Xuan. I believe that as long as some time passes, Chu Xian will come back to me. After all, we grew up together and we are childhood sweethearts. At this moment, Xu Shanshan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. She was full of confidence and vowed to win Chu Xian back. At this time, by the classroom window, after Chu Xian finished singing a song, Yu Xiao was the first one who couldn't help but applaud. There was a little surprise in her eyes. Chu Xian, your singing is really beautiful. Next time when we have a class reunion, you must sing a few more songs. Chu Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He was self-aware, and with his tone-deaf singing skills, if it weren't for the fact that the song happened to suit his taste and he had put his emotions into it, he would probably have sung it in a ghostly and howling manner. As for going to a karaoke bar to sing, it is absolutely embarrassing. Beside Chu Xian, Zhao Xuan's eyes were also full of stars. She liked this song very much. This was also the first time she heard Chu Xian sing. She couldn't help but whispered, Chu Xian, I think you can be a singer. In the past, Zhao Xuan had always played a supporting role. She always kept her head down and did not participate in any discussion. When the words fell, when she saw the gazes of several people around her, Zhao Xuan immediately lowered her head and dared not say anything more. However, the expression of Xie Shui, the rich young woman in front of him, became serious. Chu Xuan's singing voice is very deep, but it is not even close to that of a real professional singer. What Xu Shui really values is Chu Xuan's composing ability. The song, Is It Possible, is a classic both in terms of lyrics and melody. Xu Shui could see Chu Xuan's intentions from this song, and also saw Chu Xuan's talent. She hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Chu Xuan, after school tonight, you and I will go to a place, and I will help you compose the music for this song. If the response is good, maybe I can sell the copyright. Others may not know the weight of Xu Shui's words. But Chu Xuan knew. Given Xu Shui's identity, she must have been certain about what she said. Chu Xuan vaguely remembered that Xu Shui's family not only ran real estate, but also seemed to be vaguely involved in the entertainment industry. However, Chu Xuan and Xu Shui had no interactions in their previous life, and he only occasionally heard about them from his classmates. Chu Xuan, who was originally worried about tomorrow's meal money, immediately nodded and agreed. He said very seriously, Okay, I'll wait for you in the evening. The bell rang for preparation. Xu Shui and Yu Xiao, the two most beautiful girls in class, returned to their seats. Until this moment, Shou Bo, a close friend in the front row, suddenly turned around and gave Chu Xuan a thumbs up with a flattering look on his face. You just captured these two class beauties. Dad, let us start the class. Chapter 21, Monster and Genius. Shou Bo is 1.72 meters tall, has dark skin, and is a little bloated. In the class, he is the kind of nobody who cares about him. This guy was sitting in the front row in front of Chu Xuan. In their previous life, the two of them often went to the internet cafe together overnight. Their highest record was that after the college entrance examination, the two stayed in the internet cafe for 3 days, and their legs were weak when they came out. Facing his only best friend, Chu Xuan was filled with emotion. He patted Shou Bo's shoulder gently and said seriously, Lao Shou, watch less Japanese love action movies and surf the internet less in the future. Improve your grades and try to get into a top university. When you enter university, I promise to help you find a girlfriend. Shou Bo was a little unconvinced. Lao Xian, have you really changed? Are you really not pursuing Xu Shanshan anymore? Chu Xuan said earnestly, women will only affect the speed at which I make money. Before he finished speaking, he saw Zhao Xuan, who was sitting at the same table, looking at him coldly. Chu Xuan coughed dryly and immediately changed his words. Anyway, from now on, I will no longer pursue Xu Shanshan. Lao Shou, you should study hard. If you can get into the same university as me, I will help you pursue not only the class beauty, but also the department beauty. This time, Shou Bo calmed down. He glanced at the aloof Xu Shui and class 36D Yu Xiao next door, and couldn't help muttering, Old Chu, don't talk about me. If you can get the class belle Xu Shui or Yu Xiao, I can get into Fudan University. The two were chatting when the bell rang and the head teacher, Old Wu, walked into the classroom with a stack of test papers in his hand. Without saying anything, he handed the test paper to the students in the front row and said calmly, distribute it. This is last year's math college entrance examination paper. Everyone should take it seriously. Then, when Chu Xuan took the test paper in his hand, he was completely dumbfounded. He only figured out the correct way to use the golden finger last night. I only spent one night to finish reading both volumes of the Chinese textbook for the first year of high school. As for math, there was no time to prepare at all. It is conceivable how terrible Chu Xuan's results were in this surprise test. The test papers were distributed in the morning. At noon, the head teacher asked several students to help correct the test papers. In the afternoon, the head teacher used a physical education class to distribute the test papers. Chu Xuan held the test paper full of red crosses in his hand and felt his scalp tingling. Zhao Xuan, who was standing beside her, took her own test paper. She turned it over and read it twice, then finally sighed, Your luck is really bad. Forget about the big questions at the end, but you didn't even guess a single multiple-choice question correctly. These 6 points should be given to you by the teacher because your paper is neat. Chu Xuan, come to my office after class. The head teacher glanced at Chu Xuan lightly. Chu Xuan's result in this test made him heartbroken. Although Chu Xuan's grades were average before, he could still pass the test with a score of 150. Now he has scored in single digits, and the class average score has been lowered by 2 points. What happened? In the back row of the classroom, Xu Shanshan had been paying attention to Chu Xuan's movements. When she saw Chu Xuan being invited by old Wu to have tea in his office, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. Beside her, Wu Ziyan immediately came up and said softly to Xu Shanshan, "I've inquired about it. Chu Xuan scored 6 points in math this time. Math is still his strong point. He is more weak in other subjects. If he continues to perform well now, he won't even be able to get into a third-tier university. At most, he can get into a junior college. Shanshan, with your grades, you will definitely go to a 211 or 985 university in the future. In fact, Chu Xuan is not worthy of you at all. You don't have to be too sad." At this moment, Xu Shanshan finally felt better. She nodded slightly and turned back into the proud and confident white swan. Chu Xuan was severely criticized by the head teacher, and he vowed not to doze off during the next test, to ensure that he performed at his normal level and scored above 100 points. He was released only after a military order was issued. Next, Chu Xuan focused on mathematics. Now we have entered the countdown to the college entrance examination and all subjects are being reviewed. For those who have given up, the teacher on the podium will no longer ask them about it as long as they do not disturb others in class. Chu Xuan held Zhao Xuanxuan's hand and used the remaining class and evening self-study to review the Chinese language for the second year of high school. Originally he wanted to study mathematics, but mathematics is different from other subjects. You cannot learn mathematics just by rote memorization. There are only high school books in the desk, which he cannot understand at all. Chu Xuan could only go back and start reading from his junior high school books. Only when you understand and grasp it thoroughly can you continue. I finally made it to the end of school. Chu Xuan packed up his things and was thinking about how to ask Zhao Xuanxuan to go home with him to study when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the pure and innocent class beauty Xu Shui. There was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Chu Xuan, I have already made an appointment for you, we can go over and record the song now." Only then did Chu Xuan remember the agreement he had made with her. When he was about to leave with her, who knew that at this moment, his deskmate Zhao Xuanxuan suddenly leaned back and directly blocked Chu Xuan's exit. Then, Zhao Xuanxuan raised her head, her gem-like eyes staring straight at her. "Don't go anywhere, I'm going to give you extra lessons tonight." Chu Xuan glanced at the two girls in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Chu Xuan is really short of time now. Just like this math test, if you don't work hard, you might really get a single-digit score in the college entrance examination. However, learning is important, and making money is equally important. Chu Xuan only has a few dozen yuan left in his pocket, which is not enough to last him through the college entrance examination even if he has to eat steamed buns. So making money is also necessary. After weighing it for a moment, Chu Xuan directly grabbed Zhao Xuanxuan's delicate hand and said seriously, "You can go with me to record the song, it should be finished soon, and you can help me make up for the missed lessons when you come back. Don't worry, I will make up for the missed lessons even if I don't sleep tonight." Zhao Xuanxuan originally wanted to refute. But when he saw Chu Xuan's deep eyes, he immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and then followed Chu Xuan silently. But Xu Shui looked at Chu Xuan and Zhao Xuanxuan with curiosity. Of course, Xu Shui is simply a cold person and doesn't pay attention to anything. Moreover, after the college entrance examination, she will go abroad to study, and she will not care about anything that happens in the class or school. This time, if she hadn't been moved by Chu Xuan's singing, she wouldn't have come over on her own initiative. Arriving at the school gate, Xu Shui waved her hand to stop a taxi. After the three of them got on the bus, Xu Shui directly announced her destination: "Master, let's go to the night bar." When Chu Xuan heard about going to the bar, he noticed that Zhao Xuanxuan beside him stiffened noticeably. In 2008, high school students rarely went to such places. When the car started, Xu Shui said softly, "Don't worry, it's not a messy place." 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a neon-lit bar. 3 people got off the car. At the door of the bar, a young man in work clothes immediately came up to greet her. "Miss, Sister Piao Piao is waiting for you inside." Xu Shui's expression remained unchanged. There was a hint of surprise in Zhao Shuang's eyes. Chu Xuan, on the other hand, suddenly felt as if he had suddenly understood everything. In his previous life, after the college entrance examination, Chu Xuan found out that Xu Shui was a beautiful, rich girl from a wealthy family. He vaguely heard from others that Xu Shui's family seemed to run an entertainment company and seemed to be involved in the entertainment industry. Now it seems that Xu Shui's family runs a bar. As for the entertainment industry rumors, they should be singers in the bar. Chu Xuan and the other two walked into the bar. The deafening music and the crowds venting their emotions as imagined were not there. On the contrary, there was a soft music echoing in my ears, the colorful lights above my head were very bright, and the guests in the entire hall were whispering. There was no scene of chaos at all. It was not until this moment that Chu Xuan realized that this was a bar. The bar is relatively quiet and not as dirty as the general bars. It is more suitable for friends to chat, talk about everything, and communicate with each other. Chu Xuan discovered that Zhao Xuanxuan beside him had obviously relaxed. Led by Xu Shanshan, the three of them quickly arrived at the recording studio. There are all kinds of musical instruments and equipment here. What attracted people's attention the most was the beautiful woman with heavy makeup sitting in front of the piano. She was wearing a strapless royal blue shirt, which revealed a unique sexiness and grace, and a pair of velvet hot pants, which were very short, revealing her long legs. She has an oval face, long eyebrows, fair skin and a radiant appearance. Seeing Xu Shanshan, the sexy woman in front of her finally stood up. She stepped forward and hugged Xu Shanshan, kissing her cheek and pinching her chest, saying passionately, "Xiao Shui, you finally came to see me. You don't know, I miss you so much every day." Xu Shui used all her strength to push the woman in front of her away. Her face was rarely stained with a layer of red, and then she said unhappily, "Sister Piao Piao, if you continue like this, I will never come again." Seeing that Xu Shui was angry, the sexy and charming woman finally restrained herself a little. Her phoenix eyes swept over Chu Xuan, and suddenly became cold again. "Xiao Shui, is this the talented classmate you mentioned? Can he write songs? Let me take a look first, but I have to say in advance that I am very strict. If his writing is crap, even for your sake, Xiao Shui, I will not help record it." Xu Shui is full of confidence. At this time, Chu Xuan, who was well prepared, took out his notebook and handed it to the other party. When it came to business, Liu Piao was no longer as casual as before, and became serious. Soon, Liu Piao took the notebook and opened the cover. The first thing that caught her eye was Chu Xuan's vigorous and powerful handwriting. Then, just after seeing the first two lines of lyrics, Liu Piao's expression suddenly became solemn. "Can the spring wind bring the summer rain? Can the autumn moon illuminate the winter snow?" Liu Piao suddenly looked up and looked at the boy in front of her seriously for the first time. At noon, she received a call from Xu Shui. Xu Shui said that there was a musical genius in her class and the songs he wrote were very nice. At that time, Liu Piao just laughed it off. What kind of song can a high school student write? It's nothing more than whining. However, out of respect for the eldest lady, Liu Piao still took time to come to the bar's recording studio. When she first saw Chu Xuan, Liu Piao only thought that he was a handsome big boy. And now, the moment she got the lyrics, when she looked at Chu Xuan again, there was a hint of strangeness in her eyes. The first sentence is simple, but it reveals something extraordinary. Everyone knows that the spring wind may not bring the summer rain. The autumn moon will not wait until winter to illuminate the cold winter night. But in fact, everyone grows into a lonely individual in the story. Sometimes the game of time will make you feel inexplicable pain. Firstly, because once time passes, it will never come back. Secondly, once the hourglass of memory tilts, you will see the haste and unwillingness of the past. This kind of emotion, when a person grows up like this and goes through the years of sensual pleasures, is itself a meaningful community. Just from the first line of lyrics, Liu Piao felt a different meaning. She withdrew her gaze and continued reading silently. When she saw their words, "Can you not fall into it so easily? Can you slow down and waste your limited time? Can you promise me forever?" Liu Piao narrowed her eyes subconsciously. If the previous few lines of lyrics were just a prelude, then this one is very amazing and even thought-provoking. The next moment, when Liu Piao saw the chorus. "Maybe I will turn back only when I hit the south wall. Maybe I will give up only when I see the yellow river." She found that her hands began to tremble slightly. Trying to suppress the shock in your heart. Liu Piao finished reading the lyrics. She looked straight at Chu Xuan with her beautiful phoenix eyes, and then asked anxiously, "What's your name?" "Chu Xuan." "Chu Xuan, I'm not doubting you, but this matter is really too important to me. I want to make sure that this song was really written by you alone." Under Liu Piao's surprised and solemn gaze, Chu Xuan hesitated for a moment. This song, Is It Possible, was released by Xia in 2018 and included in the album, Is It Possible? It is now 2008, which means that if Chu Xuan had not intervened, this song would not appear for another 11 years. For the people of this time and space, the original author of this song is themselves. If Chu Xuan didn't admit it, he would have no way to explain the origin of the song. So, despite some condemnation in his heart, Chu Xuan still chose to admit it. When Chu Xuan nodded slightly, Liu Piao in front of him immediately showed a bright smile. She felt as if she had seen some rare treasure. I held the notebook tightly with both hands and never wanted to let go. Student Chu, how about selling the copyright of this song to me? Don't worry, you are Xie Shua's classmate, I will definitely not let you suffer any loss. This time, Chu Xuan's heartbeat quickened slightly. The reason why he came to record the song was that he wanted to package the song well and then sell it for a good price. Before, Chu Xuan was still worried that he had no channels and connections. The sudden appearance of Liu Piao in front of him was really timely. Chu Xuan was still secretly happy. Xu Shanshan, who was standing by, suddenly frowned. Sister Piao, are you planning to take Chu Xuan's song to participate in The Voice of China? Liu Piao's expression froze for a moment, then she smiled awkwardly. Xie, I can't hide anything from you. I did sign up for The Voice of China and will be attending the audition this weekend. I didn't have much confidence before, but if I have this song, I'm confident that I can make it to the finals. Xu Shanshan frowned. She doesn't like Liu Piao's utilitarian style. Just as he was about to refuse on behalf of Chu Xuan spoke first. I won't buy this song, but I can create a song tailor-made for you, and I guarantee that the quality is no less than this song. Is it possible? Following Chu Xuan's gentle words, Liu Piao in front of him suddenly stepped forward. She grabbed Chu Xuan's arm, and her face flushed red because she was too excited. Tailor-made? You want to tailor a song for me? Are you sure? Do you know what you're talking about? Chapter 22 The Birth of Chu Dad. Chu Xuan said lightly that he had tailor-made a song for him, but Zhao Xuanshuang and Xie Shui beside him didn't feel much. Because they are not from the entertainment industry, they naturally don't understand the weight of this sentence. However, as a person who is half in the entertainment industry, Liu Piao was trembling all over. At this time, Liu Piao strode in front of Chu Xuan. Her beautiful pair of almond-shaped eyes stared straight at Chu Xuan's handsome face, as if she wanted to see through him. It's no wonder that Liu Piao was excited. It was really because Chu Xuan's words were too shocking. There is a strange phenomenon in China's entertainment industry. That is, when a singer becomes famous with a song, he will become addicted to countless commercial performances. Anyway, China is big enough, and it would take decades to sing in second and third tier cities. The performance fee is tens of thousands of yuan each time. I can't say that I make a lot of money, but it is certain that I will not have to worry about food and drink. Therefore, there are many such one-song singers in China. He travels around the country every week, says, I'm glad to be here, to the audience in a variety of commercial performances, sings a song and leaves, making easy money. They are too lazy to release new songs, which is a waste of time and effort, so they just sing old songs that everyone is familiar with, which is safer. You don't even have to sing live, just lip sync. Liu Piao is considered to be half a person in the entertainment industry. She formed a band and performed in bars every day. Liu Piao knows too many singers who were once very popular. However, these people have one thing in common, that is, after a song becomes a hit, they quickly disappear and are no longer seen in the entertainment industry. This is true for singers and songwriters alike. There are too many composers in the music composition circle who have bursts of inspiration and write hit songs. However, like their one-song singers, their inspiration will run out and they will never write hit songs again. It is precisely because of this that in the entertainment industry, there is an extremely strict hierarchy among composers. From the very beginning as a first-level composer to the top sixth-level golden song composer. Don't think that first-level composers are low-end. In fact, to become a first-class composer, one must have a solid foundation in composition theory, have studied a large number of works for a long time, engage in teaching work, and have a fairly high aesthetic and foundation. They may not have many works, but they have high self-requirements for the level of creation. Level 2 composers are already professional composers, and have a high level of technical and musical skills. Their works range from chamber music to orchestral music, which is very impressive. Level 3 composers are composers who have created well-known pop songs or film and television soundtracks and have a solid classical foundation. As for the top 6 level composers, they are called gold medal composers, and they have a unified title, called Chu Dad. In the Chinese music composition world, the number of people who can be called Chu Dai can be counted on one hand. Among them, Li Zhongsong, who is famous and known as the godfather of the music industry, is one of them. Different from ordinary songwriters, the biggest feature of QD is that they can tailor songs for the singers according to their own situations. For example, Li Zhongsong tailored the song I Suffer the Cold Wind for You for singer Lim Yu Ryan, and this song made her famous in the music scene. Originally, Liu Piaopia thought that Chu Xuan, an 18-year-old boy in the third year of high school, wrote the song Is It Possible, just because he was overwhelmed with inspiration at the moment. In Liu Piaopia's mind, Chu Xuan is not even the lowest level first level composer. Because Chu Xuan did not have a deep foundation in composition theory, nor had he studied a large number of works over a long period of time, nor did he have a high level of aesthetics and skills. Such people are similar to the singer of a song. After being overwhelmed with inspiration, they write a song and then become just like everyone else. But now, Chu Xuan actually said that he could tailor a song for him. Tailor-made. Even a level 5 gold medal composer wouldn't dare to say that. Only a level 6 Chu Dad has this kind of strength. If Chu Xuan can really tailor a song for himself, then that means the other person is Chu's father. If the news of an 18-year-old composer's father were to get out, it would not only cause a major earthquake in the composing world, but the entire entertainment industry. This is the real reason why Liu Piaopia was excited. Xu Shanshan, who was at the side, didn't understand any of this at all. She asked curiously, Sister Piaopia, is Chu Xuan good at writing songs? Liu Piaopia, whose whole body was trembling, took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Then she said very seriously, it's not as simple as just being too powerful to care about. If he can really tailor a song for anyone, then he is a monster that only appears once in a century. Faced with Liu Piaopia's praise, Chu Xuan was a little flattered. Chu Xuan has many songs in his mind. But he knew that he had no talent at all. Even Chu Xuan didn't know the musical notation. At best, I am just a plagiarist. However, Chu Xuan soon discovered that after the initial excitement, a hint of scrutiny and suspicion had slowly appeared in Liu Piaopia's eyes. Of course, it's not Liu Piaopia's fault that she is suspicious. It's just that Chu Xuan's words are too shocking to the world. The 18-year-old Chu Dad is unprecedented and may never be surpassed. It is understandable that Liu Piaopia would be suspicious. At this moment, Chu Xuan knew that if he didn't show some real ability, he would probably be regarded as bragging by the other party. So, he breathed gently and then looked carefully at Liu Piaopia in front of him. Since we have already said it is tailor-made, we must choose a song that suits the other person. Liu Piaopia is over 1.68 meters tall. Different from the 18-year-old girls around her, such as Chu Xuan and Xu Shanshan. She exudes maturity and charm. She was about 23 or 24 years old and looked mature and sexy. Under Chu Xuan's direct gaze, the doubts in Liu Piaopia's eyes became more and more serious. As a half musician, Liu Piaopia knows very well that even a gold medal composer needs 10 days or half a month to write a song. As for tailor-made songs, you must understand the other person's past and then write songs based on their situation. And Chu Xuan, he just looked at his appearance from beginning to end and never asked about his situation. It would be amazing if I could write a song like this. Before, Liu Piaopia was shocked by Is It Possible, written by Chu Xuan, and was confused for a moment, so she believed Chu Xuan's words without a doubt. But now, she has regained her composure. After seeing Chu Xuan's young face, she finally calmed down. In Liu Piaopia's mind, she no longer had any hope for Chu Xuan. I just thought that the other person was a big boy who occasionally got inspiration, wrote a hit song, and then liked to brag and talk big. Liu Piaopia no longer held out hope and turned her attention back to the notebook in front of her. Liu Piaopia sat back in front of the piano and began to carefully study Is It Possible in her notebook. The quality of this song is indeed very high, with a beautiful melody and simple and profound lyrics. If it could be taken to participate in China's Voice, it might be able to enter the top 10, or even the finals. At this time, Liu Piaopia was completely attracted by the song. She stretched out her slender hands and gently played the tune. At this moment, Chu Xuan was looking at Liu Piaopia sitting in front of the piano, and a beautiful picture suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, Chu Xuan stepped forward gently. He took the notebook that Liu Piao had placed in front of the piano, and regardless of the other party's surprised look, he said calmly, "Pen." Liu Piao and Xu Shanshan hadn't reacted yet. Zhao Xuan has already started searching around. Soon, Zhao Xuan's eyes lit up. She found a pen from the counter next to the piano and handed it to Chu Xuan. Without any hesitation, Chu Xuan held the notebook in his left hand and began to write quickly with his right hand. "How can I best describe you? What can I compare you to be special? I feel strongly about you. But I don't really understand it and I just rely on my intuition." Chu Xuan's handwriting is vigorous and powerful. He looked serious. As the beautiful handwriting appeared on the paper, Zhao Xuan and Xu Shanshan had already surrounded him. On the opposite side, Liu Piao, who was originally immersed in the piano music, focused slightly. She didn't believe that Chu Xuan could really tailor a song for her. 18-year-old Chu Dad, it is impossible for this world to have such a monster. Chapter 23 Daoxian's Shock. Only. Suddenly, I felt a little bit of anticipation in my heart. Even if there is only a slight possibility. If the boy in front of her is really an all-round music composer, and if he writes a few more songs for her, she won't have to sing in bars, but can officially enter the entertainment industry and have a bright future ahead of her. I hold a glimmer of hope in my heart. At this moment, Liu Piao tried to stop herself from thinking too much, but she stood up uncontrollably. Then, Liu Piao slowly walked forward. When she stood in front of Chu Xuan and saw the lyrics, her eyes widened instantly. It turns out that even if you don't understand a person, even if you know nothing about the other person, you can still write a song. She already had a vague feeling about the few lines of lyrics on the notebook, but Liu Piao still had doubt in her eyes. She opened her eyes wide and watched carefully. At this time, Chu Xuan's right hand kept moving, and words kept appearing on the paper. In the entire room, besides the rustling sound of writing, the only sound was the slightly heavy breathing of the girls in front of him. "You are as comfortable as curling up in a quilt. But it is as elusive as the wind. Like perfume on your wrist. Like the red high heels that I can't put down." When Liu Piao saw the words, "red high heels," on the notebook, she suddenly lowered her head. She suddenly discovered. What she was wearing on her feet was a pair of red high heels. He is actually tailoring songs for himself. When this thought appeared in her mind, Liu Piao's breathing suddenly stopped. Then she felt her heart skip a beat. Amid the pain in her heart, Liu Piao clenched her fists tightly, and she didn't even notice the long nails digging into her flesh. Crazy but afraid of having no way out. "Will you please let me stop this chase? Just treat it as the last and only pair of them. Red high heels." At this moment, Liu Piao was trembling all over. Chu Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his aching arms and said calmly, "You can take this song to participate in the Voice of China audition. Because of the tight time, I can only hastily write a pop song like this without any connotation. Next time there is a chance, I will help you write a classic song that will be passed down." The lyrics of "Red High Heels" are very ambiguous, expressing the bravery and passion of contemporary young people when facing love. Chu Xuan had no other intention in writing this song. He just happened to see the red high heels on Liu Piao's feet and a light bulb went off in his mind. This song is not very famous and has not won any major awards. Chu Xuan didn't feel it was a pity to use this song to participate in the Voice of China audition. However, even though it is just such a simple song, it is already a rare classic for Liu Piao. From beginning to end, it took Chu Xuan no more than 10 minutes to write this song. 10 minutes, what can you do? For most composers, 10 minutes is not even enough time for them to think. It takes a normal composer at least 10 days or half a month to write a song. Chu Xuan only took 10 minutes, and it was tailor-made for this person he was meeting for the first time. With this kind of creative ability, even if he is not a gold medal composer, he is at least a third-level or even fourth-level composer. At this time, Liu Piao no longer had any contempt for Chu Xuan. She stood in front of Chu Xuan with great respect, and then bowed 90 degrees, "Teacher Chu, I was negligent just now, please forgive me." Chu Xuan immediately panicked. He waved his hands hurriedly, "Well, no need to be like this, just call me Chu Xuan, I am not worthy of being called a teacher." At this moment, Liu Piao suddenly looked up, with infinite expectations in her eyes, and said, "Teacher Chu, please help me write another song. I want to participate in the Voice of China." I want to enter the finals. I want to become famous overnight. Liu Piaopiao is not the kind of reserved and shy girl. At the age of 22, she ignored the dissuasion of her family and the opinions of her relatives and friends. After graduating from the music college, she resolutely came to the bar to become a bar singer. She is even willing to give up everything in pursuit of her dream. Chu Xian's eyes widened. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct. Become famous overnight? Who doesn't he want to become famous overnight? However, China is so big, with more than 1 billion people, how many people can become famous overnight? At this time, Chu Xuan had calmed down. He was only here to record, is it possible? As for writing red high heels, it was just a casual thing. As for making the other person famous. To be honest, Chu Xuan and Liu Piaopiao only met for the first time today. The two had not even met for half an hour. Chu Xuan doesn't know Liu Piaopiao at all, so why should he spend his energy and time to make her famous? Moreover, today is only the 4th day that Chu Xuan has come to this world. He didn't want to be noticed so soon. So, in response to Liu Piaopiao's request, Chu Xuan was silent for a moment and then decided to refuse. At this moment, Chu Xuan was about to shake his head. Who knew that Liu Piaopiao on the opposite side suddenly said, 100,000 for one song. As long as you can help me write a song of the quality of Is It Possible, I am willing to pay you 100,000 for one song. Moreover, if the quality is better, I am willing to pay you 200,000, or even 300,000 tilde. At this moment, if Chu Xuan had any hesitation at all, it would be disrespectful to himself and to money. So, without saying anything, he directly ordered, paper and pen, prepare a table for me. Liu Piaopiao widened her eyes. She looked around and found that there was no desk in the small recording studio except for a pile of musical instruments. Seeing the opportunity to reach the sky right in front of her, how could Liu Piaopiao give up easily? So, she gritted her teeth and took a light step forward. When she was in front of Chu Xuan and they were less than 5 centimeters apart, Liu Piaopiao bent down 90 degrees and said seriously, Master, just right on my back. It was not until this time that Chu Xuan discovered that the clothes Liu Piaopiao was wearing revealed her sexy back. As she bent over 90 degrees, her entire perfect back was fully exposed. Chu Xuan subconsciously widened his eyes. Xu Shanshan, who was standing by, had a gleam in her eyes, and she placed the notebook directly on Liu Piaopiao's smooth back. At this moment, Chu Xuan's heart was filled with emotion. But soon, when he saw Chu Xuan beside him, he calmed down again. After picking up the pen, Chu Xuan gently closed his eyes and began to think hard. A song called Is It Possible can sell 100,000 copies. High-quality ones cost 200,000 or even 300,000. Then you must write classic songs that will be passed down through the ages. At this time, Chu Xuan was thinking seriously. Beside him, 2 beautiful ladies came to Chu Xuan's side. They held their breath and didn't dare to make any noise to disturb them. At this moment, Chu Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. Then write the 2 words, Daoxiang, in the notebook. Chapter 24, Bentley is elegant, the dignity of a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Chu Xuan took 10 minutes to finish writing red high heels. However, when he was writing about rice fragrance, he got stuck. This is mainly due to 2 reasons. Although red high heels is old, in the movie Love in the City, the scene of the heroine Clara dancing sexy in a red dress is so tempting, and the soundtrack at that time was this song, Red High Heels. Clara has an impressive figure, with big breasts, long legs and a thin waist. She has everything, especially when she walks in the entertainment industry with the title of 36D, it is hard to forget. She has a devilish figure that makes all the boys unable to move and makes the girls hate her so much. Chu Xuan remembered the song Red High Heels because he watched Clara's sexy dance. As for Rice Fragrance, this is definitely a classic song, with beautiful lyrics and melody. If Red High Heels can get 5 points, then Daoxiang can get 9 points, or even full marks. Chu Xuan could clearly remember the melody of Daoxiang. However, this song was so old that Chu Xuan had a vague memory of some parts of the lyrics. He just couldn't remember the last few verses of the lyrics. In addition, under the notebook, Liu Piaopiao's beautiful back was too tempting that Chu Xuan couldn't concentrate fully. So, after a moment, he suddenly stopped writing, then sighed softly. Wait a minute, I'm out of inspiration. I'll continue when I get some. Beside her, Xu Shanshan, who had been afraid to breathe, suddenly stepped forward, picked up the notebook in front of her, and then widened her eyes. Their whole person looks excited. At this time, Liu Piao, who had been bending over and using her beautiful back as a table and chair, stood up. She didn't care about her sore back, but directly snatched the notebook from Xu Shui's hand, and then she began to hum softly. If you have too many complaints about this world. If you fall, you won't dare to move forward. Why are people so fragile and depraved? Please turn on the TV and see how many people are trying to bravely keep going for their lives. Shouldn't we be content? The first paragraph of the lyrics is sincere and simple, yet it brings warmth and strength to people in peace. If this section of lyrics was just a prelude and just made people's eyes light up, then when the lyrics turned to the beautiful childhood, the romantic village, and began to mention the theme of rice fragrance, Liu Piao felt as if her soul was trembling. Remember, you said home is the only castle. Keep running along the rice-scented river. I know the dream of my childhood. Don't cry and let the fireflies take you away. Liu Piao suddenly looked up and looked straight at Chu Xuan. Looking at this young man with a slightly childish face, she felt her scalp tingling. Others may not know, but Liu Piao can clearly understand the meaning of this song. The fragrance of rice represents the original beauty and eternal reliance. The young man in front of us chose some beautiful images, such as rice fragrance, fireflies, river, bees, and scarecrow, etc., to show the scene of freedom, beauty, and harmony. Although the lyrics of this song are not gorgeous or exquisite, they are full of sincere charm in their peacefulness. Liu Piao, whose breathing became rapid, continued to look. The following lyrics amazed her more and more. Don't give up so easily. Like I said, if you can't pursue your dream, just change it. To color your life brightly, first paint love with the color you like. Smile. The lyrics come to an abrupt end. It is obvious that the essence of the song comes after smile, but Chu Xuan only wrote to this point because he forgot the lyrics. At this moment, Liu Piao felt as if she was being poured by a cat. She was sure that based on the first half of the lyrics, this song was definitely a classic. And it is a rare classic. If the lyrics in the second half can maintain this level, Liu Piao can't even imagine what kind of sensation it will cause if she performs this song in the voice of China. Liu Piao looked straight at Chu Xuan. At this moment, there was no more doubt or scrutiny in her eyes, only a pitiful look. At this moment, Xu Shui, who had been silent, also spoke up. Chu Xuan, I like this song very much. If you can finish writing it, I am willing to pay 300,000 to buy the copyright of this song. Xu Shui is a wealthy woman, and Chu Xuan has known this for a long time. However, no matter what, Chu Xuan did not expect that Xu Shui was so rich. 300,000. In 2008, 300,000 yuan could even buy a house in a third-tier city. In this era when the average salary is less than 1,000, 300,000 is really a huge sum of money. Chu Xuan licked his lips gently, but after a moment, he sighed. It will take me a week to compose the song Rice Fragrance. It's not that I don't want to write it right away, but I just don't have any inspiration. Xu Shui was a little disappointed. But Liu Piao on the side thought it was natural. For songwriters, inspiration is their lifeblood. If I have inspiration, I can probably write a song in 2 or 3 days. Without inspiration, you may not be able to write a good song even if you spend 10 days, half a month, or even a year. Liu Piao suddenly stepped forward and hugged Xu Shui. She said with a longing look on her face. Xu Shui, please give me the song Rice Fragrance. I really need a song like this. Faced with Liu Piao's constant pinching and tickling, Xu Shui would have given in and admitted defeat under normal circumstances, but this time, her attitude was unusually tough. No, I like this song very much. I won't allow you to sing this song to sell money. Seeing Xu Shui's firm attitude, Liu Piao had no choice but to give up the idea. But after a moment, she turned her attention to Chu Xuan again. Then he said pitifully, Master, please help me write a song. I don't want something that classic, just something on the same level as Is It Possible? Hearing this, Chu Xuan began to ponder. Classic songs might take some time, but if it's just a catchy song, Chu Xuan can do it with ease. He remembered that there were many D-note hits in later generations. 10 years later, these songs may have become so popular that no one cares about them. But if you look at it now, it can at least be considered fresh and clean. So, Chu Xuan picked up the pen. On the side, Liu Piao had not yet reacted, but Xu Shui had already put the notebook on her back. being used as a desk again, Liu Piaopia was not at all dissatisfied. Instead, her face was full of happiness. This time, Chu Xuan only took 10 minutes to write a song called I Envy the Wind and the Rain. If Rice Fragrance is a song that incorporates elements of traditional Chinese music and modern pop music, the whole song is more of a traditional song with Chinese characteristics and rich style. Then this song, Envy the Wind and Envy the Rain, is purely an internet song. The first time Chu Xuan heard this song was from AD Audio short video. Driven by the BGM of short videos, this type of fast-paced and catchy music spreads rapidly like a virus. Chu Xuan remembered that there was a time when this song was very popular all over the country and almost everyone could sing a few lines along with the melody. Of course, in Chu Xuan's mind, this song can absolutely not be compared with Dawn. Therefore, even if he sold it to Liu Piaopia, Chu Xuan would not feel bad. Chu Xuan just wrote this song casually in order to make money. However, when Liu Piaopia got the lyrics, she immediately started humming along. I envy the wind and the rain so much, because they can see you so often. And even if I travel thousands of miles, I may not see you. I want to turn into wind and rain, so that I can bravely go find you. I hope someone will be there for you without my bad weather. Liu Piaopia is a talented student who graduated from a music college. She has loved singing since she was a child and has received professional training. And after graduation, she has been working as a lead singer in bars, constantly improving herself. Her singing voice is gentle and lyrical, coupled with the fresh lyrics. There is a kind of emotion that resonates deeply in people's hearts. At this moment, Liu Piaopia narrowed her eyes. With the three songs Is It Possible, Red High Heels, and Envy of the Wind, she is confident that she can enter the finals of The Voice of China. The only regret is that I didn't get Dawn of Rice. However, Liu Piaopia also knew that she could not compete with Xu Shanshan, a wealthy young lady, so she could only give up regretfully. At this time, Liu Piaopia, who had sung the lyrics in one breath, once again set her sights on Chu Xuan. She made no secret of her love for the two songs and said very seriously, Master, I want all three songs. Name your price. High school students have no human rights, and it's already 10 o'clock when school is over. Now after such a long delay. It's already 11:30. Chu Xuan still has to study after he returns. After wasting so much of his time, Chu Xuan would definitely sell it to himself at a good price. So, he said calmly, these two songs are the result of my hard work. I can't bear to sell them like this. On the opposite side, Liu Piaopia pursed her lips subconsciously. If she hadn't seen with her own eyes that Chu Xuan created a song in just 10 minutes, Liu Piaopia would have really believed him. However, Liu Piaopia really likes these three songs. Is It Possible is of the highest quality, Red High Heels is tailor-made for me, and the last song, Envy of the Wind, is very good in terms of both rhythm and lyrics. With these three songs and good management, Liu Piaopia is even confident of winning the Voice of China Championship. If that were true, he would be able to get rid of his current predicament of performing at a bar and officially enter the entertainment industry. Therefore, Liu Piaopia is bound to win these songs. Even if Chu Xuan asked for a high price, Liu Piaopia would get it. Master, you are my best master. You won't let me go bankrupt, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Xuan, who was originally prepared to ask for a huge sum of money, hesitated for a moment. He looked at Liu Piaopia's pitiful appearance. When he saw her beautiful back, his heart was slightly moved. The words he was about to blurt out, 300,000 yuan a copy, suddenly changed. How about this, 200,000 per song? But since you're Xie Shui's friend, let's make it 150,000 per song. For three songs, that's 450,000. If you're willing, you can sign the contract now. Of course, I'm talking about after tax. This time, as soon as Chu Xuan finished speaking, Liu Piaopia nodded in agreement without even a moment of hesitation. She seemed to be afraid that Chu Xuan would regret it, and said anxiously, It's a deal, but I don't have this much money in cash. Give me a week. Within a week, I promise to transfer 450,000 to Master's card. The deal is done. Chu Xuan looked at Zhao Xuanxuan's urging eyes and did not delay any longer. So after saying hello to the other party, he left with Zhao Xuanxuan. Liu Piaopia seemed unwilling to waste even a second, and her whole body was immersed in the lyrics. But Xie Shui walked out of the bar with Chu Xuan. When I walked out of the door, the street seemed a little deserted late at night. Chu Xuan came to the side of the road and wanted to stop a taxi. But soon, a Bentley elegantly slowly stopped in front of him. Just when Chu Xuan was surprised, Xu Shanshan had already come to his side. She said softly, "It's so late, it's not easy to get a taxi, I'll ask the driver to take you back." Bentley is elegant and a multi-million-dollar luxury car on the same level as Rolls-Royce. The moment Chu Xuan saw the car, his heart began to pound. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never ridden in such a luxurious car. So I went in without hesitation. Chu Xuan sat in the middle, with Chu Xuan and Xu Shanshan sitting on his left and right. As the car door closed, Chu Xuan reported the name of the community, and the driver in the driving seat started the car smoothly. Chu Xuan discovered that the middle-aged driver in front of him was a very steady driver. From starting to turning, you can't feel any bumps when sitting in the Bentley. Even if you have a full cup of drink in your hand, you don't have to worry about spilling it due to bumps. At this moment, Chu Xuan's attention was focused on the luxury car in front of him. But soon, Xu Shui's voice brought Chu Xuan back to reality. "Student Chu Xuan, where do you live? I'll take you home after I send Chu Xuan off." Chu Xuan glanced at Chu Xuan. Originally, she was planning to go to Chu Xuan's house to help him with his lessons, but it was already very late today, and she didn't go home yesterday, and she didn't have any clothes to change into, so she nodded and said, "Thank you for your help." When Chu Xuan saw that Chu Xuan was going back, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. He knew that without Chu Xuan's help, he would not be able to continue studying. However, he also understood Chu Xuan's thoughts. After all, she was still a high school student. Her family would definitely be worried if she didn't come home all night. Even though Chu Xuan was reluctant, he could only let Chu Xuan go back first. Just when Chu Xuan was sighing in his heart that he was wasting a whole night, Chu Xuan beside him suddenly stretched out his right hand and secretly held his palm. Chu Xuan's hands were soft and smooth, but a little cold. They felt cool and comfortable to the touch in the palms. Chu Xuan glanced at her and his heart immediately calmed down. Just as he and Chu Xuan held hands and smiled gently, Xu Shui on his left suddenly said softly, "Classmate Chu Xuan, when will you finish writing your song, Rice Fragrance?" The moment he held Chu Xuan's little hand tightly, Chu Xuan's brain became extremely bright. At the same time, the melody of Daoxiang was already echoing in my mind. At this time, if you give him paper and pen, he can write the whole song immediately. Of course, in order not to shock the world too much, Chu Xuan decided to slow down a bit, so he said seriously, 3 days. Give me another 3 days, and I will definitely be able to finish it. Xu Shui really likes this song, Rice Fragrance. The college entrance examination is approaching. After the college entrance examination, she will go to study abroad, and she may not be able to come back once a year. This song, Rice Fragrance, has my hometown, a small river, and dragonflies. I can smell their rice fragrance wafting from the depths of my memory, and feel the blue sky, white clouds, sea of rice, the face of my loving mother, and playful friends. In the future, when she is in a foreign country, this song will become a bond to Xu Shui's heart, so she really needs it. However, she could still wait for 3 days. So, Xu Shui said very seriously, "Then it's settled." As the words fell, Xu Shui suddenly stretched out her right hand and made a pinky promise. Chu Xuan didn't expect that she would actually shake hands with him. However, when he saw the other person's dark and bright eyes, Chu Xuan still reached out his hand and shook hands with the other person to seal the deal. Xu Shui's hands are different from Chu Xuan's. Her little hands are soft and tender, very warm. Just then, the Bentley slowly stopped at the door of the house. After Chu Xuan got off the car, he waved goodbye to the 2 girls in the car. Just as he turned and walked towards the door of his house, he suddenly saw, at the door of his next-door neighbor, a beautiful girl in pajamas with her long black hair flying in the night breeze, staring at him with her eyes wide open. Chu Xuan glanced at his childhood sweetheart Xu Shanshan sitting opposite him. He didn't even say hello to the other party, but directly opened the door of his house. The moment Chu Xuan was about to close the door, the clear voice of a girl finally reached his ears. "Chu Xuan, I want to have a good talk with you. Chapter 25. I'll go to your house at night. The bright moon above our heads is dazzling tonight and the sky is exceptionally blue. The silver moonlight spread across the earth, and the whole world was covered with a layer of moonlight. A breeze blew. Xu Shanshan's chiffon pajamas swayed in the wind. As a famous school beauty in experimental high school, Xu Shanshan was dressed particularly coolly at this time. The translucent gauze outlines the perfect figure, especially when the breeze blows up the skirt. Their pair of straight and slender long legs are completely smooth. At this time, Xu Shanshan was tall and graceful, as charming as a delicate flower. At this moment, Xu Shanshan widened her eyes, her peach blossom eyes staring straight in the direction where the Bentley was going away, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. At this time, Chu Xuan had already opened the door. Seeing that the other party was about to disappear, Xu Shanshan seemed to have grasped the last straw. She immediately stepped forward with stubbornness in her eyes. "Why did you come back so late?" There was a subconscious questioning tone in his voice. Chu Xuan frowned and looked at the girl in front of him strangely. "What does it have to do with you when I come back?" The indifferent look and disdainful tone made Xu Shanshan's face turn pale immediately. If it was the Chu Xuan from before, he would never talk to me like this. The Chu Xuan from before would obey me as long as I gave him a look and would never dare to disobey me in the slightest. But now. Xu Shanshan breathed softly. She looked at Chu Xuan's resolute face and adjusted her mood. "Chu Xuan, let's talk about this. I rejected you many times before, but you can't deliberately retaliate against me, ignore me, or even find other girls to deliberately make me angry. We are both wrong. Let's take a step back, okay? Let's be like before." "Sorry, I don't want to go back to the past." Chu Xuan interrupted the other party directly. Xu Shanshan had mastered the tactic of playing hard to get before. I was just a clown in front of her and she could manipulate me at will. Although this trick is old-fashioned and crude, it does work for a proud girl like Xu Shanshan. There was a hint of impatience in Chu Xuan's eyes. "I want to rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to close the door. But at this moment, Xu Shanshan was quick to the door. She used her body to block the door that was about to close, and her rapidly rising and falling chest showed her inner excitement. Xu Shanshan is indeed very talented. Her figure is only slightly inferior to Zhao Xuanxuan's, especially now. She is wearing silk pajamas, and a layer of gauze can't cover the mountains inside at all. When her heart rises and falls gently, the mountains are layered, making people confused and mesmerized. At this moment, Xu Shanshan didn't care to leave. She just asked hurriedly, "Chu Xuan, just answer my last question and I won't bother you anymore. What happened to that car just now? Why did you get out of the Bentley so late at night?" Chu Xuan was stunned. He thought Xu Shanshan would ask some questions, but unexpectedly she was asking about the Bentley. Since Xu Shanshan has recognized that the car is a Bentley, she must have known that it is a luxury car worth tens of millions. The reason why she blocked the door of her house and showed weakness was not because she really wanted to reconcile with herself. She just wanted to find out her own worth. If she had anything to do with that multi-million-dollar luxury car, she might redefine their relationship and even take the initiative to show weakness. But if I were still that ordinary big boy, she will continue to maintain her pride. This is Xu Shanshan, a selfish and situational woman. Chu Xuan knew that if he wanted Xu Shanshan to truly fall in love with him, simply playing hard to get would not work. At first, she might feel a little uncomfortable because she suddenly lost her own licking dogs, but after a while, when she is surrounded by licking dogs again, she will completely forget about herself. If Chu Xuan wants this money-oriented woman to fall in love with him, he must show his true value. It was as if in her previous life, she was in the arms of the company's boss in just 1 month. Therefore, Chu Xuan did not deny it at this time. He said calmly, "It has nothing to do with you." After he finished speaking, Chu Xuan didn't even give Xu Shanshan a chance to react and directly closed the door. Chu Xuan turned on the light in the living room and immediately saw the mountain of books on the coffee table. There were Zhao Xuanxuan's clothes on the sofa, and her stockings and miniskirt were right in front of her. Now the time has reached 12 o'clock. After a quick wash in the bathroom, Chu Xuan came to the sofa. He picked up the math book and looked at it carefully. However, 5 minutes later, he threw the book on the coffee table. Sure enough, without Zhao Xuanxuan, his brain became extremely dull. Not to mention math, he couldn't even recite a short poem. Chu Xuan decisively gave up and went back to his room to rest. He slept only 2 hours last night. Although his 18-year-old body was extremely strong and could recover quickly after a short rest, he had to devote himself fully to the next period of time and would definitely face a hellish study session, so Chu Xuan had to take advantage of the time now to rest. After setting the alarm clock, Chu Xuan fell on the bed, and suddenly thought of Xu Shanshan. For a moment, Chu Xuan actually had the idea of letting the other person go and having nothing to do with each other from then on. But it was only for a moment. When he thought about how he was fooled by her in his previous life and ended up living alone for the rest of his life, he clenched his fists again. The 18-year-old body is truly amazing. Insomnia will not occur at this age. As soon as he touched the pillow, less than a minute later, Chu Xuan fell into a deep sleep. No need to wake up with an alarm. Chu Xuan woke up 5 minutes early. He turned off the alarm clock, got up, brushed his teeth and washed up. Before going out, Chu Xuan found all the math books from the first to the third grade of junior high school. After all, I haven't touched a book for decades, and most of the knowledge even from junior high school has been forgotten. If I want to get high scores now, I can only start from the most basic level. After packing everything, Chu Xuan came to their old taste breakfast shop and ordered a basket of steamed buns, a bowl of soy milk, and then started to devour them. When it was time to pay, Chu Xuan realized that after eating such a sumptuous breakfast, he only had $23 left in his pocket. If he wasn't so nervous, he would really eat the steamed buns. Fortunately, the song has been sold and I believe I will be able to get the copyright fee in a few days. Chu Xuan was in a good mood and hummed songs along their way. When he walked into the classroom door, he found that many people in the class were looking at him strangely. At first Chu Xuan was a little confused. But when he saw a beautiful girl with long flowing hair sitting on his seat, he was immediately stunned. The person sitting in his seat was not his deskmate Xu Shanshan. Instead, it was a gorgeous girl wearing a white top and a lavender skirt. Her shoulders were as sharp as a knife, her waist was as thin as a slender waist, and her skin was as white as snow. Because Chu Xuan's seat was close to the window, a breeze blew in from outside the window, and the girl's veil fluttered, and her whole body exuded a faint spiritual aura. Chu Xuan swallowed subconsciously. He didn't understand why Xu Shanshan was sitting in his seat. However, the looks in the class let Chu Xuan know that all this was real and he was definitely not seeing things. The only thing to be thankful for was that my deskmate Xu Shanshan had not arrived yet. Otherwise, Chu Xuan himself wouldn't know how to explain it. As he stepped forward, he suddenly saw his best friend Shou Bo, who was sitting in front of him, winking at him and even secretly giving him a thumbs up. Although I don't know what happened yet, I would be sorry if I don't show off at this time. So Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly towards his best friend, indicating that everything was under control. Come to the seat. Chu Xuan saw the notebook in Xu Shanshan's hand at a glance. It was the notebook where I wrote the lyrics last night. Xu Shanshan was reading the half-written rice fragrance and didn't even notice that she had arrived. Chu Xuan immediately understood what the other party meant. He didn't want to attract too much attention, so he sat in Xu Shanshan's seat. It was not until the two of them were shoulder to shoulder that Xu Shanshan noticed Chu Xuan's figure. There were faint dark circles under her eyes, but they were not obvious. Maybe she didn't sleep well last night. Saw Chu Xuan's figure. Xu Shanshan's eyes, which were originally calm as water, immediately became lively. She raised the corners of her mouth, her face full of anticipation. Chu Xuan, you're here. Have you thought of the lyrics? It was indeed for the song. Chu Xuan was a little hesitant. He had memorized all the lyrics of Dao Xiang last night. He now has two choices. One is to give her the entire second half of Rice Fragrance directly, so that he can get the copyright fee of 300,000 yuan earlier. Another option is to only give her a section of the lyrics at a time, and give her the full lyrics over several days. This way I can reflect how difficult it is to write a song, and at the same time, it can better show the extraordinary nature of this song, Dao Xiang. After all, many people no longer cherish things that are too easy to get. It was just like when he was pursuing Xu Shanshan before. It was because he gave his all and did everything without reservation from the beginning that Xu Shanshan took it for granted and kicked him away in the end. Chu Xuan immediately shook his head. He found that no matter what he thought about now, he would easily think of Xu Shanshan. Chu Xuan knew that Xu Shanshan had hurt him too much in her previous life, and he could only adjust slowly. He collected his thoughts and after seeing Xu Shui's expectant eyes, he finally decided to use the second method and give her one verse of the lyrics at a time so that she would cherish it more. So, at this moment, Chu Xuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and he said softly, I thought about it all night after I went back last night, and I got some inspiration. I'll write it down for you. Hearing this, Xu Shui's face was full of joy. She hadn't slept a wink last night, waiting for Chu Xuan's song. If Chu Xuan had no inspiration at all, she didn't know if she would go crazy. At this time, Xu Shui handed the notebook in front of her to Chu Xuan. Then he took out his pen and placed it in Chu Xuan's palm, looking cautious and expectant. Chu Xuan glanced at the lyrics, and the melody of rice fragrance immediately rang in his mind, so he picked up his pen and continued writing. Success and fame are not the goal. Making yourself happy is the meaning of life. Paper airplanes of childhood. Now it has finally flown back into my hands. When writing here, Chu Xuan paused. He had originally planned to write only this much, but when he saw Xu Shui's bright eyes, Chu Xuan felt that it was not good to keep her in suspense like this. Xu Shui still had dark circles under her eyes, obviously having not slept all night. She had waited all night, and he felt a little sorry for writing just this sentence, so Chu Xuan continued writing. The so-called happiness. I got tired of chasing dragonflies barefoot in the fields. I'm scared of being stung by bees while stealing fruit. Who is laughing? I leaned on the scarecrow. Falling asleep while singing in the wind. Having written this, Chu Xuan finally stopped writing. He pushed the notebook back in front of Xu Shui and said calmly, "That's all I thought of last night, and I usually have more inspiration at night. I'll think about it carefully when I get home, and I'll write a paragraph for you tomorrow." At this time, Xu Shui was already attracted by the beautiful lyrics in the notebook. She hummed softly and tapped the beat. Chu Xuan was a little anxious at this time. As time passed, there were only a dozen people in the class originally, but now most of them have come to the classroom. Chu Xuan could feel that many people's eyes were on him. Chu Xuan estimated that Zhao Xuanxuan should be arriving soon. For some reason, Chu Xuan didn't want Zhao Xuanxuan to see Xu Shui being close to him. Even though he and Xu Shui had nothing, and Xu Shui just wanted him to write a song for her, Chu Xuan still didn't want Zhao Xuanxuan to see such a scene. So, while Xu Shui was still immersed in the lyrics, Chu Xuan coughed lightly and pretended to take out his textbook. Xu Shui beside her remained unmoved. Her attention was entirely focused on the lyrics. Chu Xuan had no choice but to knock on the desk and remind her, "Xu Shui, the class teacher will be here soon." This time, Xu Shui finally reacted. She put away her notebook and looked at Chu Xuan gently with her beautiful eyes. Just when Chu Xuan thought there was something dirty on his face, Xu Shui suddenly sighed, "I talked to Sister Piao last night. She said you are once-in-a-century genius. Now I believe it. By the way, Sister Piao said that the copyright fee will be deposited into your account today. Please give me your bank card number." Hearing this, Chu Xuan's eyes flashed with excitement. He only had $23 left in his pocket, and without money he really couldn't move forward. Chu Xuan took out his bank card. Xu Shui carefully wrote down the card number, then she stood up gently with her notebook. Chu Xuan stood up and made way. After Xu Shui left, he returned to his original seat. Xu Shui had just left, and her warmth was still on the tables and chairs. Even when he breathed softly, Chu Xuan could smell a faint fragrance, not knowing if it was an illusion. In the front row, his best friend Shoubo couldn't help but turn his head. When he looked at Chu Xuan, his eyes were full of admiration. "Cow, Lao Xian, I just told you to get the class beauty yesterday, but Xu Shui came to us today. Xu Shui is a famous iceberg beauty in our class. When has she ever taken the initiative to sit in a boy's seat? Lao Mo, teach me, what method did you use to get the class beauty overnight? Please, I'll even call you godfather." Before Chu Xuan could speak, a boy sitting in the front row next to Shoubo sneered. "Lao Shou, are you crazy? Xu Shui came here just now and clearly asked Chu Xuan for lyrics. How could you see that Xu Shui liked Chu Xuan? Have you forgotten that Chu Xuan got 6 points in math in the test yesterday? With such a score, how could Xu Shui be interested in him?" Shoubo's deskmate is called Li Bin, a handsome boy who ranks among the top 20 in the class. He had pursued Xu Shui before, but Xu Shui didn't even bother to raise her eyelids and ignored him completely. Li Bin couldn't believe that the goddess in his mind would be won over by a bootlicker like Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan liked Xu Shanshan and had been with her for more than 10 years. This was known to their whole school. For this reason, Li Bin often laughed at Chu Xuan. Just as Shoubo also showed a look of doubt. In the middle of the classroom, Xu Shui, who had just returned to her seat, suddenly stood up. It seemed that she couldn't wait until tomorrow, so she turned around and shouted to Chu Xuan under the strange looks of her classmates. "Chu Xuan, I'll go to your house tonight tilde." Chapter 26, 450,000 yuan received. "Chu Xuan, I'll go to your house tonight." Xu Shui's voice was not loud. But at this moment, it was like a thunder exploding on the calm lake. All the students in the whole class raised their heads and looked in the direction of Chu Xuan in amazement. As one of the three most beautiful girls in class 5, Xu Shanshan has always been a representative of arrogance and coldness. She basically doesn't talk to boys. Her only best friend is her deskmate Yu Xiao, who is a low-key person. However, because Xu Shanshan is very beautiful and her academic performance has always been among the top 3 in the class, she has many admirers. Not to mention the entire school. In fact, even in class 5, there are at least a dozen boys who like Xu Shanshan. This included Li Bin, who was sitting in front of Chu Xuan. There was even a rich second-generation man from a well-off family who took the initiative to confess his love to Xu Shanshan, but she rejected him. And it was this aloof class beauty who, when the college entrance examination was approaching, actually took the initiative to ask to go to a boy's house. What is going on? A large group of boys in the class suddenly went into a state of mental breakdown. They looked at Xu Shanshan in disbelief. And those boys who liked Xu Shanshan and regarded her as their white moonlight were filled with despair, as if their faith had collapsed. Just when the whole class fell into silence, Chu Xuan waved his hand slightly. He knew that if he couldn't handle this kind of thing well, he would definitely be regarded as a public enemy. So Chu Xuan waved his hand calmly, saying, "You don't have to go to my house. You just want me to write the lyrics for you, right? I promise to give it to you tomorrow." Hearing this, Xu Shanshan hesitated for 2 seconds. Although she really wanted the lyrics, it was not appropriate for a girl like her to go to her male classmate's house late at night. Although Xu Shanshan didn't care about the opinions of her classmates, since Chu Xuan had already said so, she no longer insisted. After Xu Shanshan nodded in agreement, he sat back in his seat. Shoubo, the best friend in the front row, was so excited that his face turned red. "Lao Xian, are you stupid? The class beauty took the initiative to find you, and you couldn't agree? When the time comes, we will be alone, a man and a woman, and no one will answer our calls." Chu Xuan immediately punched him. "I told you to watch less romantic action movies. You think this is a movie, and a single man and a single woman? Get out of the way." Chu Xuan and Shoubo were playing and fighting. In the front row, Sun Bin breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Shanshan is his goddess, his white moonlight. If he had to watch Xu Shanshan fall into Chu Xuan's arms, it would be more painful than killing him. At this time, thanks to Chu Xuan's resolution, the turmoil in the class came to an end. Chu Xuan prepared his junior high school math book. When Zhao Xuan came, he immediately grabbed her soft little hand, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. "Why are you laughing?" Zhao Xuan glanced at Chu Xuan, who was smiling, and couldn't help but be curious. "Did you review seriously last night when I was away?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Chu Xuan's face immediately froze. He went home last night and fell asleep immediately. He had a very sweet sleep and didn't read a single word. Zhao Xuan knew the result by looking at his expression, and couldn't help but stretch out her slender hand, then secretly pinched Chu Xuan's thigh and did a 360-degree Thomas turn. Chu Xuan's mouth and eyes were crooked due to the pain, and Zhao Xuan snorted coldly and let him go. After a moment, Zhao Xuan said in a low voice, "If I don't watch you, you won't know how to study at all. So, I'll go to your house tonight. If you dare to be lazy again, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Chu Xuan knew that he was in the wrong and did not dare to refute at all. Moreover, he had originally wanted Zhao Xuan to come to his house, so he nodded seriously and agreed. Naturally, the time that follows must not be wasted. Chu Xuan picked up the book. Then he held Zhao Xuan's slender hand in one hand and began to study seriously. It turns out that once you put your heart and soul into something, time always flies fast. Chu Xuan spent the whole morning reviewing the mathematics textbooks for the first and second volumes of junior high school. All the formulas and laws entered his mind, and he answered a few questions fluently. At noon, Chu Xuan stayed in the classroom doing his homework. Zhao Xuan helped him bring his lunch from the small restaurant at the school gate. A plate of fried rice noodles with chicken drumstick, plus a bottle of Assam milk tea. Chu Xuan only had $23 left in his pocket, and this meal alone would bankrupt him. However, Zhao Xuan did not ask for his money, and Chu Xuan did not intend to give it. Before he got the copyright fee, the $23 in his pocket was his last hope. The afternoon classes were as boring as usual. In the English class, the teacher saw Chu Xuan reading a math book and didn't bother to pay attention to him. It's already this time, the teacher has said good and bad things countless times, and in the end, whether it's a dragon or a worm. In fact, it's all been chosen by everyone long ago. If you don't work hard for 3 years of high school, it will be too late even if you study hard for less than a month. Chu Xuan finished the upper and lower volumes of the second grade textbook in one afternoon. As for the third day of junior high school, he planned to stay until the evening. After evening self-study, Chu Xuan stretched hard, and his whole body made crackling sounds like frying beans. It seems that I have been focusing on studying during this period of time and have not exercised at all. My body is becoming rusty. However, no matter how hard or difficult it is, we still have to persevere during the remaining period of time. Pack your school bag. Chu Xuan, Xu Shanshan, and other classmates left after everyone had left, and then they left together. As soon as he walked out of the school gate, Chu Xuan saw a graceful figure standing at the school gate. Xu Shanshan also saw Chu Xuan. She glanced at Xu Shanshan beside Chu Xuan. A strange look flashed in her eyes, and then she immediately walked towards her. Chu Xuan, did you receive the money transferred by Sister Piao Piao? Hearing this, Chu Xuan was slightly stunned. He didn't react for a moment. But after a moment, his eyes lit up slightly, and Chu Xuan immediately took out his old mobile phone from his pocket. After opening it, he found a transfer reminder. Huaxia Bank, your account ending in 1173 received a transfer of 450,000 at 1621 on May 8, 2008, and the balance is 450,000. Chu Xuan looked at the transfer text message on his phone. He opened his mouth slightly, but found that he couldn't even say a word. 450,000. Don't say in 2008. Even 20 years later, this is still a huge sum of money. In his previous life, Chu Xuan was just a social animal, working extremely hard and earning only 6,000 yuan a month. After paying for rent, food, clothing, and lodging, there was basically not much left. He was 38 years old in his previous life, and until the end of his life, he had less than 10,000 yuan in his bank account. 450,000. This was the largest sum of money Chu Xuan had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. His heart began to beat slowly. The whole person feels unreal. Just when Chu Xuan was stunned, Xu Shanshan suddenly asked Xu Shanshan beside him, you two were together yesterday, where are you going together now? Xu Shanshan didn't hide anything, you also know that Chu Xuan's grades are very poor. I'm going to his house in the evening to help him with his homework. Hearing this, Xu Shanshan turned her gaze to Chu Xuan. She tilted her head slightly and said, if it's tutoring, I can actually help you. The growling sound of his stomach brought Chu Xuan back to reality. Although the chicken legs I had at noon were delicious, it was already past dinner time and my stomach was growling with hunger. Chu Xuan, who had just received 450,000 yuan, planned to reward himself and also thank Xu Shanshan for her help. To be honest, if it weren't for Xu Shanshan, no matter how talented Chu Xuan was, no matter how many classic songs he wrote, he wouldn't be able to make money so quickly, so he said without hesitation, come to my house in the evening, I'll cook you a big meal. Can you cook? You can actually cook. The 2 girls said in unison, their eyes widened at the same time, looking incredulous. Chapter 27 The Standard of a Male God. Now that he had the money, Chu Xuan planned to reward himself. So he went to a nearby supermarket with the 2 girls and bought all kinds of chicken, fish, meat and eggs. When the 3 of them returned home with a lot of things in their hands, the 2 girls still had doubts in their eyes. Xu Shanshan couldn't help but remind Chu Xuan, we don't have to eat at home. We can also go out and eat burgers. Chu Xuan knew the concerns of the 2 girls. As he walked into the kitchen, he replied calmly, Xiao Shuang, help me sort out the key points of the math books for the 3rd year of junior high school and the 1st year of high school. I want to finish it in the evening. Xu Shanshan is very obedient. As long as it is for Chu Xuan's study, she will do anything. So she sat obediently in the living room and began to organize the materials. Xu Shanshan, on the other hand, stood at the kitchen door, watching Chu Xuan skillfully prepare the ingredients, and couldn't help but ask, Chu Xuan, what should I do? Chu Xuan divided the beef into 2 portions, one for making braised beef and the other for the refrigerator to eat tomorrow. Looking back at Xu Shanshan, who was eager to try at the kitchen door, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, you don't have to do anything. Just wait for the food. In his previous life, 18-year-old Chu Xuan really didn't know how to cook. Later, he was dumped by Xu Shanshan, and he became completely desperate about life, so he locked himself up at home for 2 years. At that time, he couldn't afford takeout, so he had to learn to cook for himself. Gradually, he seemed to find a little spiritual comfort in cooking. Only when he cooks can he come out of his sadness, and food becomes the best medicine to heal his soul. So, from the age of 28, Chu Xuan began to pursue the ultimate gourmet food. Later, he spent most of his 6,000 yuan monthly salary on food, except for rent. In pursuit of the ultimate gourmet food, Chu Xuan bought a lot of recipe books. There was even a time when he went to the kitchen of a big hotel to help wash dishes and secretly learn the chef's skills. He follows Xiao Hongshu and Din to cook, and his cooking skills are becoming more and more sophisticated. From the time he tasted the joy of cooking at the age of 28 to the end of his life at the age of 38, Chu Xuan had spent 10 years honing his skills in the kitchen. Because of his pursuit of perfection, his skills are even more sophisticated than many chefs. If he wasn't trapped in love and unwilling to face society, he could even become a chef. When he first came to this world, Chu Xuan had been adapting to the life here. But when he wanted to cook, he found that the money he had was not enough to buy the ingredients. Now that he has received the copyright fee of 450,000 yuan, Chu Xuan no longer wants to eat the boxes of instant noodles in the kitchen. He prepared a clean basin, put the steak in it, added a little salt and an appropriate amount of warm water, then stirred the ribs evenly with his hands. After scrubbing for a while, all the dirt and blood came out. After processing the ribs, he casually fished out a crucian carp from the pond. The fish scales and internal organs are handled skillfully. After cleaning them, the fish is sliced diagonally on the fish body with a knife to make it easier to season. Chu Xuan had nimble hands. He put the fish on the plate, then evenly applied ginger, salt, light soy sauce, pepper, and other seasonings. His movements were smooth and fluid, as if he was performing a magic trick. Just this set of gorgeous moves would be impossible to accomplish without more than 10 or 20 years of cooking skills. Chu Xuan planned to make a steak and a sweet and sour fish. Considering that the two girls might not like meat, he planned to make 2 vegetarian dishes. Finally, have some seaweed soup. At this time, Chu Xuan was busy but not chaotically processing various ingredients. At the kitchen door, Xu Shanshan no longer had any doubts about Chu Xuan's cooking skills. She half leaned against the door, looking at Chu Xuan's fair and delicate hands, which did not look like those busy hands that often worked in the kitchen. She felt something strange. Xu Shanshan turned around and looked at Chu Xuan, who was sorting books in the living room. She was suddenly surprised. In the past, Xu Shanshan never cared about her classmates. She only vaguely remembered that Chu Xuan's grades were average, and it seemed that she could only rank below average in the class. As for Chu Xuan, he is also a very ordinary big boy. But at this time, Xu Shanshan looked at Chu Xuan carefully, and found that when she gently brushed her long hair behind her forehead, her enchanting face was instantly revealed. It was not until this moment that Xu Shanshan realized that the real Chu Xuan was so beautiful. Xu Shanshan turned her head and looked at the tall figure busy in the kitchen. Chu Xuan, who is 1.82 meters tall, is sunny and handsome. He has a handsome face, gentle eyes, and most importantly, he has a calmness and elegance that does not belong to his age group. Originally, Xu Shanshan had never paid attention to Chu Xuan. 2 days ago, in Xu Shanshan's eyes, Chu Xuan was just an ordinary person, a boy who was totally unnecessary to care about. But now, when she really got to know him, Xu Shanshan realized that the boy in front of her was actually a talented, even brilliant genius. He can write amazing songs at will, and now he can even cook. Although I haven't tried it yet, I can tell how superb his cooking skills are just from his skillful movements and the aroma slowly wafting to my nose. At the age of 18, when other boys were still worrying about the college entrance examination and suffering from the pain of confessing their love to the girls they liked, Chu Xuan was a completely different person. At this moment, Xu Shanshan suddenly became curious about Chu Xuan. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke softly. Chu Xuan, although I can't cook, I can help you wash the vegetables. Do you want me to help you? In the kitchen, Chu Xuan had already put the sweet and sour fish into the pot. He was controlling the heat while cutting vegetables. He seemed very busy, but everything was in order. Hearing this, Chu Xuan, who was still working, said calmly, "No, I'm used to cooking alone. It would be inconvenient if there was one more person. Besides, there's a lot of fumes in the kitchen, and you girls have delicate skin, so you'd better not go into the kitchen as much as possible." As Chu Xuan spoke indifferently, Xu Shanshan pursed her lips gently. She looked at Chu Xuan's tall figure and discovered another advantage of him. He is more careful than the average boy and is very caring. There are really few boys like this around. No, it should be said that except Chu Mo, there is no such perfect 18-year-old boy in the class or in the entire school. At this moment, Xu Shui's eyes were clear, and she suddenly said, "By the way, Chu Xuan, you are so good at writing songs. In addition to the songs in the notebook, do you have other songs?" In front of the stove, Chu Xuan took the sweet and sour fish out of the pot. He scrubbed the stove without stopping, then poured oil and prepared to cook the ribs. After hearing Xu Shui's words, Chu Xuan's mind also became active. He just earned 450,000 yuan from 3 songs, and after Daoxiang is finished, Xu Shui will give him another 300,000 yuan. For the first time, Chu Xuan felt that making money was so easy. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart that if he could come up with a good song and impress Xu Shui, maybe he could make more money. With this in mind, Chu Xuan did not hide his incompetence. While he was cooking skillfully, he also began to think about what song he wanted to sing. It was only for a moment, and a hint of warmth suddenly flashed in his eyes. Then, taking a deep breath, Chu Xuan began to sing. "It wasn't just the wine last night that made me cry. It's not just your gentleness that makes me reluctant to leave. How long will it take for the rest of the journey? Hold my hand. What confuses me is the freedom to struggle." Chu Xuan's voice was soft and warm. This song, Chengdu, is one of his favorite songs. Trapped by love in his previous life, Chu Xuan listened to this song on repeat in his bed. It can be said that the melody of this song has been deeply engraved in Chu Xuan's mind. His voice was full of affection and magnetism, and when it gently echoed in his ears, it was not just Xu Shui who was moved. In the living room, Zhao Xuan, who was originally organizing books, also stopped. At this time, the two girls looked at the boy in the kitchen at the same time. Zhao Xuan's face was full of tenderness. However, there was a hint of regret in Xu Shui's eyes. "After the college entrance examination, I will leave here and go study abroad." Originally, Xu Shui didn't get close to any classmates because she was afraid of having regrets in the end. "But I never expected that after 3 years of hard work, at the end, I would meet Chu Xuan. This boy exists. In the future, my standards for finding a boyfriend will become much higher." Chapter 28 Xu Shui's Little Feet. The song Chengdu was released in 2016, sung by Zhao Lei. When Zhao Lei participated in the 3rd episode of Singer in 2016, he sang Chengdu as a replacement singer and successfully broke through. Zhao Lei not only won the promotion ticket to Singer, but his singing of Chengdu also became an overnight sensation. This song, Chengdu, is Chu Xuan's favorite song. Chu Xuan still remembers vividly the scene of hiding in the bed, listening to music and crying. Chu Xuan even made a special trip to this city just for this song. Chengdu's slow pace, human touch and sense of life made Chu Xuan fall in love with this city at once. He went to Yulin Road in the song and went to the tavern. It was because he loved this song so much that when Chu Xuan hummed it softly, he put in his own emotions. Chu Xuan's voice was a little hoarse, but it fit the song perfectly. His emotional singing instantly touched the hearts of the two girls. "Walk to the end of Yulin Road. Walk past the door of the tavern. Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu. I won't stop until all the lights go out." When the last heavenly singing voice disappeared, Xu Shui, who was leaning against the kitchen door, was the first to react. She watched Chu Xuan skillfully take the braised spare ribs out of the pot, and then started to stir-fry the Chinese cabbage with vinegar. His movements were so skillful that it made people feel distressed. Finally, she couldn't help but whispered, "Chu Xuan, do you often cook for yourself?" In the kitchen, Chu Xuan paused for a moment. Then he went back to his busy work as if nothing had happened. "To be honest, in my previous life, I didn't learn how to cook until I was 28 years old, and then it took me 12 years to hone my current skills. Strictly speaking, at the age of 18, I really didn't know how to do anything except cooking instant noodles. But if I say this, my identity will definitely be exposed." Therefore, after hesitating for only 0.1 second, Chu Xuan replied calmly, "You don't understand. My family went to work in other places when I was in the 2nd grade of junior high school. In order to make a living, I am the only one at home. So, if I don't want to starve to death, I can only do it myself." Chu Xuan said it lightly, but these words reached Xu Shui's ears. This young lady, who had lived a life of luxury since childhood, was filled with heartache. Looking at Chu Xuan's skilled appearance, she felt that Chu Xuan must have suffered a lot in the past. So my feelings towards Chu Xuan became more complicated. Sweet and sour fish and braised spare ribs are the most difficult to make. Both vegetarian dishes are cooked as soon as they stick to the pan. Chu Xuan put the last vegetarian dish on the plate. He turned to the two beautiful girls at the door and said, "Tidy up the books on the coffee table. Dinner will be served soon." Xu Shanshan swallowed hard and then immediately went to clean up the coffee table. Soon, dishes and a soup were served. As the biggest contributor, Chu Xuan naturally sat in the main seat, and the two girls sat on his left and right. Try my cooking. Chu Xuan's stomach felt strange. He can eat instant noodles and steamed buns, and even the most ordinary dishes can be enjoyed with gusto. However, when it comes to gourmet food, he becomes extremely picky. But it is precisely because of this that he has mastered extremely superb cooking skills. Xu Shanshan beside her had been hungry for a long time. At noon, she used her lunch money to buy fried noodles and chicken legs for Chu Xuan, and in the end she only ate a piece of bread. She said that she wanted to lose weight, but in fact her stomach had been growling with hunger. So, at this time, Xu Shanshan gently picked up a piece of ribs, and the moment she put it in her mouth, the ribs that were stewed until soft and tasty were delicious and juicy. In just a moment, Xu Shanshan gently closed her eyes, her big eyes curved into crescents, and she looked very happy. Xu Shui beside her still maintained a ladylike eating manner at first. Xu Shui's movements were very slow when she ate, and she would chew each mouthful of rice dozens of times. But later, when she saw Chu Xuan eating heartily and Xu Shanshan eating with gusto, she relaxed her movements. The food cooked by Chu Xuan was indeed delicious. Even if Xu Shui's family's private chef was a star chef, he was only at this level. It was not known whether it was because it was the first time for Xu Shui to eat with people of the same age, or because the food in front of her was cooked by Chu Xuan, but in any case, Xu Shui's mouth was full of oil as she ate, and she was no longer the gentle and polite girl she was at the beginning. Wait until a meal is finished. Chu Xuan patted his bulging belly, looking very comfortable. Of course, even though the two girls liked the food Chu Xuan cooked, they didn't actually eat much. After all, they still have to pay attention to their body management, so most of the dishes went into Chu Xuan's stomach. The meal was cooked by Chu Xuan. The two girls would definitely feel embarrassed to eat and drink for free, so they just took on the responsibility of cleaning up the dishes. Xu Shanshan is responsible for washing the dishes. Xu Shui was responsible for wiping the stove fumes. Although the young lady's food and drink were taken care of by servants at home, Xu Shui was unusually serious when she went to the kitchen for the first time. At this time, the two girls were busy in the kitchen. After eating and drinking his fill, Chu Xuan stretched and immediately saw the notebook Xu Shui brought. He gently opened it and found the rice fragrance, which was almost completed. Originally, Chu Xuan wanted to whet Xu Shui's appetite by writing one section a day and finishing the song for her in a week. But now, they have already chased me home. Chu Xuan still has a lot of time to study, and Xu Shui will probably not give up unless she gets the complete lyrics. So he didn't plan to keep the other party hanging. Pick up a pen. Chu Xuan began to continue writing. I know the dream of my childhood. Don't cry and let the fireflies take you away. Countryside songs are always there for you. Let's go home and return to the good old days. When the last line of lyrics jumped onto the paper, Xu Shui in the kitchen had already washed the kitchen utensils. She took off her apron and came to the living room. Seeing Chu Xuan writing furiously on his notebook, a hint of excitement immediately flashed in her eyes. At this time, Xu Shui tiptoed to Chu Xuan's side. She heard from Liu Piepie that composers are very dependent on inspiration. When inspiration strikes, they can complete the creation in an instant. If the inspiration runs out, they will not be able to write a single line of lyrics even if they sit for a week. Moreover, composers are most afraid of being disturbed. Once their train of thought is interrupted, they may never find that state again. Therefore, Xu Shui moved very carefully at this moment, and even breathed lightly, for fear of disturbing Chu Xuan's thoughts. At this moment, Chu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. He gently put down the pen in his hand. There was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. It was only at this time that Xu Shui dared to ask carefully, "Is it finished?" Chu Xuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't know when Xu Shui came to his side. When he raised his head, he found that Xu Shui was looking at him expectantly. Chu Xuan handed the notebook in his hand to the other party and smiled, "Done." Xu Shui blushed when she got the complete lyrics. Not knowing whether she was excited or thrilled, she bit her red lips slightly, and her whole body was flying with joy. Chu Xuan ignored Xu Shui's excitement. He prepared the textbooks he would use tonight. Soon, Zhao Xuanshuang also came out of the kitchen. She looked down at her little feet wearing leather shoes, hesitated slightly, and went to the bathroom. When she came out, the shoes had been changed into sandals, and they had obviously been washed. Afterwards, Zhao Xuanshuang sat next to Chu Xuan consciously. Zhao Xuanshuang knew that Chu Xuan could only calm down by touching her, so she consciously stretched out her little feet to Chu Xuan's hands. After picking up the textbook, she said very seriously, "You have already finished the math for the first and second year of junior high school. Now start reviewing the math for the third year of junior high school. I have just highlighted the key points for you and marked some difficult points for you so that you can read faster." Zhao Xuanshuan's face was serious as she entered the learning state. When Chu Xuan started reading the books for the third year of junior high school, she took out the mathematics textbooks for the first year of high school and began to help Chu Xuan mark the key points and difficult points. Sometimes I would give some questions to help Chu Xuan consolidate his knowledge. At this moment, the living room suddenly became quiet. After getting the lyrics, Xu Shui was completely immersed in the beauty of rice fragrance. She also sat gently beside Chu Xuan and looked at the lyrics over and over again. Half an hour later, when it was already 11 o'clock, Xu Shui's excited heart slowly calmed down. At this time, Xu Shui glanced at the two people in front of her. She was surprised to find that Chu Xuan was actually reading the first volume of the math book for the third year of junior high school, and he read very quickly, turning the pages after taking a quick glance at some small knowledge points. Even when he encountered some difficult points, he would at most circle them with a pen and finish one within a minute. Xu Shui suddenly remembered that in the last math test, Chu Xuan scored 6 points and was called to the office by the head teacher. She sighed softly in her heart. Sure enough, even someone as talented as Chu Xuan has weaknesses. However, Xu Shui's sigh did not last long before she was surprised to find that Chu Xuan's learning speed was really too fast. Chu Xuan definitely didn't flip the pages quickly just for fun or to show off. Chu Xuan looked serious at this moment. After an hour, he had already read half of the first volume of a math book for the third grade of junior high school. Moreover, he could write down the answers to the exercises in the book at will. Even if he encountered something he didn't know, Zhao Xuanshuang would just give him a little guidance and Chu Xuan would immediately understand it. At this moment, Xu Shui set her eyes on Zhao Xuanshuang and suddenly found that Zhao Xuanshuang's expression was a little strange. This girl, who was usually inconspicuous in the class, finally revealed her stunning face when she took off her glasses and tucked her long hair that covered her cheeks behind her ears. Of course, what Xu Shui cared about was not Zhao Xuanshuang's perfect cheeks, but the alluring blush on her cheeks. Occasionally, Zhao Xuanshuang would bite her red lips or twist her body, as if she was enduring some torment. At first, Xu Shui didn't know what happened to Zhao Xuanshuang until she accidentally glanced at Chu Xuan and discovered the secret between them. At this time, Zhao Xuanshuang put her little feet on Chu Xuan's thighs. Chu Xuan held a pen in one hand and kept writing and drawing on the book, while with the other hand he gently kneaded Zhao Xuanshuang's little feet. At this moment, Xu Shui finally understood why Zhao Xuanshuang's cheeks were so red and she even twisted her body occasionally. Chu Xuan's hands were not idle at all. His left hand was kneading Zhao Xuanshuang's little feet, and then massaging her. In short, he was never idle for a moment. Occasionally, when her soft spot was pinched, Zhao Xuanshuang's face would blush. Xu Shui, who discovered their secret, widened her eyes, her face full of confusion. Chu Xuan, why did you pinch Zhao Xuanshuang's feet? When her secret was discovered, a blush flashed in Zhao Xuan's eyes, and she subconsciously retracted her little feet. The moment the other party pulled away his feet, Chu Xuan's originally clear brain immediately became dull. As he looked at the math book in front of him, he became confused again. Chu Xuan breathed gently, his expression unchanged. Inspiration. Xu Xuan's feet can provide me with inspiration, so that I can learn more efficiently. If another boy said this in front of her, Xu Shui would definitely call him a pervert. But if it was Chu Xuan? After hesitating for a moment, Xu Shui felt it was natural. It seems that talented people all have some quirks. Chu Xuan is definitely a genius that only appears once in a century, so it's normal for him to have some strange habits. At this time, Xu Shui suddenly said, "Wait a minute." After she finished speaking, Xu Shui ran to the bathroom, and soon she heard the sound of running water. A minute later, Xu Shanshan, wearing slippers, sat next to Chu Xuan again. She placed her fair and delicate little feet on Chu Xuan's thighs and said seriously, "It's fine now." Chu Xuan was a little hesitant. However, he actually wanted to try out the secret of making his brain more agile. Is it only effective when I'm with Xu Shanshan, or does it work with all girls? So he took a deep breath, then slowly reached out and stroked Xu Shui's little feet. At this moment, Chu Xuan focused his eyes on the book in front of him. After a moment, he frowned slightly and picked up a Chinese textbook. A minute later, Chu Xuan silently put Xu Shui's feet down, then reached out and put Xu Shanshan's feet on his legs, and that clear and agile thinking came back again. Chu Xuan knew the answer. So he turned his attention back to the book. Beside her, Xu Shui still had confusion in her eyes. "My foot is not working. Are you trying the other foot?" Chu Xuan shook his head. "It's useless." At this moment, Xu Shui bit her red lips gently. She didn't understand how she was worse than Xu Shanshan. Obviously, his feet are as small and delicate as Xu Shanshan's, so why does Chu Xuan feel inspired when touching Xu Shanshan's feet, but his own doesn't? At this moment, Xu Shui saw a hint of tenderness in Chu Xuan's eyes. It seemed that as long as he was with Xu Shanshan, he became calm. At this moment, Xu Shui sighed softly. She seemed to understand something in her heart, so she stood up and said, "It's getting late, I have to go back. By the way, I will transfer the 300,000 yuan copyright fee to your account tomorrow." After saying this, Xu Shui did not stay. She got up and left. At this time, only Chu Xuan and Xu Shanshan were left in the living room. With a hint of hesitation in her eyes, Xu Shanshan couldn't help but ask softly, "Chu Xuan, you really didn't feel anything when you touched Xu Shui's feet just now?" Chu Xuan, who was fully devoted to his studies, had an unchanged expression. He said calmly, "It has a little effect, but it is far inferior to you. Only when I am with you can I exert my full strength." Xu Shanshan's eyes were bright. The corners of her mouth curled up, and her whole body seemed as sweet as if she had eaten honey. At the same time, she placed her little feet in Chu Xuan's hands. Chapter 29: Chu Xuan's identity, worth millions. It turns out that even if you are an 18-year-old, if you stay up too late, you will still feel drained in the morning. After Xu Shui left last night, Chu Xuan began his hellish study session. Before 12 o'clock he had to keep his body fit, and after 2 o'clock he had to keep his mind fit. At 4 o'clock, Chu Xuan relied on Xu Shanshan's little feet to survive. Unable to hold on any longer, he fell onto Xu Shanshan's lap at 4:30. At 6:20 in the morning, after Chu Xuan got up, the dizzy feeling made him feel as if he had returned to the past, as if he was back to the time when he and his best friend Shobo spent the night in the internet cafe together. As for Xu Shanshan, although she also accompanied Chu Xuan to study until 4 in the morning last night, she seemed to be full of energy as if nothing had happened in the morning. Xu Shanshan went to the bathroom to wash up. Chu Xuan took his toothbrush and toothpaste to the kitchen. After applying cold water on his face, he became energetic again. 10 minutes later, they finished washing up. Chu Xuan found the math books for his second and third year of high school and tried to finish these two subjects when he went to school today. After today, Chu Xuan is confident that he will be able to get a good score in the next math test. "I can't say I can get full marks, but out of a 150-point test, I can at least get more than 145 points. Just that confident. When we have time on the weekend, I'll go to the mall with you to buy a pair of contact lenses." Chu Xuan packed his school bag and prepared to go out. Xu Shanshan subconsciously touched the large black framed glasses on her nose and whispered, "No, I have contact lenses before, I'm just not used to wearing them." Chu Xuan shook his head. Last time, because he was short of money, he bought the cheapest contact lenses for Xu Shanshan. This kind of inferior material will hurt your eyes if you wear it for a long time. Before, Chu Xuan had no money and was powerless. But now, having just received 45 yuan in copyright fees, Chu Xuan is worried about where to spend the money, so he must buy Xu Shanshan a pair of top-notch contact lenses. "Don't worry about it. Just wait until this weekend and go to the mall with me." As he said this, Chu Xuan gently opened the door. Then at this moment, Chu Xuan saw Xu Shanshan, who was also preparing to go out to school. "How come she is here?" There was even a moment of confusion in my mind. But after a moment, Chu Xuan smiled bitterly. Xu Shanshan and his family were neighbors. The two families lived across the door from each other, so it was normal to run into each other when going out. However, Chu Xian's expression was calm. But Xu Shanshan on the opposite side widened her eyes. She watched Chu Xian and Zhao Xuanxuan walking out of the house together, and her beautiful eyes revealed an incredible look. Chu Xian. Zhao Xuanxuan, why are you together? Xu Shanshan's voice was filled with shock, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. No wonder Xu Shanshan made a fuss. In fact, the situation of Chu Xian and Zhao Xuanxuan is somewhat shocking to the world. In the morning, Chu Xian didn't have time to go to the bathroom, so he brushed his teeth and washed his face in the kitchen, and he didn't even have time to comb his hair. At this moment, Chu Xian's hair was a little messy, and his clothes were a little wrinkled. Most importantly, because he had been studying all night last night, his eyes were full of dark circles, and he looked hollowed out. On the other hand, Zhao Xuanxuan was not much better. Zhao Xuanxuan also studied until 4 o'clock last night. Chu Xian's family only had a miniskirt and stockings bought for her, and she definitely couldn't wear those to school, so Zhao Xuanxuan was wearing yesterday's clothes today. Naturally, the clothes that had been worn for 2 days had some wrinkles, and she was not very familiar with Chu Xian's house, so she couldn't even find a comb. Zhao Xuanxuan didn't comb her hair in the morning and her long hair fell on her shoulders. It was hard not to misunderstand her lazy and messy appearance. Besides, they were a single man and a single woman, and they walked out of the same room, so it was no wonder that Xu Shanshan made a fuss. At this time, Chu Xian frowned slightly. For him, it was really bad luck to meet Xu Shanshan early in the morning. With a hint of disgust in his eyes, Chu Xian didn't even bother to pay attention to her and just started walking. But how could Xu Shanshan let Chu Xian go so easily? Seeing that Chu Xian was unwilling to answer, she became more certain of her thoughts. She caught up with him and stopped in front of him. She narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she was a queen looking down on the world with pride. Don't you need to give me an explanation? Chu Xian was confused. He had clearly said what he should have said. What else was there to explain? Didn't I say that from now on, we should keep out of each other's way? Who asked you to talk about the two of us? I mean, shouldn't you explain to me clearly what happened between you and Zhao Xuanxuan? Xu Shanshan raised her head, her face full of confidence. At this time, Zhao Xuanxuan, who had been following behind Chu Xian, lowered her head slightly. In Xu Shanshan's eyes, her doing this was like she was trying to cover up her crime and was incriminating herself. At this time, Chu Xian looked at Xu Shanshan in front of him. She was wearing a long dress with floral patterns, her long hair was tied into a ponytail, and her face was not made up, but she was already extremely beautiful. If Zhao Xuanxuan is the representative of youthful elegance, then Xu Shanshan in front of us is a combination of coolness and sexiness. Both of them have top-notch figures and looks. Of course, if you look at the details, Zhao Xuanxuan's legs are longer, her face is more charming and delicate, and her skin is whiter. Chu Xian breathed softly, and he said calmly, "What do you want me to explain?" As if Xu Shanshan had caught something, her face was full of indifference. "What good things did you two do last night, Tilda?" At first Chu Xian didn't understand what she meant, but after a moment, when he saw her slightly red face, he knew that she was thinking the wrong thing. At this time, Chu Xian was too lazy to explain. He said very seriously, "Indeed, it is just as you imagined." After the words fell, Xu Shanshan in front of him opened her mouth wide. She looked at Chu Xian in disbelief. After a moment, she turned her gaze to Zhao Xuanxuan. At this time, Chu Xian was too lazy to continue paying attention to her. He directly took Zhao Xuanxuan's cold little hand and strode forward. The sun was shining brightly on Tuesday. When the morning sun shone on his body, Chu Xian felt refreshed. The two had a hearty breakfast at a roadside breakfast shop and then went to class together. Chu Xian and Zhao Xuanxuan had just sat down in their seats. Xu Shanshan, with a cold expression on her face, also sat in the back row in the middle of the classroom. She held her chin with one hand and looked gently at the background of Chu Xian and Zhao Xuanxuan, and her eyes gradually lost focus. At this moment, her best friend Guoziyan gently touched her shoulder. "Shanshan, why do you look so gloomy so early in the morning? Did that guy make you angry again?" Xu Shanshan retracted her gaze, her face calm. "Don't mention this person in front of me anymore." Hearing this, Guoziyan was surprised. "What's going on? Is there a new situation?" "I saw Chu Xian and Zhao Xuanxuan go out together this morning. They were at Chu Xian's house. Their hair was messy and I don't know what they did." "Humph. I thought Chu Xian was a passionate person, so I wanted to win him back. I didn't expect him to be so casual. I misjudged him. Fortunately, I didn't agree when he pursued me before, otherwise I don't know how badly I would have been deceived. Xu Shanshan's words were too shocking. So much so that Guoziyan covered her mouth immediately, otherwise she was afraid that she would scream out. But after a moment, Guoziyan showed a doubtful expression. Shanshan, did you see it wrong? Although Zhao Xuan is a little unknown in the class, you forgot that before in the mall, when she tied her hair up and took off her glasses, she was a goddess. With Zhao Xuan's looks, she shouldn't be like that. Xu Shanshan was so angry that she lost her ability to think, but now that she has calmed down, she immediately noticed something strange. She thought about it carefully, then became a little confused. Last night, I saw Zhao Xuan and Xie Shui go to Chu Xian's house together, and they sold a lot of things. As you know, my house and Chu Xian's house are opposite each other, and the kitchens are facing each other. I wanted to see what they were doing, so I ran to the kitchen to check. Guess what I saw? Guoziyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Chu Xian, Xie Shui, and Zhao Xuan. The three of them together, in the kitchen, that. How come your thoughts are even dirtier than mine? What are you thinking about? Chu Xian is the only one in the kitchen, and his cooking. Chu Xian can actually cook, and it looks like he cooks really well. There's sweet and sour fish, braised steak, stir-fried Chinese cabbage, and seaweed soup. Even if I didn't get to eat them, the aroma has drifted to my house. He's definitely a master chef. Chu Xian can actually cook. Yeah, he can cook, but he never cooks for me. That's not right. Guoziyan immediately corrected her friend's sigh. She said softly, I remember when you were in the first year of high school, it was your birthday and Chu Xian specially cooked a dish. You took a bite and spit it out. This time it was Xu Shanshan's turn to be surprised. Chu Xian had done so many things for her before that she didn't even remember this little thing, so she had no impression of it in her mind. Is there such a thing? Guoziyan almost swore to the sky, I was very jealous of you at that time. I specially tasted the dishes made by Chu Xian. The taste was average, but 3 years have passed. Maybe he worked hard to practice cooking skills in order to please you. At this moment, Xu Shanshan turned her head and saw Chu Xian approaching Zhao Xuan. The two of them were leaning against each other, seemingly discussing something. Humph! After a cold snort, Xu Shanshan made up her mind, anyway, from now on, Chu Xian's affairs have nothing to do with me. We will not interfere with each other. Xu Shanshan thought about it all morning. Since Chu Xian no longer likes me, there is no need for me to pester him. These days, 3-legged toads are rare, but there are definitely many 2-legged men. With Xu Shanshan's figure and appearance, even though she lacks Chu Xian, she will still be surrounded by countless boys pursuing her. Just when Xu Shanshan made up her mind to break up with Chu Xian, Guoziyan beside him suddenly hesitated. There is something I don't know whether I should tell you. Xu Shanshan said coldly, if it's about him, don't say it. Guoziyan immediately shut up, but after enduring for a moment, she could no longer hold back. Let me tell you. It's really about Chu Xian. I heard from Yu Xiao this morning that Chu Xian earned 450,000 yuan with 3 songs. Xu Shanshan didn't care at first. But the next moment, she turned her head. Abruptly, what did you say? 450,000. Chu Xian? How is that possible?